be in play? Probably not. Georgia, I think, is not going to be called tonight. So there are other scenarios, but we are looking at finishes, and in a photo finish, Arizona becomes a pretty important state.
You know, you mentioned it. I wonder, Tom, if we can I'm talking to the control room right now. Can we pull up Nevada and take a look at what we're seeing in the state of Nevada right now? They're going to take time because they have all the early vote, and we just don't have anything coming in on that yet. So let's go back to Wisconsin. Deb Roberts, I want to go to you in Wisconsin right now. What are you hearing about the possibility of when the count will be continued there and when it will be finished?
George, I got to tell you, there's good news, bad news. The good news is it seems to be going very well. All of those absentee mail-in ballots, about 2 million of them, they're being processed very well. The Wisconsin Election Commission head, Megan Wolf, said that they're processing very well. But then she said she probably will give another news conference about 11:30 in the morning. So I'll probably be here right on time for Good Morning America. Now, the one thing that is sort of interesting, and you've talked a lot about this tonight, is those ballots probably will reflect a very tight race. Wisconsinites seem to just have this love-hate or like-hate relationship with the president. On the one hand, they just don't like him. More than 50% think that he's not doing a good job. 56% don't like how he's handling the pandemic. I talked to a guy in line today, and he said he would have swum through a lake of alligators to get there to vote because he wanted to support Biden, and he just didn't like where the country is going. But then I spoke with another voter who said, I'm worried about health care, and this is in a state that is dealing with the COVID virus. But then he said, I think I'm going to support the president, or I just supported the president. So Wisconsinites are very mixed here, and I think it's going to be a long night, a long morning. And, the polls show that Biden is up, but it's going to be very, very tight here. I think Wisconsinites just aren't sure what they think. The president's been here 6 times. Joe Biden came here 3 times. He was here in Kenosha last night. He projects strength, and they seem to like that in spite of the fact that they don't like him.
Deb Roberts, thanks. Let me go to Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania for the same question. What are you hearing about how the count is going, how long it's likely to take?
Well, sort of like what Deb just said. Some good news and some bad news. They say that the counting is going smoothly. Originally, they thought that we would have the majority of those mail-in ballots counted by Friday, but we just heard a little bit earlier tonight from the Philadelphia City Commissioners, and they were saying that they originally thought that they were going to be able to do about 32,000 ballots an hour. That's just not happening. They're saying right now they're doing about 10,000 per hour. They've done about 75,000 votes, mail-in ballots so far tonight. They've estimated they have about 350,000 to count. We're supposed to hear from them again at about midnight to give us an update. That's the next kind of ballot drop number that we're expecting to hear from them. But here's the thing. It's just going to take a long time. I've heard you say this tonight repeatedly, George. People are just going to have to be patient. This is a slow process. Here in Pennsylvania, I mean, there's like 2.5 million mail-in ballots that came in. This is a state that's never done early voting for all voters that wanted to take advantage of it. This is a first-time process, and it's going to take some time. The governor spoke earlier tonight asking everyone to just have their patience. They are doing the best that they can. People are working around the clock, as we're seeing here in Philadelphia, but it is going to take time. They want to make sure this count is accurate, George.
Which is the most important thing for them to do right now. Eva Pilgrim, thanks very much. We can project 2 more states right now. The state of New Mexico is going to go to Joe Biden. State of New Mexico, and it's 5 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton won it by 8 points in 2016. Joe Biden will win it tonight. And the state of Idaho, it's 4 electoral votes. No surprise there. Going to go to Donald Trump. He won the state by 32 points in 2016. I want to go to the table right now. And Sarah Fager, let me start with you. We're coming up on midnight now on the East Coast. Is the night going as you expected? What's the surprise? What should we be looking for ahead?
I think the night's going better than I expected.
For Republicans?
For Republicans, yeah. I mean, I was in the camp where I thought Joe Biden was going to win this, and it is far from clear that he is going to win this election. And the president seems to be doing much better in the upper Midwest. Now, again, we don't know exactly what vote is in. It may be heavily election day vote, but clearly in some of those counties, the president is overperforming, and even overperforming what he did in 2016. So I think this is going to be a nail-biter.
Rob?
I think the way I look at it is every state to date has performed like they did not changing. There wasn't really a move in the sense that some people thought there was this tailwind coming, except for Arizona. And the only state that's flipped so far is Arizona.
It hasn't flipped yet.
It hasn't flipped yet, but
It's going to tighten considerably.
It's going to tighten, but I'm going to go out on a limb then, given it's midnight, it's way past my bedtime, and say that those are numbers that are hard at this point for the president to break. That said, we have big numbers in Atlanta and Metro Atlanta, big numbers in the metro areas of the upper Midwest that are out. It's going to come down to those 4 states to make the determination, and we are going to be here every night Friday, so I look forward to seeing you every night. I mean, so we're going to be here right through, and I'm going to sit next to you, so we're going to be there. But it's going to be a while here, and I think what the problem is, what was your baseline is going to determine your mood. And it says if you thought this was going to be a big tailwind, you go, oh boy, that was disappointing. As Nate said, the truth is, it hasn't been. It's actually, the states are doing exactly what they did.
It's also looking very good for Republicans to control the Senate. Joni Ernst is ahead. Thom Tillis is ahead. It's not done in North Carolina. The Georgia senators are ahead. Especially, if Biden does pull this off, you're likely to keep control of the United States Senate. People like a split power, and we will see at least one runoff in Georgia.
You don't want split power.
No, we don't. We want to take the whole darn thing, of course. I think a couple of big picture things I'm seeing is the strategy to flip Republicans to Democrat didn't pan out. And so now we're all hoping that enough Democrats came out, particularly in urban centers and some suburban areas, to really carry the day. And I think that was the big surprise, I think, for a lot of us who were expecting, particularly with what happened at the convention.
조 바이든 미국 민주당 대선 후보가 주요 경합주 가운데 한 곳인 애리조나주에서 승리할 것으로 보인다. 3일 폭스뉴스는 바이든 후보가 애리조나주 선거인단 11명을 확보할 것으로 예측했다. 한국 시간으로 4일 오후 1시 30분, 현재 애리조나주에서는 개표가 약 80% 진행된 가운데 바이든 후보가 53.7% 대 44.4%로 트럼프 대통령을 앞서고 있다.
And Lincoln Project that all these Republicans were going to flip, but we're seeing Donald Trump win in big margins where he won before. So are there enough Democrats, particularly in these areas where we're seeing Joe Biden actually overperform Hillary Clinton in 2016? Will that be enough to carry the day?
Donald Trump's overperforming Donald Trump. And that's part of the problem for Democrats right now. And for Rahm to say the evening's got about as expected, it's not what I was hearing about 6 hours ago. Okay?
트럼프 51.3%, vs 바이든 47.0% 공.
So what we're seeing is that the president is enormously competitive in Wisconsin, where he was not supposed to be competitive according to the polls. He's competitive in Michigan, where he was not supposed to be competitive according to the polls. And he's winning in Florida and winning in North Carolina. And so, I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. At the end of the day, I think if the president wins Pennsylvania, he's going to be reelected. And if he doesn't, he won't.
Matt Dowd.
Well, I'm going to go along with Rahm on this one, because look at every single state and look at the polls. Really, if you fundamentally look at the polls, they're basically been in alignment, give or take a point or two, been in alignment with what we saw. We will soon find out a divergence from that. And my guess is the first divergence from this is Arizona. And once Arizona diverges, I've looked at the data, it's almost impossible for Donald Trump to come back from where he's behind with what's left in there. And the other thing to look at is Michigan. Michigan is not as close as it looks right now. If you look at all of the numbers, all of those numbers that are in are almost all election day numbers. It's almost no absentee, which the Democrats were supposed to overperform in. And I still think North Carolina, there's a lot left to count, and there's a lot of mail left to count in North Carolina. So that race I don't think is over yet. But the first state that we see that switches is likely to be from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. And that's the most significant thing we're waiting on.
Heidi Heitkamp?
I totally agree with Ram and with Matt, but I think the story that we haven't talked about tonight, which is the popular vote. How much is Biden going to win the popular vote and still see this enormous challenge in the Electoral College? And that's going to reignite all of that dialogue again. If this is a 5-point win in the popular vote, I think that there's going to be a lot of challenges in this country holding the country together.
7 out of the 8 last elections won by Democrats in the popular vote. John Carr, you get the last word here.
Well, I think there are dangers out there for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania by looking in Ohio. I want Tom, if he can pick up 2 counties that border Pennsylvania in Ohio, Trumbull and Mahoning. In both these counties, Donald Trump seriously outperformed what he did 4 years ago. Now, that's in Ohio. Ohio's one state, but right on the other side, key counties in Pennsylvania.
We are going to be watching it all day, all night, perhaps all week long. We'll be right back.
We're taking it.
That's frightening.
And groundbreaking exclusives from the campaign trail only ABC News gets. Behind the scenes, exclusive access.
Take you inside for an extraordinary tour here at ABC News Live. This is it.
It's time to go there, be there, experience it, live on the scene. Maybe that's why, in just 1 year, ABC News Live is already America's #1 live streaming news. And imagine this, it's free. Watch ABC News Live right now and anytime, streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
It is coming up on midnight here in the East Coast. Let's take a look at the map right now. Right now, Joe Biden leading in the popular vote. He's got 50%, about 56 million votes, 56 million plus to Donald Trump's 48%. In the Electoral College, he's won 15 states, 192 electoral votes, 18 states for Donald Trump, 118 electoral votes. I want to bring in our political director, Rick Klein, right now, because Rick, we've been saying it, but now let's put some meat on the bones on this. This is going to be a long night. We are not going to know who the next president is tonight. It might be well into tomorrow or beyond before we do. Tell me everything you know from the key states that are still out there. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, about where the vote is, how long it's going to take.
Yeah, George, it's overwhelmingly likely that we're well into overtime in those states, particularly Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We know that there's a lot of outstanding vote. In Georgia, it's primarily the urban counties. We've had some counting issues there, and we know that at some point they're going to basically have to resume tomorrow. And in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, election officials have been telling us for weeks that they're not going to be ready to have a complete vote count. In Wisconsin, we're expecting more information overnight. In Pennsylvania, though, it's going to be several days. I think it is now fair to assume that we're into an overtime scenario with several states on the line. I think North Carolina may be a little bit different, but the other four, they're all big states, George, are now very likely to head into tomorrow or beyond.
And we should also explain it generally takes more time, not always, but it generally takes more time to check, verify, count a mail ballot than it does someone made at the ballot box.
Exactly. You have to go one by one, and it's one of the ironies of this surge in early voting that it may actually force election officials to take a lot longer on the back end. They've been preparing for this for weeks. They have been warning about this possibility, and it is now a probability, or even more than that we're talking about having to wait a while to get this complete and accurate count. We know that at least on the Democratic side, they're starting to talk about lawyers. They're setting up an infrastructure to fight in the courts if necessary. But for now, we're going to wait for quite a while on the vote count. And keep in mind that in those 3 states, those upper Midwestern states, we're still looking at primarily day of vote, election day vote, which we know from all of the polling and all the indications that heavily favors Donald Trump. So the Biden campaign is hoping to close that.
And again, you can't say this enough. I mean, we're also looking deep into where the vote is coming from, but both campaigns always expected the day of vote in those 3 states to favor Donald Trump.
Precisely. We knew that Joe Biden built up a lead in just about every state with any kind of early vote. Going into Election Day, the question was, can Donald Trump overcome that? And he has overperformed his margins in a bunch of states, and he has just about hit the expectations. There's a range of states, George, where it's almost uncanny, where talking to Democrats and Republicans both, they knew there were numbers that Donald Trump had to hit to be competitive, and he's there almost to a 1/10 of a percentage point.
Dan Abrams, thank you, Rick. Dan Abrams, we talked about this moments ago. You guys are getting more relevant by the minute. Just walk people through what to expect in the coming hours and days.
Well, look, I don't think anything in the coming hours apart from preparation, right? I think that what you're going to see in the next few hours is the legal teams gathering and sort of playing it out as to all the various possibilities that could occur. What happens if there's a fight in Pennsylvania? What happens if there's a fight in Michigan? What are the laws in Wisconsin? What are the recount laws? I mean, that's the first place we got to be looking at right now, which is the automatic recounts. For example, in the state of Pennsylvania, if it's within half a point, there's an automatic recount that will take place in the state. Those are going to be the first round of sort of legal issues. Round 2 is going to be, okay, now there's been a recount. Let's get down to the very specifics of ballot by ballot. But we're not there yet. So there's no question the lawyers are on hold. The lawyers are preparing. The lawyers are learning the laws, particularly in those 3 states. I'm sure they already know them, but they're going to be brushing up on the laws in those 3 states as they prepare for what could be litigation, getting down to the point of ballot by ballot in some of these states.
That's the point I wanted to bring to Kate Shaw. Remember back in 2000, it was Justice Scalia on his own who actually stopped the counting in the state of Florida.
That's right. You know, and obviously that's a nightmare scenario that it all comes down to one state, and there's the possibility of the Supreme Court intervening in a state process, right? Remember, elections are typically run at the state and local level, right? That is the sort of design of our system. So it was, I mean, unusual doesn't even begin to capture it for the Supreme Court to essentially halt the state process in Bush versus Gore, and then ultimately, essentially, to hand the victory by, stopping continuing counting to George W. Bush. So I don't think anyone, I think probably most John Roberts, the Chief Justice, wants to see a replay of that this time.
Kate Shaw, thanks very much. We're going to take another break. Some stations are going to leave us now for late local news. For the rest of the country, our coverage continues.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me. This is no place for a child. Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results. The morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Wednesday night, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families. Living large, but...
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Oh, look at this clear sky. Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town.
not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise, network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door.
We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
It is midnight here in the East, and we are here at ABC News election headquarters in a very tight race for president right now. Let's take a look at the map. Joe Biden has won 15 states, 192 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 18 states, 118 electoral votes so far tonight. Every state that Joe Biden won was won by Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Every state that Donald Trump is winning tonight, he won in 2016 as well. Let's take a look at the state of Virginia right now. Let's pull that up. Hillary Clinton won it 4 years ago. Right with 75% of the vote, of the expected vote in, Joe Biden is leading, is behind Donald Trump there. Actually, you skipped ahead to Texas. Let's stay on Virginia for a second. 75% of the expected vote is in, 52 to 46, Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
Yeah, okay, so George, right now, Virginia, we take a look at the map, and it looks a lot like 2016 looked like, right? Joe Biden, the Democrat, on top. What finally happened here? Because at the beginning of the night, remember, I was telling you about the suburbs around D.C. where a quarter of the vote's going to come in. Well, the vote is now in, and you can see Joe Biden is up with big numbers, 76.7, overperforming in counties like Fairfax. Let's take a look at Alexandria, Prince William County, 63%. So he's winning where he needs to be. That vote has come in, and also other areas that were kind of tight, places like Virginia Beach. Donald Trump on top there right now, which is a good sign for the president because it was razor thin just before that. We look at Chesapeake. This was a swing county before. Now it's swung back to Democrats. Look, Virginia wasn't a big story. People thought it was going to go for the Democrats. The votes come in outside of D.C. It's going for Joe Biden.
Right now it is. Let's pull up Texas now. Let's pull up the state of Texas. Stay up at the board right now. Let's see how much of the vote is coming in. 88% of the expected vote is in right now, and Donald Trump's starting to pull away.
Yeah, he is, George. And something really interesting about Texas, John Carl and I were just talking about this. If you look at some of the big counties like Harris County, Houston, so Joe Biden in Houston, the biggest city, he's basically doing what Democrats did 4 years ago. I'm going to give it back over to you.
You got to do that because we are now projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio tonight. It's 18 electoral votes, excuse me, go to Donald Trump. He won it 4 years ago. He will win it again tonight. Chris Christie, I guess that's not a surprise, but still an important win.
Really important because there was no way for the president to win without Ohio. And as we know, no Republican president has ever been elected without Ohio. So, you know, when you talk about a must-win state, when you got that much history behind it, it's a must-win state. So he pulled it off. It took a little longer than we all thought, but he pulled that one off, and it allows him to continue in the game.
The question, Yvette Simpson, now is what is that going to tell us about what happens in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania?
Well, you just don't know. Let's remember that Ohio was the one state in that area that didn't flip in 18. So I don't want to cast aspersions about what might happen. So Ohio was red for Trump, and then it was red again. We lost statewide in Ohio for a lot of reasons. We didn't win any of the congressional races that we were fighting in 18. But Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they all flipped presumably in the midterm. So I still hold out hope for those other three states, even though unfortunately my home state of Ohio did not come through today.
Rahm Emanuel, Donald Trump is getting out his vote.
Yeah, I mean, so we can start to extrapolate certain information, and that is that Donald Trump is in the race of Donald Trump versus Donald Trump's beating 2016 Donald Trump. And while the numbers, and we keep showing how Biden is beating Hillary, but the total vote is not showing up at right now in areas that Democrats need. So when DeKalb County is still out in Georgia and other areas, what is your expectation for that vote? And so far, while he may be winning 65, 35, etc., the totality of the vote is not matching the totality of Trump's vote in Trump's area in areas, except for, I do want to keep coming back to, we have had a state flip. Only one state is flipped, and it's flipped towards Biden. And so we got to keep that in mind at this area.
You keep saying that. I have to keep reminding our viewers that we have not yet projected Arizona going.
That is true. We have not projected it, but if you look at the math, it's hard to see how it does. That is fair, but that is the only state that is so far, and it's up by 9.5 points.
What are you learning from Ohio?
From Ohio, I mean, obviously the president won by the same margin tonight as he did in 2016. And when you look, to a point John Carl made, which is you look at Western Ohio. Now, that is a good sign for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. I'm hearing on the ground in Pennsylvania African-American turnout down in Philadelphia, and that fracking issue did in fact hurt Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, that you see big turnout in those areas for Donald Trump.
And what are you seeing, David, in the exit polls from Ohio?
A lot of really interesting things coming in on Ohio. First, let's take a look at the suburban vote in Ohio. 52% of it went to Donald Trump, and then you do the breakdown, which really illustrates the gender gap, but it's huge. With women, Joe Biden won with women in the suburbs of Ohio, 53 to 47, but look at men. The gap is huge. 59% with Donald Trump to 39% in the exit polls for Joe Biden. On handling the economy, 56% with Donald Trump, well over 42% for Joe Biden. Job performance, 54% approve of the job performance from President Trump. Contain COVID, rebuild the economy, almost evenly split. But look at this. The opinion of Donald Trump, 51% unfavorable, but even higher for Joe Biden, 52%. This was really interesting, George. First-time voters, Donald Trump wins them, 54% to Joe Biden. It's what you said earlier, George. Donald Trump is getting out his voters. And on independents, Joe Biden with an edge, but certainly not enough to make up the room for those.
That triumph right there, that means that we have another state to project, and it is the state of Virginia. It is going to Joe Biden. It's 13 electoral votes. Again, not a surprise, but now it's been officially projected by ABC News. Joe Biden will win the state of Virginia. The blue states are filling in blue. The red states are filling in red right now. Let's go to the state of Wisconsin. Take a look at that. This is one of the states that Joe Biden will have to flip if he wants to be the next president of the United States. 64% of the expected vote is in. Right now, Donald Trump is in the lead, Tom.
Okay, so I'd like to acknowledge the gentleman from New Jersey on this one. About half an hour ago, you said the Trump campaign was feeling good about Wisconsin, and they should be. We still only have 64% of the vote in. But, George, there were 23 counties that swung for President Trump 4 years ago. I did some quick math. I was counting them. He's up in almost 20 of those pivot counties. So let's look at Milwaukee, because this is where most of the votes are going to come from right now. Only 36% in. Look at Joe Biden's numbers, though. Underperforming from 4 years ago. He's got to get that number up. And let me bring this up over here, because we're talking about the WOW counties. These are the suburb counties around Milwaukee. And they're called WOW because of their initials. First, Ozaukee here. Donald Trump at 53%. We look at what he did 4 years ago. He's slightly under. Let's go over here to Waukesha, 61%. He's holding steady. And over here, Racine. This is a really interesting county. This is a county that went twice for President Bush, twice for Barack Obama. President Trump barely won it 4 years ago. He's on top in a big way. And we have to talk about Kenosha, because it's interesting what's happening here. Half the vote is in, right? But Donald Trump barely won this 4 years ago. There was huge protest because of the shooting of Jacob Blake, social unrest in the streets. It got national attention. Donald Trump right now is up here in a major way. This is not good for Democrats. Like I said, those swing counties aren't going for Democrats right now. One more county I want to talk about, Sauk County. Obama had this. It swung for President Trump 4 years ago. It was very tight. He's up there as well. We also like Sauk County because it's the home of the International Clown Hall of Fame.
I have a very important point to make about Wisconsin, and that is this notion of the early vote. What we are told so far in Wisconsin, there's 6 64% of the vote in statewide. The percentage of early vote that is in Wisconsin right now, we estimate to be 0. They have not begun counting the early vote in Wisconsin. So yes, it's looking good for Donald Trump right now, but that will change dramatically as they open those envelopes, they do the work, the slow counting of counting the mail-in ballots.
I want to bring Terry Moran in for more on that. You have more information on this, Terry?
That's right. So Wisconsin has one of the most decentralized systems for counting mail-in ballots in the country, but we are told, ABC News has been told repeatedly by officials throughout the state that they expect those big counties to be counted in full by early tomorrow morning, 4, 5 in the morning Central Time. And so we should have a better picture of those votes that John Carl is talking about by early tomorrow morning.
Forgive me, I might have missed you say the percentage. How many of those by 4:35 tomorrow morning?
100%, according to what officials in Wisconsin are telling ABC News. They should have Milwaukee County, they're telling us, by 5 a.m. Central Time. Brown County, which is Green Bay, sometime around the same time, before dawn tomorrow morning. So Wisconsin should be known, at least as far as the count is concerned, by tomorrow morning.
That could be one of the first of those blue wall states to come in. Deborah Roberts, what more are you hearing in that from Wisconsin?
Well, George, very much what Terry was just saying. The one thing that still has to be done here is that those absentee and those mail-in ballots still have to be counted. And all the elections officials around the state are saying that they just have not gotten to them yet. We're hearing, as Terry said, 5 a.m. for Milwaukee, 4 a.m. There's a state law that these officials cannot go home until those absentee and mail-in ballots are counted. So they fully expect to have them counted. They say they are deliberately working on these overnight, could very well be into the wee hours of the morning. And to John Carl's point, 2 million of those ballots around the state. So they could make a significant impact on the numbers that you're seeing right now. And again, Wisconsin is always very, very tight. But it is interesting that President Trump won Kenosha by just 200 plus votes last time. And at this point, he seems to be doing very, very well here, the site of those protests and so forth. Apparently his message of strength, he was here a lot in Wisconsin. Apparently that message seems to be resonating, but those absentee and mail-in ballots, I think, are going to tell us a lot, and we won't know that until the wee hours of the morning, if not maybe late tomorrow.
Sarah Fagan.
Well, we know the absentee and early vote in Wisconsin is about 57% of the vote, and there is a lot out. But looking at model data, it looks like Trump would lose that vote as it's on its own by only 5 points. That is going to that to me means Wisconsin's going to either be very close or it's going to move to Trump.
Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign on that?
Well, George, they continue to stress, as they have in the days leading up to this, that they believe that the early vote has gone overwhelmingly to Biden. And that means that they still are optimistic, still are confident. In fact, a Biden campaign official just tweeted that we are going to win. They still are confident, even though, of course, we are at this waiting period, this intense waiting period, constantly urging everyone to be patient here. But we have to remember that the early vote we still don't have a good sense on in so many of these critical states. That blue wall, yes. Would they have liked to win Ohio? Yes. But they still said that what they saw there were glimmers of encouraging news, especially when you look at the margin by which Biden was doing in suburban women. They see that as a good sign for Joe Biden, especially when it comes to Michigan, Wisconsin, potentially Pennsylvania. They are urging us to be patient as all of these other states come in. I can tell you the supporters behind me here are still holding out hope, very enthusiastic. There's just a lot of cheering and applause and honking, because that is how we hold an election night rally in this pandemic. The Biden team here, when they called Virginia, they are now blasting out results here on the screens behind me. But the Biden team, cautious, but still feeling very confident, George.
Bruce, thanks very much. Nate Silver, I want to bring you in right now. Just give us a sense, as you're poring over all the data coming in right now, of what you're looking at, what you're thinking, what possibilities are most present in your mind.
I mean, the easiest way for Biden to win is to hold Pennsylvania. We won't know that for a while, and also flip back Wisconsin and Michigan when you have more early votes counted, more mail vote counted. But there are other states in play. The New York Times has a model that has Georgia being very competitive once all votes are counted there. Arizona looks pretty good for Biden. I think it would be premature to call it at this point. But, it's not a map where you necessarily have, or a night when you have a neat narrative. It's not quite 2016. It might wind up being 2016. It's not quite 2018 yet. We're somewhere in between.
Can you tell yet whether the popular vote is going to come in fairly close to where most of the national polling averages was? I think you had it, between 8 and 9% at the end?
Our best guess is that Biden's going to underperform by somewhere on the order of 2 or 3 points, but he might win by 5 or 6. It's a very early guess, but it's regionally correlated, right? So in Florida, Biden has a bigger disadvantage of that. He's going to lose Florida by several points, we think, in the end. In Arizona, his numbers or beat his polls potentially. In New Hampshire, he's very close to his polls. So it's very regionally driven, and the question is what happens in Pennsylvania, where he was ahead by about 5 points. If you had a Florida magnitude polling error there, then that would be a photo finish going to the court, frankly.
Nate Silver, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop. When I see
you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
When I see you. Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? Now, I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
Just after 12:15 here on the East Coast, that's where the map stands right now. Joe Biden has won 16 states, 205 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 19 states, 136 electoral votes. You see that familiar red and blue. Every red state was won by Donald Trump in 2016. Every blue state was won by Hillary Clinton in 2016. So far, a repeat. The big battleground still out there right now. We're going to talk to the former governor from perhaps the most critical state in the country right now, the state of Pennsylvania, Ed Rendell. Thank you for joining us right now. And Governor Rendell, can you just give us a sense of where you think things stand in your home state right now?
Well, I still think Joe Biden's going to carry Pennsylvania, George. The vote in the 5-county area, which is about 40% of the vote in the state, is astounding. In Philadelphia, it's 254 to 36. In Delaware County, 46,000 to 7,000. In Montgomery County, 110 to 36. And the mail vote, the mail vote, if the mail vote splits, Democrats have voted 1.6 million. Republicans have voted only 550,000. I think Donald Trump will be down in the mail vote about 900,000 votes. So I don't think he can carry Pennsylvania, although he's doing better than most of the polls reflected.
What's your sense of how long it's going to take in your state?
Well, they're going to start counting the mail vote right after midnight there. I guess they just started. And they're going to go for a few hours, then they're going to pick up in the morning. My guess is it could be done by Thursday night, but it could carry on into Friday morning.
Right. You took some time during the primaries. It took an awful long time for Pennsylvania to finish counting.
That was our first experience with mail voting. We've only had absentee voting, and you have to either be disabled or out of the county to vote absentee. So this was our first experience with mail voting. We weren't well prepared. We're better prepared this time, but it's just too many, 2.4 million votes can't be counted because in Pennsylvania, the law is, unlike Florida and North Carolina, the law is that you can only count absentee votes starting at 7 o'clock on the day of the election.
We've heard some reports from the Republican side that Democrats are underperforming in Philadelphia and that they believe, at least, that the president is overperforming, doing quite well in western Pennsylvania, in part because of that fracking issue. You seeing any danger spots for your side in Pennsylvania?
No, the Republicans made a mistake. They said that by 3 o'clock there weren't very many people voting. Well, that's because the early voting was so great in Philadelphia, and there were lines around the block twice at 7 in the morning.
Okay, so you're still confident. You believe Joe Biden will win, and you think we'll know by Friday or before?
Probably either late Thursday night or early Friday morning. And I think he'll win by about 3.5 points.
Ed Rendell, thanks very much. Tara Wren, you have some more information on this as well?
I do. So the count in Pennsylvania, as Governor Rendell just said, goes county by county, and they do anticipate not wrapping up tonight, but it could take a couple of days. On the issue of fracking, George, I spent some time in western Pennsylvania, both the last election and this one, around Beaver County, just outside of Pittsburgh, where Shell is building a gigantic plant because fracking has just transformed that whole part of the state. As you know, as anybody who's been there, those towns which were really beaten down after the disappearance of the steel have lifted up. It was hard for us to broadcast from there because the trucks were rumbling by so much. You can feel the economic activity that fracking has brought to that part of Pennsylvania, and in talking to people, how much it means to them. And they were genuinely concerned about what a Joe Biden administration
So they didn't buy his denial that he would ban fracking?
They did not. I don't think they like the sense that he dipped his toe in the water at all, because it has lifted up communities that have been ground down almost into despair, and now it's a boomland right now.
Okay, John Carl, what else are you picking up right now?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia. I mean, Georgia, I think, is we're still showing a lead for Donald Trump, but looking at where the vote is still yet to come in, all those areas around Atlanta, DeKalb County, not much of the vote in at all. So I think that Georgia could get a lot more interesting.
So Georgia could take some more time. North Carolina could take some more time as well. Matthew Dowd?
I think we're headed to a map that I agreed with Nate that looks a lot like a marriage between 2016 and 2018. And the early part of the evening went to the Republicans in 2018, and the latter part of the evening went to the Democrats. And one of the things, I know we keep coming back to this, is Arizona. Remember, late in 2018, it took days to prove till we found out there was a United States senator from a Democratic senator from Arizona. So I think we're in that. I think I'd also caution people to examine counties that are only half reported as if it matters to what it was before.
That's a great point, but I just want to put one more question. Do you say basically emerging, and Nate said the same thing, of 2016 and 2018. Since 2018, we've had an impeachment, a pandemic, 20 million Americans unemployed, the president getting COVID, a second surge, and nothing changes?
That's what, I mean, George, that's exactly what it looks like. And you take a look at Donald Trump's job approval number over that entire expanse of his presidency, it's been at the same almost exact number for 4 years.
Matt Dowd, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break. As you've just heard, it's going to be a long night, a long week. Stay with us.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers. That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Whitaker, stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird.
Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smart not. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Election Night 2020 on ABC continues. Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
12:30 here in the East, and let's take a look at that map. 16 states won by Joe Biden, 205 electoral votes, 19 for Donald Trump, 136 electoral votes. We're calling it election night. We are going to be more honest with you in the coming hours and start calling it election.
아직까지는 기다려보셔야 되는데.
6대 핵심 경합주 중 애리조나주를 제외한 5곳에서 도널드 트럼프 대통령이 우세를 보이는 가운데 조 바이든 후보가 미 동부 시각으로 4일 0시 30분 입장을 발표할 예정이라고 로이터 통신이 보도했다. 한국 시각으로 4일 오후 2시 30분이다. 바이든 후보는 자택이 있는 델라웨어주 윌밍턴에서 입장을 낼 것으로 보인다고 전해졌다.
아깝네. 아까워.
President Trump doing pretty well there. They have large agricultural families that are more conservative, so he's overperforming in that area. But when we go to Tucson, Pima County, this is the Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden exactly where he needs to be, overperforming and driving up the vote there.
And John Carl, let's talk a little bit more about the importance of Arizona. The reason Arizona is so important, if Joe Biden is able to flip the state of Arizona, it's not enough for Donald Trump to win the state of Pennsylvania or win the state of Michigan. He's got to find something else.
He needs Pennsylvania Pennsylvania or Michigan plus. He could win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He could win Michigan and Wisconsin, but it's not going to be
Nevada's still
enough.
hanging out there in some way.
Nevada, they count so slowly. We just have no idea what's happening in Nevada, but possibly. But really what they were going to need is Nevada plus New Hampshire they were targeting, and New Hampshire we've called for Joe Biden. So really what it would mean is that he's going to have to win, that Donald Trump would have to win 2 of those 3 blue wall states.
Rahm Emanuel, the Joe Biden campaign, did they think it would be coming down? And it's not down to it yet because we still have had so much vote out there in the blue wall to the state of Arizona.
No, I mean, they went there and they thought they had a shot there because of the trend lines you could see, and you have a lot of people not from California, from Illinois, other states that have moved in there. I will say one other thing. If this flips, you've cautioned me to be more careful about it. This is the final revenge of John McCain. This is the guy that he wanted to flip on the ACA. He said he was not going to do it. And you have Cindy McCain, also Jeff Flake, the former senator. So you have and he was up 100,000. He's down 200,000 right now. I know we're not allowed to call it, but those trend lines do not look good for him. And Arizona, to be honest, was kind of trending polling-wise where North Carolina and Georgia were. And this has gone better than expected, given the spread is now 10 points, when they were talking about a 2-point race.
Chris Christie, when you talk to your sources in the White House, your allies in the White House, what are they saying first about Arizona, and what's their plan B if they lose it?
Well, they're still fighting on Arizona, and they still believe they have a chance in Arizona when all the votes are counted. But they're very optimistic about Wisconsin. And I've also spoken to Wisconsin Republican leadership who are saying, given the vote that is out in Wisconsin and the results as they stand now, they feel very confident about Wisconsin. So the approach is going to be Pennsylvania plus Wisconsin. They're also not giving up on Michigan yet. And I think one of the things we're missing tonight, I know a few people have said this around the table a bit tonight, but I want to really emphasize it. The Biden people thought they were going to have to beat 2016 Donald Trump. And what they're now realizing tonight is he has grown his base. He has found voters that didn't vote in 2016 that are now voting for him in 2020. And I will tell you, the last rally that he had in North Carolina, the campaign told me that 20% of the people at that rally did not vote in 2016 at all. And if you go to a rally and stand 5 or 6 hours and wait to see the president, you're voting for him. So I think that's the thing, the Biden campaign, if it goes against Biden, they have grown their numbers above where Hillary was. But they haven't, maybe if they lose, they haven't grown them enough to beat the 2020 Donald Trump.
Deja vu for Democrats, Yvette?
You know, I want to reflect really quickly on what the governor said about 2016. I've been thinking about this a little bit, and I'm curious about whether the issue of race is the reason why Donald Trump is actually picking up new folks and holding folks. I would love to see any exit polling around, certain areas where there's been a lot of racial resentment, where the law and order message is playing really, really solid there, and I'm curious about whether that is the key, whether or not we lost.
Ways, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it depends. Was our message stronger? Was it better, or was his message stronger or better? Are his folks now more motivated? We've actually seen his folks be way more animated, way more out there when we think about what we expected to happen today as it relates to polling locations, when we think about the stand by, stand back, and stand by. I'm curious about the role that race is playing and the fact that we're not seeing the type of change that we expected to see, particularly after 2018 Trump hours.
One of the things we've seen is that Republicans were touting before Election Day
같은 경우에는 결국에는 스스로 내려놓지 않았습니까? 그러니까 정치적으로 이 문제를 풀어나가는 것이 이 나라의, 그러니까 미국의 통합을 위해서, 미래를 위해서 훨씬 더 이로울 것이다라는 정치적 판단이 이루어지지 않을까라는 조심스러운 관측을 해보긴 합니다만, 여태까지 각 진영에서 준비를 하고 있는 걸로 봐서는 끝까지 한번 가보겠다라는 생각을 갖고 있는 것 같습니다. 그리고 현재 드러나고 있는 상황을 보면은 아주 가능성을 배제할 수는 없는 그런 상황인 것 같습니다. 굉장히 타이트하게 양쪽 진영에서 자기가 가져가야 되는 주들을 다 가져갔고, 결국은 그 북부 러스트벨트 지역에서 경합이 세게 붙는 상황. 근데 이 러스트벨트가 우편투표라든지 사전투표에 의해서 당락이 갈라질 수 있는 상황이 도래할 가능성이 상당히 높아지는 분위기인 것 같습니다.
예. 여러분은 지금 화면에 보시면 잠시 전까지 CNN 화면을 같이 보셨는데요. 곧 조 바이든 민주당 후보의 입장 발표가 있을 것으로 보입니다. 자, 김 기자.
네.
이번에 보면은 인종, 성별, 나이 해가지고 그 유권자가 많이 좀 갈렸던 것 같아요.
네.
그건 어떻게 분석되고 있습니까?
미국 같은 경우에는 전체적인 유권자 수를 따로 구해내기가 되게 힘든 게요. 중앙선거관리위원회가 있는 게 아니라 주별로 유권자들이 등록을 합니다. 등록을 하는 유권자 수를 대략적으로 추정을 하는데요. US 일렉션 프로젝트라는 그 사이트를 보면은 약 2억 5천만 명 정도로 예측을 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
예.
그 2억 5천만 명 정도 되는 투표자들 중에서 이번에 사전 투표를 한 사람들이 상당히 많았고요. 1억 명이 넘는다라고 얘기를 했었고, 인종적으로 볼 때는 증가하고 있는 히스패닉 그리고 흑인 인구, 그다음에 여성들의 유권자 수가 훨씬 더 많아지고 있기 때문에 이들에 대한 정책을 어떻게 가져가느냐에 따라서 결과 내지는 표심이 상당히 많이 달라지는 것으로 보입니다.
예. 지금 확보 선거인단 수를 보시면 바이든 후보가 215명, 트럼프 대통령이 136명입니다. 당선권은 저 과반 이상인 270명입니다. 270명에 누가 먼저 도달하느냐에 따라 당선 승패가 갈립니다. 지금 보고 계신 화면은 바이든 후보 진영인 것 같은데요. 바이든 후보가 곧 나와서 입장 발표를 하기를 기다리고 있는 모습인 것으로 보입니다. 바이든 후보가 곧 나와서 입장 발표를 할 것으로 보입니다. 역시 예상하기로는 승리 선언이나 불복 선언, 패배 선언이 되지는 않을 것으로 보입니다. 지금 나와서 어떤 얘기를 할지 다시 한번 우리 박 교수님이 정리를 해주시겠습니다.
네, 사실 코로나 때문에 약식으로 진행되었던 전당대회, 미국은 우리처럼 정당이 무슨 거대한 당 조직을 가지고 있거나 이런 게 아니고요.
네.
중요한 사람마다 모여서 전당대회를 하는 걸로 이제 정당의 결속감을 가지고 이제 그런 거고요. 대선이 있는 해 전당대회는 굉장히 중요합니다. 그런데 이번에는 이제 8월에 보통은 한 달에 2달 차이 양당 사이에 전당 사이에 기간에 인터벌이 있습니다만 이번에는 이제 거의 없었습니다. 8월에 동시에 진행이 됐는데 그때 핵심 구호가 트럼프 대통령은 위대한 미국이었고요.
예.
그 슬로건이 그다음에 바이든 후보는 통합된 하나된 이제 미국이었습니다. 그만큼 사회 분열에 대한 정치 지도자로서 책임감을 가지고 있다는 메시지를 던진 것인데요.
예.
지금 말씀처럼 아마 지금은 그 선거 결과를 판단하고 입장 표명을 하기에는 조금 부적절한 시간으로 보이고 언론의 전망처럼 미국 사회 아마 저것도 역시 이제 선거 승리에 대한 자신감으로 봐야 되겠죠. 미국
예.
사회가 분열되어서는 안 된다라는 선거 결과와는 무관하게 한편으로 저는 만약에 선거 결과와는 무관하게 미국 사회가 분열되어서는 안 된다는 메시지를 던지는 것 자체가 저는 지금 트럼프 대통령에게 불복 선언을 할 가능성을 중지시키는 압박으로 작용할 수 있을 거라고 봅니다.
네.
그러니까 아마 이게 이제 국민들에게 던지는 메시지일 수도 있고 트럼프 대통령 측에게도 동시에 메시지를 던지려는 의도가 있는 것이 아닌가 이런 생각을 지금 해보게 됩니다.
예. 지금 여러분 CNN 화면을 함께 같이 보고 계시는데 저것은 지금 바이든 후보가 지금 머물고 있는 델러웨어 현장이 아닌가 싶습니다. 바이든 후보가 잠시 뒤에 입장 발표를 할 예정인데 입장 발표를 기다리고 있는 지지자들의 모습을 지금 보고 계십니다. 자, 이번에 우리 박 교수님 말씀하셨지만 굉장히 좀 차분하게 개표 상황은 좀 차분하게
생각보다는요. 네.
투표 전보다는 굉장히 차분하게 진행되고 있는 게 아닌가 하는 생각이 들어요. 투표 전까지는 굉장히 폭력 사태도 일어나고 그러지 않았습니까?
심지어 이제 미국의 그 최대 마켓이죠. 그냥 일반 국민들이 장을 보는 곳이죠. 월마트가 모든 주는 그렇지 않습니다. 어떤 주는 월마트에서 이제 무기도 팔고 그러는데요. 수표가 임박해서 월마트에서 이제 총기류가 많이 팔리고 이런 보도가 나오면서 투표 당일 혹은 직후에 대해서 여러 가지 우려가 있었습니다만은 사실 그런 우려는 조금 해소되는 것처럼 아직까지는 보이고 있습니다.
예.
그래서 이제 그런 것들을 종합적으로 아마 바이든 후보가 사실 바이든 42년생이고요. 우리나라로 78세이고 만 78세이고 상원에서 상원위원장을 오랫동안 하면서 상원의 정신적 중심 역할을 했었고요.
예.
그래서 이제 그런 메시지를 준비하는
자,
걸로.
델러웨어 현장의 모습을 보고 계십니다. 델러웨어가 맞는지 바이든 후보 대회가 지금 입장 발표를 위해서 나왔습니다. 손을 흔들고 있고요. 90분에서 직접 들어보고.
Good evening.
안녕하십니까. 여러분들의 인내심이 정말 대단합니다. 굉장히 오랜 시간 개표가 이루어질 것으로 생각을 했습니다만 내일 아침까지 심지어는 더 길게 갈 수도 있겠습니다. 그런데 지금 현 상황에 대해서 저희는 정말 낙관하고 있습니다. 정말 그렇습니다. 저는 오늘 여러분들께 이 말씀을 드리러 왔습니다. 이 선거를 이기기 위한 맞는 궤도를 가고 있다라는 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 왜냐하면 역대 최대의 우편 투표가 있었기 때문에 가능하다라고 생각합니다. 인내심이 필요합니다. 집계가 끝날 때까지 기다려야 됩니다. 모든 표가 다 개표가 될 때까지 끝나지 않을 것입니다. 모든 표가 다 집계가 돼야지 끝이 나는 것입니다. 그렇지만 저희는 낙관하고 있습니다. 지금 현황에 굉장히 낙관하고 있습니다. 저희가 이미 애리조나를 이겼다라고 보고 있고요. 그만큼 뒤집기가 성공하였습니다. 미네소타에서도 성적이 좋죠. 그리고 조지아에서는 아직 박빙의 승부를 진행하고 있습니다. 저희가 기대하지도 않았던 성과입니다. 뿐만 아니라 위스콘신, 미시건에서도 저희는 낙관하고 있습니다. 뿐만 아니라 집계할 때까지 시간이 걸리겠습니다만 펜실바니아에서 꼭 승리를 거머쥘 것입니다. 필리즈, 스트랜튼 지역, 이 지역분들하고 이야기를 하고 있는데 많은 높은 투표율을 보이고 있고요. 내일 아침까지 좀 기다려야 되겠습니다만은 저나 트럼프 대통령 모두 승리를 선언할 시기는 아니다라고 생각합니다. 그 결정은 미국인들이 내려야 할 결정입니다. 여기 계신 모든 분들께 감사를 드리고 싶습니다. 특히 투표를 해주신 모든 분들께 감사드립니다. 델라웨어에서 또 승리를 하신 상원 의원께도 축하드립니다. 크리스 쿤 상원 의원 당선 축하드립니다. 존 주지사님 그리고 주지사님을 비롯한 지원팀께 감사드립니다. 저희 자원봉사팀 그리고 저희 선거 캠프에 참여해주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 저희 모든 지지자분들 델라웨어뿐만 아니라 전국에 계신 지지자분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 여러분, 제가 이전에도 말씀을 드렸습니다만은 제가 집에서 나갈 때마다 스크랜턴에 있는 할머니, 할아버지가 생각이 납니다. 저희는 계속해서 그 신념과 믿음을 이어갈 것입니다. 여러분들의 인내심 정말 대단합니다. 감사합니다. 이쪽으로 한번 가볼까요?
실수하니까 부인이 얼른 고쳐주네요.
네, 바이든 후보의 입장 발표를 직접 들어보셨습니다. 현 상황을 낙관하고 있다라는 말을 수차례 되풀이했습니다. 바이든 후보가 선거를 이기는 궤도에 있다 이렇게 말했고 그 이후로 역대 최대인 우편 투표를 꼽으면서 우편 투표가 끝날 때까지는 아직은 끝나지 않을 것이다 라고 얘기했습니다. 애리조나를 이겼다라고 얘기했고 위스콘신과 미시간에서도 이길 것으로 낙관하고 있다고 밝혔습니다. 그러나 아직 승리를 선언할 때는 아니다라고 말하면서 지지자들에게 감사를 표했습니다. 승리를 선언할 때는 아니다라고 말했지만 상당히 승리를 낙관하고 있는 그런 모습을 보였습니다. 바이든 후보의 발표 현장에 KBS 특파원이 나가 있습니다. 자, 금철영 특파원을 연결하겠습니다. 자, 금특파원 현장 분위기 전해주시죠.
네, 이곳 현장 분위기는 전격적인 바이든 후보의 방문에 열광의 도가니로 변한 상태입니다. 미리 들어와 있던 소수의 바이든 후보 지지자들이 차량에 탑승하고 있었는데 바이든 후보의 등장과 함께 경적을 울리면서 열렬히 환호하는 모습을 보였습니다. 그동안 지금까지 바이든 후보가 연설 무대에서 언제 어떤 방식으로 연설할 것이냐에 관심이 모아졌었는데요. 대부분은 투표 결과가 어느 정도 윤곽을 나타난 뒤에 나오지 않겠냐라는 예측이 많았습니다. 그리고 기자들과 실시간으로 이메일을 통해서 바이든 후보의 동정을 공지해오던 후보 캠프 측도 일체 바이든 후보의 연설 계획에 대해서는 사전 공지하지 않았습니다. 그런 만큼 바이든 후보의 이곳 현장 방문은 전격적인 일로 받아들여지고 있는 그런 상태입니다. 따라서 바이든 후보가 6곳의 경합주 가운데 승리했다고 선언한 만큼 한 곳의 경합주 한 곳의 승리가 확인된 이후를 이곳에서 연설하는 시점으로 잡지 않았나라는 그런 분석이 나오고 있습니다. 바이든 후보는 선거 결과를 낙관하고 있다. 아직 모든 선거 결과가 집계되기까지는 지켜봐야 한다. 그리고 이곳을 지켜준 여러분들의 인내심에 감사한다. 이런 말을 남겼습니다. 여전히 선거는 박빙의 상태로 진행 중이고 선거 결과를 아직까지는 예단할 수 없는 상황이지만 경합주 6곳 가운데 한 곳을 이겼다라고 판단한 만큼 이곳에 와서 지지자들에게 연설을 한 시점으로 선택한 것으로 보입니다. 지금까지 델라웨어 윌밍턴주에서 KBS 뉴스 금철입니다.
네, 미국 대선이 개표 이후 혼란 상황에 빠질 가능성에 미국 안팎이 촉각을 곤두세우고 있습니다. 선거에 패한 후보가 개표 결과에 승복하지 않을 경우 2000년 미 대선 당시처럼 극심한 혼란 사태가 연될 수 있다는 우려가 나옵니다. 이호을 기자의 보도입니다.
올해 미국 대선은 사전 투표 열풍이 불면서 사전 투표자 수가 앞선 2016년 대선을 크게 앞질렀습니다. 우편 투표 등 사전 투표는 민주당 등록자가 공화당을 압도해 민주당에 유리한 것으로 평가됩니다. 트럼프 대통령은 선거 기간 내내 우편 투표가 사기라고 주장하며 불복 의사를 내비쳐왔습니다.
Will you commit to making sure that there is a peaceful transferal of power after the election?
Well, we're going to have to see what happens. You know that I've been complaining very strongly about the ballots, and the ballots are a disaster.
때문에 바이든 후보가 압도적인 표차로 이기지 못하거나 트럼프 대통령이 현장 투표 집계에서 우세로 나타나면 상황은 복잡해집니다. 민주당 표가 많은 사전 투표 집계에 따라 전체 개표 결과가 뒤집힐 경우 트럼프 대통령은 부정 투표라고 주장하며 곧바로 불복 선언할 가능성이 높습니다. 이렇게 되면 투표는 끝났지만 당선자를 결정
Biden may be out there rallying the troops, but I remember a couple years ago, in fact, 4 years ago, when Ed Rendell came out and really signaled this is not good. Ed Rendell appreciates his reputation as being a straight shooter. When he comes out and says we're going to win Pennsylvania, I think that means more than the vice president coming out and rallying the troops. And so this is going to take a long time. And take a look at what's happening in Minnesota, how much of that will affect what's going to happen in Madison, what's going to happen in Milwaukee. Madison, which isn't heavily African-American, but a huge Democratic vote and an early vote. I mean, this is going to take a long time. And I think you have to, I really applaud ABC and all the networks for saying, cool your jets, no one's won yet, let's just count these ballots. But the longer it goes, and this is what I'll say about Pennsylvania, the longer this goes, just like COVID, the more people, the faster they can do it and do it correctly, the better it is for this country.
Thank you. Matthew Dad, I want to bring the question to you that I brought to Rahm Emanuel. You, of course, worked in George W. Bush's campaigns. Talk about, at this point, if you're in the boiler room of the campaign, the war room of the campaign at midnight, almost 1 in the morning right now, what are you looking at? What are you seeing that tells you it's okay to send Joe Biden out there?
Well, it's funny. I did just that in 2000 in the campaign late at night, late on election night, when I said they called it too early for Gore. I told them, and we told the media, and the media pulled it back. And then when they called it for Bush, I told the campaign they called it too early for Bush in that context of this. And so I think, Joe Biden's campaign manager has been a straight shooter for a year and a half. She told everybody the polls were not right. She told everybody this was going to be closer than it was. She told everybody they were worried about Florida. She told everybody they had multiple paths that they knew they had to keep intact. I think they're actually telling the truth. And if you look at the numbers, I looked at the numbers outstanding in Wisconsin, outstanding in Michigan, outstanding in Pennsylvania, and left in Arizona is you would much prefer to be in Joe Biden's position right now than in Donald Trump's positions right now. That's a fact. When you look at all the ballots out there, you'd much prefer to be Joe Biden right now than Donald Trump.
Except right now we are calling two more states, projecting two more states for Donald Trump. First one is the state of Iowa. State of Iowa and its 6 electoral votes are going to go to Donald Trump. Also the state of Florida and its 29 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So again, the red states are filling in red, blue states are filling in blue. John, I want to bring you in on something else. Right now, we have not seen President Trump speak last night, but we've now gotten the first tweet. We're not going to show it right now, but it was something that we were prepared for. We were expecting coming into tonight after Joe.
있습니다. 하지만 중남미하고도 가깝고 히스패닉 등이 많은 곳이기도 해서 복잡한 정치 지형을 갖고 있는 곳으로도 불립니다. 실제로 지난 4번의 선거 결과를 좀 보면 하얀색으로 되어 있죠. 공화당과 민주당이 2번씩 주고받았을 정도로 강한 경합세가 느껴졌던 곳입니다. 이곳에서 현재 트럼프 후보가 트럼프 대통령이 이겼다고 나온 만큼 향후 대선의 향방 어떻게 이어질지 지켜볼 필요가 있겠습니다. 하지만 트럼프 대통령이 아주 긍정적인 상황으로 보기는 쉽지 않은 상황입니다. 저희가 두 곳을 소개해드렸지만 결과가 나오지 않은 애리조나 때문일 가능성도 있습니다. 예. 애리조나에서도 현재 트럼프 후보보다는 바이든 후보가 좀 앞서고 있다고 나오는 만큼 앞으로 애리조나에서 어떤 향방이 나올지 점검해보는 것도 이번 대선의 포인트 중 하나입니다. 지금까지 터치 스크린에서 전해드렸습니다.
네, 승리를 낙관하는 바이든 민주당 후보의 입장 발표를 들으셨는데 조금 전에 트럼프 미국 대통령이 트윗에 입장을 발표했습니다. 트윗에 반응을 올렸습니다. 우리가 대승했지만 그들이 선거를 훔치려고 한다. 이렇게 올렸습니다. 트럼프 대통령이 트윗에 우리가 대승했지만 그들이 선거를 훔치려고 한다. 결코 그들이 그러도록 내버려 두지 않을 것이다. 이렇게 말했습니다. 이 내용은 잠시 뒤에 다시 확인해 보겠습니다. 네, 이번 미국 대선은 코로나19 대유행이라는 특수 상황 속에서 치러졌지만 그 어느 때보다 열기가 뜨거웠습니다. 온라인에서 나타난 미국 각계각층의 분위기 강푸른 기자가 정리해봤습니다.
자, 이번 미 대선과 관련해 여러 가지 재미난 정보, 사진을 통해서 가볍게 정리해드리는 시간입니다. 저희가 준비한 자료 터치 스크린으로 이제 하나씩 보여드릴 건데요. 첫 번째 사진 보시겠습니다. 마치 패션화보처럼 근사한데요. 화보 사진은 아닙니다. 화려한 명품 드레스를 걸치고 투표장에 나온 이 여성, 바로 영부인 멜라니아 트럼프입니다. 그런데 한 벌에 500만 원이라는 이 명품 드레스를 마스크로 막칠 수 없다라는 생각이었을까요? 당당하게 마스크를 쓰지 않고 나타나서 코로나19 위기의식 너무 없는 거 아니냐 이런 빈축을 샀습니다. 하지만 멜라니아만 비판을 받기에는 좀 억울할 수 있습니다. 남편 트럼프 대통령 이렇게 유세 현장마다 마스크 쓰지 않고 나타났습니다. 코로나 문제 없다. 나도 걸려봤지만 별거 아니다. 극복할 수 있다. 이렇게 외쳤습니다. 하지만 바이든 후보는 이렇게 마스크를 쓰고 나타나서요. 유권자들과 약간 좀 거리를 이제 두고 떨어져서 이제 연설을 하는 그런 모습을 보여왔습니다. 사실 이 마스크가 워낙 한 1년째 벌써 일상에 떼려야 뗄 수 없는 그런 존재가 됐기 때문에 이걸 자신의 지지 후보를 밝히는 독특한 수단으로 삼는 이제 유권자들도 많습니다. 트럼프 대통령의 특유의 포즈 이걸 취하고 있는 유권자의 모습이고요. 아니면 아예 이렇게 인형탈을 쓰고 나타난 지지자의 모습도 있습니다. 이건 저희가 사진이 재미있어서 넣어봤는데 트럼프 대통령의 그 대표적인 슬로건을 모자로 만들어서 몇 겹씩 겹쳐 쓰고 나타난 유권자의 모습입니다. 반면 레이디 가가 팝스타는요. 바이든 후보의 열성적인 지지자인데요. 아예 이렇게 투표하라. 마스크에 문구를 새겨서 쓰고 나타났습니다. 자, 그 다음 눈빛이 아주 강렬한 이 유권자의 모습 보실까요? 마스크는 심플하지만 뜨거운 눈빛에는 흑인 이번 선거를 바라보는 흑인 유권자들의 표심이 좀 담겼다 이렇게 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 자, 다음 사진은요. 아예 이번 선거에서 아주 큰 화두였죠. Black Lives Matter라는 문구를 비틀어서 Black Voters Matter, 흑인 유권자들이 중요하다 이렇게 새겼습니다. It's about us. 이번 선거는 바로 우리에 대한 선거다. 입은 가렸지만 마스크를 통해서 이제 10마디 말을 한 건데요. 눈빛이 아주 인상적인 유권자도 있습니다. 바이든 후보의 러닝메이트인 해리스 후보의 얼굴을 마스크에 가득 박아가지고 나타난 건데요. 사실 어느 후보를 지지하든 이 사진처럼 유권자로서 가장 소중한 한 표 행사하는 것 자체가 더 중요하겠죠. 자, 나 투표했어요라는 이 인증 스티커를 자랑스럽게 보여주고 있는 이 유권자의 얼굴처럼 이번 대선 과연 최대 투표율 기록을 넘어설 수 있을 것인지 마지막까지 지켜봐야 되겠습니다. 지금까지 미 대선 돋보기였습니다.
네, 잠시 전에 미 대선 두 후보의 입장 발표가 있었습니다. 바이든 민주당 대선 후보는 지금 상황을 낙관하고 있다 이렇게 밝혔고, 트럼프 대통령은 트윗에 우리가 대승했지만 그들이 선거를 훔치려고 한다 이렇게 올렸습니다. 좀 더 분석해 봐야 되겠습니다. 자, 이화여대 국제학부 박윤희 교수 그리고 김기현 기자와 얘기 나눠보겠습니다. 자, 우리 박 교수님,
네.
양측의 입장이 나왔습니다. 어떻게 보셨습니까?
바이든의 입장은 뭐 이제 정치 통역을 통해서 거의 전문을 다 확인한 셈이고요.
네.
제가 지금 트럼프 대통령이 금방 올렸다는 트윗은 뭐 원문을 제가 보지 못해서 뭐라고 좀 정확하게 말씀드리긴 뭐합니다만은 바이든 후보의 입장 표명은 뭐 예상한 바와 같이 승리에 대한 자신감, 하지만 기다리자, 미국 사회의 분열 가능성에 대한 어떤 조용한 메시지 전달 이런 게 명확하게 읽혀집니다. 그래서 아까 말씀드렸다시피 그런 바이든 후보의 입장 표명은 어떤 형태로든지 간에 저는 분명히 트럼프를 지지하는 사람들에게도 무언의 압력이 될, 미국 사회가 더 이상 분열돼서는 안 된다라는 이런 무언의 메시지가 되지 않을까 싶고요. 아마 그런 생각과 고려 때문에 트럼프 대통령이 바로 트윗에 반응을 한 게 아닌가라는 생각입니다. 그래서 지금 저는 이게 초반에 조금 생각했던 것보다는 트럼프 대통령이 조금 더 선전하는 모습이 있어서 초기 예상과는 달리요. 그래서 그런 것들에 대해 트럼프 대통령 나름의 자신감이 있을 수도 있고, 또 이게 우편 투표는 바이든 지지자, 현장 투표는 본인이 우세한 거, 이거는 명확하게 이제 판단할 수 있었던 부분이어서 우편 투표에 대해서 계속 문제 제기하는 것이 이제 본인의 전략이겠지요. 그래서 아마 본인의 추후 행동에 대한 여지를 열어놓고 있습니다만은 본인이 선거 결과에 대해서 불복할지 아닐지 혹은 이길지 이런 거에 대해서 지금 뭐라고 참 답하기 어려운 부분이 있습니다.
지금 두 후보가 확보한 선거인 단수가 좀 많이 바뀌었습니다. 바이든 후보는 215명 그대로인 것 같은데 트럼프 대통령이 171명으로 한 40여 명 가까이 늘어난 것 같습니다. 자, 지금 저런 상황이고, 자, 김 기자. 지금 박 교수님이 말씀하신 게 무슨 얘기인가 하는 시청자분들도 있을 거예요. 양측의 입장이 어떻게 나왔는지 다시 한번 좀 정리를 해 주시죠.
네, 바이든 후보가 약 15분 전쯤에 자신의 선거 캠프가 있는 델라웨어에서 입장을 발표했습니다. 그 입장을 발표한 내용을 보면은 이번 선거 결과는 충분히 예상됐던 것이다. 그리고 결코 속단하지 말라.
잠시만요. 지금 CNN에서 오후 3시 우리 시간으로 결과를 발표하고 있는데요. 한번 보시죠. 잠깐 동시통역으로 들어보시겠습니다.
트럼프가 미시간에서 지금 선두를 달리고 있고요. 57% 지금 개표가 되고 있는데요. 지금 조기 투표, 사전 투표를 보시면 그 중에서 22%가 사전 투표입니다. 그러나 저희가 봤을 때 사전 투표율이 더 올라갈 것이라고 봅니다. 미시건에서 사전 투표가 전체적인 투표에 훨씬 더 많은 수로 올라가서 전체 투표의 55%로 올라갈 것이라고 봅니다. 그렇기 때문에 미시건에서 지금 현재 조 바이든이 지금 사전 투표에 있어서 이기고 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 바이든이 지금 더 선전하고 있는 것입니다. 그렇기 때문에 미시간에서 사전 투표가 개표가 더 많이 되면서 트럼프를 이길 수가 있습니다. 펜실베니아도 비슷합니다. 왜냐하면 지금 펜실베니아의 현황을 보실 때 현재 개표율을 봤을 때 64% 정도입니다. 지금 도널드 트럼프가 250만 표, 그 다음에 조 바이든이 지금 뒤처지고 있는데, 그래도 지금 사전 투표를 보시면 지금 현재 개표 중에서 16%가 사전 투표입니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희가 봤을 때 사전 투표율이 훨씬 더 올라가서 전체 투표의 45%로 올라갈 것이라고 봅니다. 그렇기 때문에 45%가 사전 투표가 될 것이기 때문에 조 바이든 같은 경우 사전 투표를 봤을 때 80대 20%로 사전 투표에서는 이기고 있습니다. 조 바이든이 이쪽에서는 우세를 보이고 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 펜실베니아에서 사전 투표 개표율이 올라갈수록 바이든이 트럼프를 이길 수 있을 것입니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희가 인내를 해야 될 것 같습니다. 지금 저희가 대통령의 연설을 기다리고 있습니다. 대통령께서 연설을 하실 계획이 있다고 들었습니다. 네, 그러면 어떻게 진행될까요? 예, 정말 지금 기대가 되는 것 같습니다. 존께서 얘기를 해주셨듯이 체스 게임과 비슷합니다. 아직까지 다른
예, CNN의 방송을 직접 들으셨습니다. 금방 CNN의 보도에 의하면 트럼프 대통령이 잠시 뒤에 연설을 할 계획이다라는 얘기가 있었습니다. 좀 더 얘기 나눠보겠습니다. 자, 김 기자.
네.
트럼프 대통령이 연설을 한 모양이죠?
자신이 이기고 있는 선거를 바이든 후보 진영에서 빼앗아갔다라는 트윗을 올렸는데요.
예.
그 트윗을 올리기 3분 전쯤에 본인도 일종의 연설을 하겠다라는 얘기를 했습니다.
예.
지금 민주당 진영에서 그 승리 선언은 아니지만 이번 선거에 대해 굉장히 긍정적인 메시지를 내놓고 선점하려고 하는 듯한 모습을 보임에 따라서 그거에 대한 적극적인 대응을 하겠다 이런 뜻으로 읽힙니다. 오늘 밤 안에 하겠다고 얘기했으니까 곧 발표가 있을 것으로 예상됩니다.
예. 박 교수님, 지금 CNN 보도를 보니까 북부 러스트벨트 지역에서 미치간 같은 곳이죠. 바이든 후보가 지금 개표상으로는 지금 지고 있지만 사실상 선전하고 있다. 이렇게 분석을 했습니다. CNN의 분석입니다.
네.
저 분석은 어떤 의미가 있습니까?
지금 아주 흥미로운 대목이 결국 된 상황이고요. 유심히
네.
보시면 지금 171명을 확보한 걸로 나오고요. 트럼프 대통령은
예.
바이든이 215명을 확보한 걸로 나옵니다. 자, 그러면 과반수 확보를 위해서 트럼프 대통령은 약 100명 가까운 선거인단을 더 확보해야 되는 것이고요.
예.
바이든은 이제 한 50명, 60명 정도를 더 확보해야 되는 상황인데요.
네.
그 여러 언론 기관에서 이제 얘기하고 전망한 것들 종합적으로 모아보면은 우편 투표 결과가 한 60% 정도까지 개표되기 전까지는 트럼프 대통령이 종합적으로 리드할 가능성이 크다.
예.
그리고 우편투표 개표가 60% 정도를 넘었을 경우에는 바이든이 승리가 이제 본격화될 것이다. 이렇게 전망을 하고 있어요.
예.
근데 그 예상이 크게 빗나가지 않다고 보이는 것이 조금 아까 CNN 그 이제 속보에서 뭐라고 얘기했나 하면은 펜실베니아의 사전투표의 개표 현황을 보니 아직 20%를 넘지 않은 초기 상황이지만 대체로 80대 20으로 바이든 후보가 절대적으로 우세하다 이렇게 지금 나오고 있단 말이에요.
예, 예.
그렇다면은 이제 주마다 사전 투표를 개표하는 시점의 차이는 있겠지만 뭐 펜실베니아는 워낙 격전지고 뭐 두 후보가 모두 공을 들였고 선거 막판 일주일 전에 그 흑인 사망이라는 큰 악재가 발생을 해서 트럼프 대통령에게 더 불리할 수 있지만
예.
뭐 펜실베니아처럼 8대 2까지는 안 가겠지만 다른 주들도 사전 투표에서 바이든 후보가 압도적인 우세를 보인다면은 이제 전문가들의 예상이 어느 정도 맞아 떨어져서 우편 투표가 후반부에 접어들면은 바이든 후보의 승리가 확실시되는 그런 그림으로 되는 게 아닌가라고 지금 예측해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
교수님께서 말씀하신 것과 마찬가지로 지금 현재 펜실베니아는 투표율이 64% 정도
예.
되고 있고요. 그다음에 미시간 같은 경우도 이제 61%가
개표율이
지났습니다.
나타나죠?
예, 개표율이 지났기 때문에 본격적으로 우편 투표나 사전 투표 그 개표가 이루어질 것으로 보이는데요. 예. 전체 아까 1억 명 정도가 사전 투표를 했다고 하지 않았습니까? 근데
예.
그 1억 명 중에서 우편 투표에 참여한 사람이 전체 6,400만 명 정도 된답니다.
예.
그리고 현장 투표자가 3,500만 명 정도인데 현장 투표자는 트럼프 대통령 대통령 지지자들이 많을 것이다라고 얘기를 했는데 그거의 2배 정도 되는 인원이 우편 투표를 했기 때문에 앞으로 바이든 후보의 진영의 표가 상당히 많이 올라갈 가능성이 있지 않을까라는 관측을 해볼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
지금 여러분 그 경합주들의 두 후보의 득표율을 보고 계시고 지금은 확보 선거인단의 수인데 바이든 후보가 215명, 트럼프 대통령이 171명을 지금 확보했습니다. 득표율을 좀 보여주시겠습니까? 경합주의 득표율을 보면 북부 러스트벨트의 경우에도 지금은 트럼프 대통령이 좀 앞서는 것으로 나오고 있지만 박 교수님도 금방 말씀하셨고 CNN의 분석도 앞으로 우편 투표의 개표가 지금 진행이 되면은 바이든 후보가 다시 앞설 수 있다는 그런 분석이 나오고 있습니다. 자, 박 교수님.
네.
잠깐만요. 트위터에 지금 트럼프 대통령이 대승을 본인이 했으나 그쪽에서 상대편이 선거 결과를 훔치려 한다 이런 트윗을 올렸는데 그것에 대해서 트위터가 경고 표시를 했다고 그럽니다. 경고 표시를 했다고 하는군요.
자, 트위터는 그동안 이번 선거 과정에서요, 확실하게 뉴스가 사실로 드러났거나 객관적으로 증명되지 않은 것 같은 경우는 경고 표시를 하거나 유권자들한테 혹은 그것을 읽는 독자들한테 이 정보는 가짜일 수가 있습니다라는 얘기를 하는 건데 이 트럼프 대통령이 올린 이 트위터 같은 경우는 본인이 대승을 했다라고 얘기하는 부분에 대해서 이게 가짜 뉴스일 가능성이 있다라는 것에 대한 경고로 보입니다.
예, 그래서 경고를 올렸습니다. 잠시 뒤에 미국 트럼프 대통령이 연설을 할 계획이다라는 보도도 지금 나오고 있는 상황입니다만은 조금 전에 한 15분 전, 20분 전에 바이든 민주당 후보가 먼저 입장 발표를 했습니다. 그 내용을 먼저 직접 들어보시겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 여러분들의 인내심은 정말 놀랍습니다. 이 선거가 굉장히 오래 갈 것이다라는 것을 알고 있었습니다만은 내일 아침까지 심지어 더 오래 갈 수도 있을 수 있겠습니다. 그런데 지금 현재 상태에 대해서 굉장히 만족하고 있습니다. 정말 그렇습니다. 저는 오늘 여러분 이 말씀을 드리려고 왔습니다. 이 선거의 승리를 향해 가고 있다라는 말씀을 드리고자 이 자리에 섰습니다. 저희는 역대 최고의 우편 투표, 사전 투표율을 보면서 승리를 낙관할 수 있었는데요. 지금 투표 집계가 끝날 때까지 인내심을 가지고 기다려야 될 것입니다. 모든 투표가 개표될 때까지 저희는 꼭 기다려야 됩니다. 모든 투표가 굉장히 중요합니다. 그렇지만 저희는 낙관하고 있습니다. 지금 현재 상태에 만족하고 있습니다. 저희가 이미 애리조나를 이겼다라고 선언한 방송도 있죠. 저희가 뒤집기에 성공한 것입니다. 미네소타도 굉장히 낙관하고 있습니다. 그리고 조지아에서도 박빙으로 지금 개표가 일어나고 있습니다. 저희가 기대하지 못했던 부분이죠. 그리고 위스콘신, 미시건에 대해서도 낙관을 하고 있습니다. 뿐만 아니라 이 투표를 다 개표할 때까지 시간이 걸리겠습니다만 펜실베니아에서도 승리를 거머쥘 것입니다. 필리, 알리게이트 카운티, 스크랜턴에서 많은 분들을 만나봤는데요. 지금 결과를 낙관하고 있습니다. 내일 아침까지는 저희가 결과를 알 수 없겠습니다만 그리고 더 오래 걸릴 수도 있겠습니다. 오래 걸리더라도 저나 트럼프 대통령이 누가 이 선거를 이겼다, 당선되었다라고 선언할 입장은 아닙니다. 미국 사람들이, 미국인들이 결정해야 될 부분입니다. 그러나 저는 낙관하고 있습니다. 여기 계신 모든 분들께 이렇게 나와주셔서 감사드리고요. 투표해 주셔서 감사합니다. 크리스 쿤 상원께서 델라웨어에서 승리하셨는데 축하드립니다. 존 주지사님 팀과 주지사님께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 저희 선거 캠프에서 자원봉사 해주신 분들, 캠프에 참여하신 분들 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 델라웨어뿐만 아니라 전국에 계신 저희 지지자분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 감사합니다. 여러분, 제가 이전에도 말씀을 드렸습니다만 스크랜턴에 저희 할아버지 집에서 나올 때마다 저희 할아버지는 신념을 항상 이어가라라는 이야기를 하셨습니다. 신념을 이어가고 믿음을 가지고 계속 나아갑시다. 저희는 승리할 것입니다. 감사합니다. 여러분들의 인내심 정말 대단합니다. 이쪽으로 한번 가볼까요?
원래 자리로 가야죠.
네, 바이든 민주당 후보의 입장 발표를 다시 한번 들으셨습니다. 승리를 향해 가고 있다, 낙관적이다 하는 입장 발표였고요. 이에 대해서 트럼프 대통령의 반응도 나왔습니다. 트윗에 우리가 대승을 했지만 그들이 선거를 훔치려고 한다라고 말했고, 그러나 그들이 선거를 훔치도록 그러도록 내버려 두지 않을 것이다. 이렇게 말했습니다. 그리고 곧 트럼프 대통령도 연설을 할 계획이다라는 CNN 보도도 있었습니다. 자, 미국 대통령을 뽑는 선거. 그래서 한치 앞을 내다볼 수 없는 피말리는 접전을 벌이고 있습니다. 최대 승부처로 여겨진 플로리다주는 트럼프 대통령이 우세를 굳혀가고 있고 트럼프 대통령이 반드시 이겨야 하는 또 다른 경합주에선 바이든 후보가 이기는 곳도 있습니다. 누가 최종 승자가 될지는 알 수 없습니다. 워싱턴을 연결합니다. 김나나 기자. 자, 바이든 발표에 대해 현지 반응은 어떻습니까?
네, 현지 언론들도 바이든의 발표를 서둘러 전하고 있습니다. 이건 언론들은 이 바이든이 말한 것으로 봤을 때 바이든이 북부 세계주에 대한 희망을 갖고 있는 것 같다. 또 일부 자신감을 갖고 있는 것 같다고도 보도했습니다. 전해주신 것처럼 트럼프도 트윗을 올렸는데요. 트럼프는 우리가 선거를 마무리했는데 바이든이 선거를 훔치려고 한다. 이런 내용의 트윗을 발표했습니다. 개표가 끝났으면 모든 게 끝난 것이라고도 했습니다. 연설도 이런 내용이 되지 않을까 싶은데요. CNN은 트럼프 역시 이번 선거에 대한 확신을 갖고 있고 두 캠페인의 신경전이 드러나고 있다. 이렇게 평가하고 있습니다. 트럼프도 곧 승리를 장담하는 선언을 할 가능성이 있습니다.
네, 최대 승부처인 플로리다.
We're counting mostly day of voting right now, the early vote, not yet in, not yet processed.
George, from your lips to the magic big screen, so here it is right here, 26% of the early vote. That's all we have right now, and Joe Biden way on top when it comes to the early vote. But the headline, again, only a quarter of that early vote is in right now. So let's take a deeper dive into Pennsylvania. And George, as I blow this map up, I got to tell you, this looks almost exactly right now like 2016 looked, and 2016 was decided by 44,000 votes. Still a lot of vote left to come in, especially in the area of Philadelphia. We have not called that yet. It's the biggest county there so far. It's going to be more than 10% of the vote. Joe Biden's on top. He's got a comfortable lead. It can still build as the vote comes in, and we're going to be watching that. We're also watching the suburbs around Pennsylvania. Bucks County, this was razor thin 4 years ago. Donald Trump on top right now, but again, a lot of that vote has to come in. We're going to take a look at Chester County as well. A similar story, neck and neck 4 years ago. There was a bigger spread. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in there. One county that's looking really close, Joe Biden's hometown where he was born, Lackawanna, 99% expected in. Looks like Joe Biden is going to run away with that one. Not a huge county in Pennsylvania, but he's where he's from. He likely wants to win it. Just south, though, an important swing county, Lucerne, right now. President Trump is on top. He's overperforming. We still have a quarter of the vote out, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But, George, again, just looking at the map right now, as it is right now, it looks a lot like 2016 Pittsburgh. Joe Biden's on top, but we still have a lot of the vote that hasn't come in there.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Let's go to Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania. What more do we know now about where the count is?
Well, we don't know too much more about where the county is, to be quite honest, George. At this point, we're still waiting for an update from election officials. The last we heard from the Secretary of State, they were hopeful that they would have the majority of these votes counted by Friday. But, I mean, as we all know, some of these counties aren't even starting to count these early ballots until tomorrow. Votes haven't even started to be tabulated. We were just told a short time ago that those Bucks County early mail-in ballots have not been counted yet. That's a huge portion of votes that would potentially go to Biden. So we are waiting to see how those votes come in as well. And here in Philadelphia County, they are counting around the clock. They originally thought they were going to be able to count some 32,000 votes an hour. It looks like they're really only going to be able to count about 10,000 votes an hour is what we last heard from them. So it's going to take some time. People are going to have to be patient. But I do think we should look at some of the counties where we are seeing a majority of the votes already in, and specifically those counties that were expected and they have gone predominantly for Donald Trump. The Biden campaign has said they didn't need to win those counties, but they needed to get some extra votes in those counties. Pike County, Lycoming County, Wayne County. Biden has seen small gains in those counties. This was a tight race. Is that going to be enough? We'll have to wait and see.
That is the question we do have. You hear the chime right there. Another call. Projection now for Donald Trump. It is the state of Texas. Turning to be more of a battleground than people expected this year, but Donald Trump will win again. 38 electoral votes in the state of Texas. Matthew Dowd, it was a battle for a while. Democrats had their hopes up, particularly after they saw that vote, that early vote come in ahead of 2016 votes, but Donald Trump able to pull it out.
Yeah, to me, the fascinating thing about the map as it unfolds tonight, George, and Texas is representative of it, and Arizona is too. Two reliably solid red states are moving in the opposite direction. At the same time, simultaneously, places like Florida that were swing states are moving away from the Democrats. So you have this country now, the map, the electoral map is refashioning itself now, where you no longer have solid red states in certain places and winnable or solid blue states. So the map is shifting, and Texas is one of those. It's taking time. It's probably not going to catch up for another year or two, but soon it's going to be a state that is heavily competitive, just like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Matthew Dowd, thanks very much. We have to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families. Living large, but...
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC. Oh, look at this blue sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning. Rebuilding Paradise. Network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
This race is not yet over. What we know now is that Joe Biden has won 17 states, 209 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 23 states, 212 electoral votes. The state of Montana, 3 electoral votes, has just gone to Donald Trump. We have a Senate race there as well. We have not yet projected that, but Donald Trump will win the state of Montana. One of the big states still in play right now is the state of Georgia. Let's pull that up right now. Look at where things stand now. 85% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump's still ahead. A lot of vote out, Tom Yamas.
Yeah, still a lot of vote out, and we've been talking about the state of Georgia and the state of Atlanta because 50% of the vote is going to come from the Atlanta metro region and the surrounding suburbs. So the big question tonight is, does Joe Biden still have about 250,000 votes? Can he pull those 250,000 votes from this area? Let's take a quick look. Cobb County, early on, Joe Biden took a commanding lead there. There's 80% of the vote in, and you can see he's overperforming in Cobb. In Gwinnett, it's the same story. Overperforming from Hillary Clinton, 80% of the vote in. But when you add all these up together, you're going to get a lot of votes. And DeKalb, which is, a Democratic stronghold right now, only 40%. And this is the number I want to point to you when we're talking about the percentage of voted in. We want to get that closer to 90, 99% when you have a firm idea of what's happening. He's overperforming, So if the trend is your friend, George, for Joe Biden right now in the Atlanta metro region, it's going well. But the question is there 250,000 votes out there for him to catch up?
That is the big question. Let's go to TJ Holmes in Atlanta. What more do we know about the process right now? How long it's going to take? What's still out there? When they're going to get to it?
What we know is what we will not know tonight. They have now reported, George, this is a big deal, that the 2 biggest states in Georgia, the 2 most populous states, counties we're talking about in this state, Gwinnett and Fulton counties, will not be reporting their results tonight. They have told us now we will not get results, and there have been, over the past hour or so, a lot of phone calls. We've been on with some of the folks from the Secretary of State's office and also the county officials, and there's been some confusion. You remember we talked to you earlier tonight, George, about what happened in Fulton at State Farm Arena, that big precinct where voting was happening. They had a water main leak. They had a pipe burst, so they had to get people out of there to clean it out, and then they had to have essentially almost a 4-hour delay in processing some absentee ballots. Well, that precinct, we were told from local reports, they had shut down and sent some workers home for the night. Well, the Secretary of State's office then came out and said, I cannot believe that's happened, and criticized the move. And so just a short time ago, Fulton County officials said, we got some people back in there, so that processing is still taking place tonight with those absentee ballots. That is in Fulton County. Then in Gwinnett County, they had a technical issue with absentee ballots. They essentially have some flags that need to be gone through by hand, by people going through and seeing what the voter intent was on some of those. Those are tens of thousands that are still being processed, we're told, but now will not come tonight. So a lot of confusion there, and this was supposed to be avoided, George, because the absentee ballots could be processed here. State law allowed them to process them early. All they were supposed to be able to do today is the ones processed, just click a button and it gives you the vote count. But still, even with that in place, they still have come up with some issues tonight. 2 biggest counties here now will not have results tonight, George.
And if you don't know the answer to this, that's fine, but I have to ask it anyway. Are they giving you any estimate of when they believe they're going to have these votes counted?
No, at this point, they absolutely do not know, because the estimates and again, we're getting different answers from the Secretary of State's office versus the county officials. And a good reminder as well, it's the Secretary of State's office that's in charge of all, of course, elections for states, but the county officials are running these local elections, and it's their responsibility to get these votes counted, to get these ballots processed, and to get those results in. We just do not know, George.
TJ Holmes, thanks very much. Okay, let's take a look at North Carolina now. That is still out there. 95% of the expected vote is in. Donald Trump leading by just under 100,000 votes, Tom.
Yeah, no, it is incredibly tight right now in North Carolina. And similar to the story in Atlanta, will there be enough votes for Joe Biden in major cities like Charlotte and Raleigh? As we see right now, 5% of the vote is still out in Mecklenburg, the biggest county right there. And Joe Biden has been overperforming, just like he has in Raleigh as well. He's at 62% right now with 94% in. He's overperforming in this city as well. This begs a question, though, George, because what we're seeing in North Carolina, we saw in Ohio, and we saw in Texas as well. Joe Biden is doing better in the urban areas. He's overperforming there. But Donald Trump is keeping up, or he's doing better himself. So it begs the question, did President Trump grow his base as well in the rural areas of some of these states?
I want to go to Byron Pitts, but first, John Carl, we saw that happen in Texas.
We did. This is an astounding fact, George. Texas, which has counted 93% of the expected vote, Donald Trump got 1 million more votes than he got in 2016. 1 million more Trump voters.
So more Democrats voted,
somehow.
but...
Yeah, and by the way, Biden got about 1 million more than Hillary Clinton. But the fact that Donald Trump was able to find 1 million more people to turn out to vote for him in the state of Texas is quite astounding. And you saw it in places in North Carolina. One, you talked about Robeson County in North Carolina. This is near Fayetteville. This is a county that he won narrowly, not only with a bigger margin this time, it looks like, but with considerably more votes. He's turning out people who did not vote for him last time.
First-time voters for Donald Trump. Let's go to Byron in Raleigh, North Carolina again. Let's walk through this, Byron. What do we know about what's still out there, when it's going to be counted?
Well, George, at this point, we know there are about 117,000 absentee ballots still to be counted, and that may take up to 9 days. And right now, President Trump is up by about 75,000 votes. So he won North Carolina by 175,000 votes 4 years ago. He has a 75,000 vote thereabout lead right now.
기자가 정리해드리겠습니다.
자, 이번 미 대선과 관련해서 여러 가지 재미난 정보 가볍게 정리해드리는 미 대선 돋보기 시간입니다. 저희가 준비한 사진 보시면서 설명을 드릴 텐데요. 첫 번째 사진, 마치 패션 화보의 한 장면처럼 근사하지만 화품 드레스를 걸치고 투표장에 나온 이 여성, 바로 영부인 멜라니아 트럼프입니다. 드레스의 가격만 500만 원이 넘는다는 명품 드레스인데 이걸 마스크로 망칠 수 없다라는 생각이었을까요? 당당하게 마스크
made the decision to shut down their ground game for the most part, and the Republican Party did the exact opposite. They doubled down, became much more aggressive in going door to door to their voters. And just consider in North Carolina, evangelicals make up about 30% of the electorate here. They strongly support President Trump. And just the last point I'd like to make, earlier conversations about race and how the role that played. Every 2 years, every 4 years, we talk about the New South, how it might emerge. And I think separating Georgia, but when you look at South Carolina and North Carolina, what we're seeing again, despite all this progress, that those two states are still pretty much the old South in many ways when it comes to national elections. Conservatives have gone hard for President Trump. Democrats, the voter turnout increased to about 74% statewide compared to 68% in 2016. And so while certainly Democrats were excited, Trump supporters were also excited, and they came out strong for their man.
Which is why we are still here right now, a split country, split election, not decided at 1:29 in the morning on Wednesday, November 4th. Cecilia Vega, what more do we know about the president? We've seen the tweet. Is he going to speak tonight? What is he doing? Is he still watching? What should we expect?
Well, I think we can expect it momentarily. It sounds like the group of reporters who are assigned to be in and cover the president in the White House press corps for the day has just been called to gather. So it sounds like we will be hearing from him soon. And we know that he is here, of course, inside the White House, watching these returns come in with these two war rooms that they've got set up, and that he's been in close touch with his team. But George, I want to go back, if I may, to what Byron was just saying on the importance of the ground game, because President Trump just spoke about that recently in a very sort of bragging way, and this may be what really he has to pride himself on his campaign, where in terms of where we are at this moment in the night. You know, the Trump campaign, they've been building this ground game for over 2 years now. Listen to some of these numbers that we've got. 2,000 paid field staffers in 17 states. They say they knocked on millions of doors a week. And I've got to tell you, as Byron just said, when COVID hit, the Democrats stopped that because they said it wasn't healthy, and for the safety of their workers and their voters, they didn't want to have any door contact. The Trump campaign kept going, and they knocked on doors in states that mattered all across this country, and we very well may be seeing the fruits of that labor come out. And when it comes to rallying the base, this is something that the president has been heavily criticized on. Coming into this closing argument, he threw a lot of red meat over and over at the base, this law and order, very kind of dark themes heading into this, closing out this re-election campaign. And the campaign was criticized for that perhaps they weren't expanding the base enough to carry them across the finish line. And the campaign repeatedly said said, wait until you see on Election Day, you will see we are bringing in new voters, and it looks like we are seeing that in some of these states coming in right now.
In some, a lot of states left to be counted. Cecilia Vega, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented. Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1.
없이 정규 방송을 계속하고 있고요. 다른 관영 매체도 결과 예측은 자제하고 개표 상황만 간단히 전하고 있습니다.
네, 그렇다는 건 누가 대통령이 되든 중국과 미국 관계가 당장 좋아지기는 힘들 것이다. 중국에 이런 인식이 작용한 거 아닐까요?
네, 그렇게 봐야 할 것 같습니다. 저희 취재팀이 미 대선 투표일 전 중국의 외교, 안보, 경제 전문가 몇 명을 만났는데요. 하나같이 같은 의견이었습니다. 지금 중국과 미국 상황은 추격하는 중국에 대한 미국의 견제, 곧 패권 경쟁이라는 건데요. 이는 트럼프가 재선을 하든 바이든이 당선되든 달라질 게 없다는 게 중국의 인식입니다. 때문에 중국이 고를 수 있는 선택지도 사실상 없는 거나 마찬가지인데요. 이런 인식은 얼마 전 끝난 중국 공산당 19기 오중전회에서 첨단 기술을 확보하고 내수를 통해 자립 경제를 추진하겠다는 이른바 쌍순환 전략을 채택한 것에서도 드러납니다. 미국의 영향권 아래 있지 않겠다는 의지의 표현으로 보입니다.
네, 트럼프가 되든 바이든이 되든 중국 입장에선 달라질 게 없다. 그런 입장이라는 건데, 그런데 미 대선 결과가 나올 때를 즈음해서 시진핑 주석이 공개 연설을 한다고요?
네, 이곳 시간으로 오늘 밤 중국 국제 수입 박람회 개막식에서 화상 연설을 합니다. 박람회 본 행사는 내일부터인데 예년과 다르게 시 주석이 참여하는 개막식이 전날 저녁으로 잡혔습니다. 미국 시간으로는 대선 이튿날인 셈인데요. 대선 결과가 나올 때쯤에 맞춰진 연설인 만큼 미국과 세계를 향한 메시지를 보내는 것이란 분석이 나옵니다. 다만 이 시각까지도 최종 결과가 나오기 어렵다는 전망도 있는 만큼 보호 무역을 앞세우는 미국의 대응에 중국의 대외 개방을 강조하고 중국의 국제사회에서 책임 있는 모습을 보이고 있다며 리더십을 강조하는 수준이 될 가능성도 있습니다. 지금까지 베이징에서 전해드렸습니다.
네, 이번엔 미국 대선을 바라보는 일본의 입장을 알아보겠습니다. 도쿄를 연결합니다. 황현택 특파원, 일본 현지 분위기는 어떻습니까?
네, 스가 총리는 오늘 국회에 나와서 결과를 예단하지 않겠다면서 신중한 입장을 보였습니다. 일본 정부 역시 이번 대선 결과가 자국에 미친
That is a pretty significant increase.
Because it's that plus Arizona. I mean, maybe Biden's easiest path right now, he is ahead in Arizona. There's some question about how much more election day vote there is to be counted, but Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, then he doesn't have to worry about Pennsylvania. And that gives him a lot more options. And so those two together, we have not called Arizona yet, but Arizona plus Nebraska.
That's the simplest way to explain it right there. Arizona plus Nebraska means you can sacrifice Pennsylvania and still have a path to 270.
Exactly.
And what more can we say? Can we pull up the popular vote right now? What more can we say about how what we're seeing tonight is tracking what we saw in the polls coming into tonight?
So there certainly seems to have been a miss in the polls, not as big a miss or as consequential as, well, actually, let me take that back. There may be a miss on the scale of 2016, but because Biden had a bigger lead, he can afford to have that miss. It's also more regionally driven. He's doing fine, for example, in New Hampshire, we think, and probably in Maine. Okay in like the suburban Midwest, like Omaha, where the district is. Maybe not very well, obviously, in Florida or Texas, where polls overrated him a bit. So we're going to have, I think, questions for pollsters. But you know, the reason to have a bigger lead is because things can go wrong, and you can wind up with quirky, frankly, ways to win like this.
Okay, there's a chime, and we have another state to now project for Joe Biden, and it's going to be the state of Minnesota for Joe Biden. Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota, and it's 10 electoral votes. It's good timing there. Picking up on what Nate was just saying, I want to bring this to John Carl. We know that President Trump had some hope in Minnesota. He spent a fair amount of time there, spent a fair amount of money there, because he wanted an insurance policy against a loss in Wisconsin or Michigan and Pennsylvania. It's not to be tonight. You combine that with Nebraska, and we're getting a much clearer picture of what each side has to do in these final hours.
Absolutely. I mean, he went there in the last week. He barely lost. Minnesota was the closest state that he could have flipped, and it's one of those blue wall states that he didn't get that he thought he had a chance. So now, you're looking at a situation where he really has to pick off at least Pennsylvania and maybe Pennsylvania plus Michigan or Wisconsin, depending on what happens in Arizona.
Right, and Chris Christie, this goes back to something you were saying before. It's putting even more focus on that state of Pennsylvania. Pretty much now, if Joe Biden, assuming Rahm is right about Arizona, if Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, he's going to win this election.
Yes, the Rahm meter projection makes Pennsylvania. But listen, you and I have been talking about this since July. I have consistently thought that whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to be the next president of the United States, and I think it's shaping up that way. Now, I do think that there's continued encouragement for the president in Wisconsin, and I think he is going to win. I'm going to have the Christie meter. I think he's going to win North Carolina to match up with you on your Arizona prediction and make myself +4. So you're looking at really Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan that I think are still the ones that we have to watch very carefully.
And we're still waiting for Arizona, waiting for Nevada.
And by the way, George, one other thing. I always like to pick out who the biggest loser of the night is. And so far, I think it's Mike Bloomberg. This is a guy who, decided to get into this race, thought he was going to be a factor, spent a fortune, was a blip in the Democratic
Driving
primary.
out of your lane to hit the guy.
And now he spends $100 million in Florida, and Trump's margin is bigger than it was before. So I think anybody who's looking for spare change, go to Mike Bloomberg. He's apparently giving it away for nothing.
What is it about Florida? Democrats always seem to be lured down to that state, and it never comes through at the end.
I think the changing demographics, we expect it to look more like what we're seeing in Arizona and Arizona and Texas, and it's just not trending that way when you think about black and brown voters, in part because of the heavy conservative vote among Latino voters down there, the growing number of conservative seniors who are moving down and retiring there. I know Biden got a lot more of those than before, but we're just not seeing the trend lines demographically shifting with the party the way we're seeing in places like Arizona and Texas, unfortunately.
Victor Kendall, you're in Miami.
That's right, George. And one Democratic data analyst that we spoke with called what happened in Miami-Dade County a total collapse. And there are some other problems here for Democrats. There's 2 Democratic House seats that were considered safe in this election. Well, not so much anymore. And one of those belonged to Donna Shalala. And speaking to all the money spent on those television ads, well, they were brutal, just relentless. President Trump hammering Joe Biden, labeling him as a socialist. Well, Republicans only spent, according to the latest numbers that we've seen, about $80 million on those ads, while Democrats spent closer to $130 million, and those ads for Republicans really seem to resonate with those Latino groups, not just Cuban Americans, but it's clear that they also reach the Nicaraguans, the Venezuelans, the Colombians. All of those groups seem to turn out for President Trump in this election, not the way the Democrats wanted this one to go. George?
Somewhat different from the way it's playing in Arizona, but David Mayer, what do we see in the exit polls about the role race is playing in this election?
Well, if you look at, let's take a look at the question. Minnesota racism in the U.S. It's interesting if you look here, and given the George Floyd and so much coverage of it this year, and this, much needed conversation in this country, only 8% of the people, according to the exit polls, said that that is the most important problem. Of course, we are dealing with the pandemic and the economy, and so there are a lot of things that have also shared the news cycle these last few months. 61%, though, who thought that racism is the most important problem to address went with Joe Biden. If you look in Minnesota, the job performance, he was hoping to pick up the state, but 52% said they disapproved of Donald Trump. And again, that whole debate over containing COVID or rebuilding the economy, this was also a state where well more than 50% said we have to get a handle on the pandemic first.
Lindsay Davis?
Yeah, I think that what remains to be seen, with the exception of Minnesota, which we just projected, but how the racial politics are playing out, in particular in these flashpoint areas where we saw the majority of the protests and the unrest over the summer during this so-called racial reckoning in areas like Philadelphia, where we just had the police shooting of Walter Wallace, in Minneapolis with George Floyd, in Atlanta with Rayshard Brooks, and also in Kenosha with Jacob Blake. How is that all going to shake out? 3 of those 4 states still outstanding.
Matthew Dad, this may have been the subtext of campaigns now going back to, of course, Barack Obama's first win in 2008. We're seeing it play out in different ways every 4 years.
Yeah, and as I said, it's a shifting electoral college, and I'm very interested in seeing what the national popular vote margin ends up, because that's going to tell me a lot. My guess is what we're seeing across all the states, with the huge exception of Florida, which I think at some point the Democrats have to just say, we're never doing that again. That's it. We're done. We'll concentrate somewhere else. Is there's about a 3 or 4 point shift towards Biden in every place, percentage-wise, in every place but Florida, Maine, New Hampshire, Arizona, Minnesota, all of the Texas, all of these places you're having a 3 or 4 point shift. And my guess is that is exactly what the national popular vote ends up, that there was a 3 or 4 point shift, and it gave Joe Biden we'll see, a bare win in the electoral college, and that's why everything broke the way it did.
Thank you, Matt. Byron Pitts, I know you want to weigh in on this.
Yeah, George, this issue of how the George Floyd dynamic play. I'm thinking of the famous New York Broadway play, A Bronx Tale. Would you rather be loved or feared? Right? What we saw with President Obama, there was so much pride and love for his candidacy in 2008. Black voters came out in large numbers. We're not seeing that this time in the South. We were at an evangelical Christian church on Sunday. Good and decent people. But when we talked about the issue of the racial divide, almost silence. They didn't have much to say about that conversation. They didn't see it the way that many people of color, many liberals have seen it around the country. And so I think for all the progress we think we're making as a nation, certainly for all the progress people pride themselves on the South, again, this notion of a new South, I think what we're seeing tonight, it would appear, when it comes to race, oftentimes in this nation, blacks and whites can receive the same information, but see it differently.
That's the story of the country. We've seen so many times we are divided in so many different ways. We have some information now coming in from the state of Nevada. The first votes are coming in from the state of Nevada. So much early vote in that state. It was well over 90% voted before Election Day, and now 74% of it has been counted.
That's right. That's what we have so far. George, in Clark County, this is where 3/4 of the vote's going to come for the entire state. This, of course, is Las Vegas. Joe Biden with a comfortable lead right there. He's up 10 points, overperforming from 4 years ago. A quarter of the vote still out. You can't talk about Nevada without talking about COVID, George. The state was ravaged by COVID, not only physically, but also economically. At one point, it had the highest unemployment rate in the entire country. 70% of the state depends on tourism. Washoe County, this is Reno. This is where President Trump has to keep the margins close, and right now, they're not that close. So the trend Even right now, Joe Biden on top in Nevada. And from what we're seeing in the data, a quarter of the vote still out. It looks like it could possibly be good news for Democrats.
Okay, Tom Yamas, thanks very much. I have to take another quick break.
그렇게 많은 선거인단이
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you will find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. I feel so clean when I see
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
feel something when I see you. Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished. Where is Susan? July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented. Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
있습니다만은 4년이 지난 지금 카운티 마리코바 카운티를 가져가고 있습니다. 이게 굉장히 중요한 것이 바이든이 이 지도에서 뭔가 기를 원했다면 플로리다에서 원했을 텐데 플로리다라든지 노스캐롤라이나든지 지금은 아직 좀 봐야 되는 상황이기 때문에 애리조나에서 선방을 하고 있다는 것이 굉장히
네, CNN 방송을 실시간으로 직접 보셨습니다. 좀 더 분석을 좀 해보죠. 자, 박 교수님, 지금 CNN의 집계 결과를 보면은 바이든이 220명, 트럼프 대통령이 213명의 선거인단을 확보한 것으로 지금 집계가 됐습니다.
네.
생각보다는 트럼프 대통령의 추격이 굉장히 가파른데요.
네. 두 가지를 말씀드리고 싶은데요. 하나는 선거 전에 대부분의 그 전문가들 예상이 최대치 트럼프 대통령이 확보할 수 있는 선거인단의 최대치가 210명 정도로 예상을 했고요.
예.
그 다음에 538명이 선거인단이니까 바이든 후보가 확보할 선거인단 규모를 한 330 내외로 예상을 했었습니다.
예.
근데 지금 이미 220대 213이라고 하는
210명을 벌써
네,
넘어섰네요.
그래서 트럼프 대통령의 굉장히 선전이 지금 벌어진 상황이고 이거는 초기 예상하고는 조금 다른 상황이 전개되는 듯한 합니다. 결론을 내리기는 우리가 아직 이르고요. 그 말씀을 좀 전해드리고 싶고 두 번째는 이게 이제 아까 제가 말씀드렸던 걸 조금 입장을 번복하고 싶은데요. 이 트럼프 대통령이 그 선거 조기 뭐 종료 선언 이런 가능성을 저는 굉장히 희박하게 봤는데 만약에 최악의 시나리오로 지금 펜실베니아와 위스콘신이 7일, 8일까지 우편 투표가 갈 거라고 예상하고 있습니다.
예.
그럼 그 두 지역이 30명이거든요, 선거인단이. 만약에 어느 누구도 270명을 확보하지 못한 상태에서 박봉의 대결에서 30명의 결과를 기다려야 되는 상황이라면은 우편 투표는 내 표가 아니라는 거를 당연히 알고 있는 트럼프 대통령이 굉장히 그 예상하지 못한 입장 표명을 할 가능성이 조금 커지고 있다라는 말씀을 또 추가로 드리고 싶습니다.
그렇군요. 초반까지만 해도 그렇게까지는 가지 않지 않겠느냐 이렇게 말씀을 하셨었는데 지금 상황이 굉장히 박빙 상황으로 가고 있기 때문에 한 치 앞을 내다보기가 어렵습니다. 조금 더 결과를 지켜봐야 되겠습니다. 자, 박 교수님, 그 결과는 좀 이따 뭐 들어오는 대로 전해드리고요. 이번 미국 대선을 우리가 왜 이렇게 관심을 갖고 지켜봐야 되는?
She really fought hard for the ag industry. I mean, Donald Trump came out, did a number of positive things for the ethanol industry. I think that really helped her and it really helped him in Iowa.
Okay, Rahm Emanuel, you wanted to weigh in earlier?
I think if you look at the map, and this is my one chance again to repeat myself but on a serious note, you're going to start seeing regional blocks. That when I think Nevada and Arizona, you got New Mexico, Colorado, you used to have the West Coast, you used to have the New England. You're going to start seeing that North Carolina and Georgia are going to start performing more and more like Georgia and less like Alabama, or rather more and more like Virginia and less like Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas. I will say that Florida did not perform in 2018 for the Democrats. It is not performing now, and there's going to have to be a real assessment if you're going to go spend $60 million.
Plus Bloomberg's 100.
Plus, all in. Thank you. I was just throwing that. Whatever you're going to go spend in Florida, my point is there's going to have to be a discussion about how you spend it, etc. Because the place is now in 3 elections immune from what Democrats on the congressional level, the Senate level, the statewide level, and the presidential level.
That's right. Mary Bruce, I want to go to you. The Senate Republicans are protecting a lot of those Senate seats they needed to protect tonight.
This was not what Democrats were hoping to see tonight. They still are keeping a very close eye on a few more races here. Arizona, of course, Maine, North Carolina, that runoff in Georgia. But given the optimism the Democrats had coming into this night that they were going to be able to flip the Senate and hold on to the majority, that narrative certainly appears to be changing as the night goes on. That is becoming much, 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 much harder, George.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Cecilia Vega, any updates on the president?
George, I wish I could tell you more. I can't. We're approaching 2 a.m. We're wondering if the lights are going to stay on out here at the White House because the clock is ticking for the hour that they told us that they were going to shut these off. It's crickets from everyone on our team, from me reaching out to sources. We're not hearing anything. And that poll that was gathered to go in to see the president is now not standing outside of the White House. So, George, we wait. Sorry. Come back to me. I'll tell you more soon, I hope.
We will find out more. I'll take that to John Carl. And John, let's talk a little bit more about the Senate right now. You're now looking at North Carolina, 2 seats still in play right now, at least, in Georgia, and of course that Senate seat up in Maine.
Yeah, and the Senate seat in Maine is Susan Collins. She was considered one of the most vulnerable. She's in a very close race, but they have something called ranked choice voting in Maine, which means you vote for who you're going to vote for, and then you have a second choice. So all those people voting.
And there's 4 candidates.
Yeah, there's
in Maine
4
right
candidates.
now.
If you're voting for one of those 3rd or 4th party candidates, you might put as your second choice. Chances are that second choice is not going to be the incumbent senator if you're voting for a 3rd party candidate. So that one we probably won't know for some time. I think the bottom line is, especially if what Governor Christie is hearing out of North Carolina is true, it's looking more and more likely that the Republicans will hang on to control of the Senate pending the expected runoffs in Georgia. We could have 2 Senate runoff races in Georgia.
We should follow up on that. I don't know if we have anything on the board. We know know that there's at least one runoff in the state of Georgia. We're still waiting to find out. Chris Christie, I know you were in contact with Senator Perdue in Georgia. The question is whether he's going to break 50.
Well, listen, George, there's 90% of the vote in now. He's at 51%. And, you know, the Perdue campaign has been telling me that it's going to be very close.
학교에 다 그랬는데 이걸 한다고 하니까
신랑이 갑자기 또 시골로
Closer and closer, and we may be without a runoff. And I think if you look at it that way, Perdue looks like he may avoid it today.
Okay.
He's running ahead of Trump, too, we should point out, right now.
Right. Georgia's still hanging out there. We're going to take another quick break. Some stations are going to leave us now for their late local news, but our coverage is going to continue through the night.
바이든이 이기면 일단
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families. Living large, but...
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented. Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
2 a.m. in the East, and we're about to hear from President Trump at the White House. Cecilia Vega, I surprised you a few moments ago. Now it is set. We do expect the president any moment.
It is, George. They are there in the East Room here at the White House. You can see that crowd, a bunch of supporters. I see one person who turned there didn't have a mask on. A couple people doesn't look like they're wearing masks, even though we were told earlier in the day that people in there would be wearing masks and will be tested. We know that they sent out hundreds of invitations for this event for supporters, family members to attend. And there you see it, the podium and the teleprompter's up. Seems we are going to actually hear President Trump address the nation tonight.
Right. And John Carl, they originally were supposed to be at the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. Apparently the district said that would violate their local health restrictions. But one of the things we've seen all year long is the president using the White House in a kind of unprecedented way in a political season.
I mean, it's just mind-blowing because I've covered 4 different presidents, and I'm used to a situation where you don't do explicitly political work on government property, let alone the White House. And the president he gave his acceptance speech at the Republican nomination on the South Lawn. He's done repeated events, full-blown campaign events on White House grounds, and that's.
대통령의 공식 입장 발표는 없었지만 지금 트위터를 통해서 입장을 밝힌 것 같은데요.
네, 백악관 연설이 예정돼 있긴 한데요. 앞서 오전 0시 50분쯤에 자신의 트위터에 우리가 크게 이겼다라면서 민주당을 향해서 그들은 선거를 훔치려고 노력하고 있다라는 내용의 글도 올렸습니다. 또 투표 시간이 종료된 뒤 표를 던져서는 안 된다면서 나는 오늘 밤 입장을 발표할 것이다. 큰 승리 이렇게 적었습니다. 미국 대선 개표가 진행 중인 가운데 두 후보 모두 서로의 승리를 확신하는 입장을 밝힌 셈입니다.
네, 현지 언론도 조금 당황스러울 것 같기는 합니다. 당초 예상과 다르게 지금 개표 상황이 진행되고 있는데 현지 언론 반응은 어떻습니까?
네, 먼저 바이든이 말한 것을 놓고는 북부 3개 주에 대한 희망을 바이든이 갖고 있는 것으로 보인다 이렇게 보도했습니다. 또 트럼프 역시 이번 선거에 대한 확신을 갖고 있다고 전하고 있습니다. 결국 두 캠프 간의 신경전이 상당할 수 있다는 전망을 이곳 언론들은 내놓고 있습니다.
자, 이번에 그 최대 경합지 중에 가장 주목을 받았던 곳이 플로리다주였습니다. 플로리다주에서 트럼프가 29개 자리를 다 가져가게 된 거죠?
최대 승부처 경합주 중에 경합주죠. 이 플로리다 승부를 가려졌습니다. 트럼프 대통령이 처음엔 1%포인트 차로 엎치락 뒤치락 했습니다만 결국 트럼프 대통령이 플로리다에선 승리를 했습니다.
네, 승리 가능성이 높은, 그러니까 트럼프 입장에서 승리 가능성이 높은 경합 지역이 있다면 또 어디가 있을까요?
네, 플로리다주와 함께 또 다른 남부 핵심 경합주는 바로 노스캐롤라이나주인데요. 트럼프 대통령이 초반 열세를 뒤집고 무서운 기세로 추격해서 뒤집었습니다. 트럼프 대통령이 플로리다에 이어서 노스캐롤라이나도 지켜내면서 남부 핵심 3개 경합주 가운데 2곳을 지켜낸 셈이 됐습니다.
자, 2곳을 트럼프가 지켜냈는데 그 남부 경합주 3곳 가운데 애리조나주, 이쪽은 바이든이 현재 앞서고 있나 봐요?
네, 바이든 후보가 마냥 추격을 허용하진 않고 전통적인 공화당 강세 지역 애리조나주에서 선전하고 있습니다. 차이가 좁혀지고 있어서 끝까지 봐야겠습니다만 트럼프 대통령이 여기서는 좀처럼 역전의 기회를 잡지 못하고 있는 것 같습니다. 바이든 후보가 여기서 이기면 트럼프 대통령이 반드시 이겨야 하는 남부 핵심 교두보 한 곳을 잃게 됩니다. 폭스뉴스는 바이든 후보가 애리조나에서 승리했다고 보도하고 있습니다.
자, 남부 지역은 트럼프가 앞서고 있고 결국 바이든 입장에서는 경합주 6곳 가운데, 그러니까 북부 지역에 있는 쪽을 최대한 다 가져가야지 승리를 장담할 수 있는 것 아니겠습니까?
네, 북부 경합 3개 주는 미시건, 펜실베이니아 그리고 위스콘신인데요. 트럼프 대통령 이 3곳 모두에서 상당한 표차로 앞서고 있습니다. 개표율이 60%에 이르고 있습니다. 일견 트럼프 대통령의 압승이 예상이 되지만 지금까지 개표 지역이 시골 지역에 집중되고 있고 또 바이든 후보가 유리한 도심 지역 개표는 아직 미미하다고 미국 언론들은 보도하고 있습니다.
자, 오늘 오전 그 특보 상황까지만 하더라도 현지에서는 그러니까 우리나라 시각으로 오늘 오후 1시쯤이면 윤곽이 드러날 것 같다라는 전망들이 조심스럽게 나왔었는데 윤곽이 언제쯤 나올 것 같습니까?
네, 시간이 흐를수록 당선자 윤곽을 예상하기가 더 어려워지는 말 그대로 피말리는 선거가 이루어지고 있습니다. 개표에 시간이 걸릴 것이 확실한 북부경합 3개 주 때문인데요. 개표에 시간도 걸리고 또 우편 투표를 놓고 다툼까지 벌어지면 당선자 윤곽을 말하기 전에 그렇지 않아도 분열된 미국의 분열상이 극에 달할 것이란 예상도 나옵니다. 대선일이 지나고도 언제 당선자가 결정될지 모르는 초유의 사태도 배제할 수 없습니다. 지금까지 워싱턴에서 전해드렸습니다.
지금까지 김나나 특파원이었습니다. 자, 미국 대선 개표 상황은 잠시 뒤에 다시 전해드리겠습니다. 이어서 정치권 소식 전해드리겠습니다. 홍남기 경제부총리가 국회 답변 과정에서 대통령에게 사표를 제출했다고 공식화하면서 여당
On either one of you, actually, Kate, why don't I start with you on this? It seems, at least coming into tonight, the rejection rate on these ballots, which could be subject to challenges going forward, has been relatively low, somewhat lower. Going forward has been relatively low, somewhat lower than people expected.
Well, we always have a higher rejection rate on absentee ballots as compared to votes that are cast in person. But I think it's right. It's another sort of example, I think, of something we all feared, which was some kind of election meltdown that hasn't really materialized. We haven't seen huge swaths of absentee ballots disqualified so far, although I think we do need to say many of them haven't even been opened, although, as of now, probably yes, but it's all happening in real time. But I think it's right. We at least, there have been efforts to disqualify certain categories of votes, but as to errors, so far it does not seem to be a huge issue. But if the margins are close enough, we may still see litigation around those that have been rejected.
Right, and even though the Supreme Court has waited and allowed the county to go on in Pennsylvania through at least Friday, Dan Abrams, that doesn't necessarily signal how the Supreme Court is going to deal with these questions going forward.
Correct, not necessarily. They were only faced with the question of, do we need to do this immediately, or can we basically push this off a bit? But by pushing it off, you also increase the chances that the court is going to let it stand. Because once you've had the vote, once the 3 days have passed and they've counted all the votes, it simply makes it more unlikely. I'll add one other thing. We talked about absentee ballots. One of the other litigation issues in Pennsylvania relates to what happens if your absentee ballot is rejected, because there have been certain counties where people are, someone gets in contact with them and says, hey, here's a provisional ballot. Your absentee ballot was rejected. A provisional ballot means this is an opportunity to vote. We'll see if it ends up counting. But that's another area where it's not just going to be absentee ballots, it's going to be provisional ballots. I mean, these are going to be the sorts of details that we're going to have to get into if this gets that close in Pennsylvania.
And we are not there yet. But Terry Moran, John Roberts, Chief Justice, has been so protective of the reputation of the court. I can't imagine he wants to be anywhere near this.
I think you're absolutely right. He's having a bad night, George, because he does not want the Supreme Court to be in the middle of this, in part because if and as this election moves into the courts, these are not like antitrust suits. This is going to be a political fight. At the same time, it's a legal fight. Some of the actors will be politicians. Remember Katherine Harris, the Secretary of State in Florida in 2000, who was one of the main officials deciding how that recount would go. And the Supreme Court itself has a sort of larger political dimension. Does it really want to be the court that for the second time in a generation would award the presidency to the loser of the popular vote? That is something Chief Justice John Roberts and none of them should really want if they can avoid it, because these are coming not just as pure legal cases, but as political catfights.
Kate Shaw, we were talking a couple weeks back, and I think you said it was your gut that perhaps Amy Coney Barrett would recuse herself from these cases. She then showed up at the White House for that ceremony after she was confirmed by the Senate. What's your guess now on whether she'll recuse herself or decide to rule on these election cases if indeed we see them?
Yeah, so she just started hearing cases yesterday, so she's now a full-fledged member of the court, and I think it remains hard to call. I mean, I still think she is, at the very beginning of what will likely be a long career on the Supreme Court, and I think she's someone who will care about her, reputation for integrity, her legacy as a justice. So I think she would want to avoid casting, the fifth vote, say, in a way that functionally hands the election to Donald Trump. So whether that means recusing herself or finding some way to, avoid actually casting that decisive fifth vote, I'm not sure what form it takes, but I do think that it's something that she would like to avoid doing as her first big action on the Supreme Court that she's just joined.
Of course, we are not there yet. Pierre Thomas, you want to weigh in on this?
Well, one of the things that will be interesting, we know that the Attorney General has irritated President Trump by not launching an investigation of Biden, or at least announcing such an investigation. But will he use the power of the Justice Department to weigh in on any of these issues if it's drawn out? We don't have an answer to that, but it's something to watch for sure, George.
Well, and if we've seen the Justice Department even become involved in cases having to do with this defamation suit. A woman who was accusing him of sexual assault, saying she defamed him, and the Justice Department stepped in on the side of the president.
Absolutely, you've seen that, but this would be extraordinary in terms of using the power and the influence of the Justice Department to determine or help determine an election. It's a big question.
And have you gotten any read? I know you speak with people close to the Attorney General, William Barr. Any read on how they're seeing that right now?
Well, he's been incredibly quiet the last couple of weeks. He's wanted to stay out of the headlines, not be in the news, just have the department do its work. So they've been very quiet concerning anything regarding this election, George.
Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. We're seeing the president's entourage enter the East Room right now. Let's get a full screen, hearing the crowd cheer a bit as well. We're expecting the president momentarily. A couple hundred people there in the East Room tonight. It's been a long night there. We're now coming up on 2:15 on November 4th, and we're nowhere close to knowing how this election is going to turn out yet. Already heard from Joe Biden tonight saying he believes he's on the path to victory, feels good about where he is right now, on track to win the election, laid out where he thinks he's confident now about Arizona, he said, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We'll hear from the president on how he plans to approach the next several days as well. Kind of John Carlos, we're keeping an eye on this. Kind of a remarkable run, though, for the president. It's hard to imagine that he was in the hospital with COVID less than a month ago.
It's mind-blowing. He was in the hospital. He was on supplemental oxygen, and it was less than a month ago. He's gone out, and he's been to 9 different states over the last, I believe, over the last week. Some 27 stops. The last 2 days, he was doing 5 rallies a day in multiple states. It's really something else, and he has motivated his core supporters. I mean, George, it's often been said, I've said it myself, that this president hasn't done much to reach out to anybody who didn't support him in 2016. Well, surprise, take a look at it. He's actually found voters who did not vote for him last time around.
Matthew Dowd, this is something that's been
a lot of that.
A trend that's been moving for basically the last generation. When Rob and I worked in the Clinton campaign in 1992, it was all about reaching out to people in the middle. Increasingly, after Bush v. Gore in 2000, you've seen each presidential election after that focus far more on turning out their own bases.
Yeah, George, I think this is a huge concern that for the American experiment of democracy, actually, because we are creating more and more enclaves of people that not only don't communicate with other people, they don't live around other people that aren't like them. And so these sort of totally political tribes that we used to have, and then there'd be this large group of people in the middle, and you'd persuade them, and everybody would pursue the middle. Now, I think tonight is really proof to the Donald Trump sort of playbook that there is a tribe that he could appeal to that is much bigger than anybody imagined. I mean, he's going to end up tonight with more votes than he got in 2016, and he turned out, and he's going to have bigger margins in some places than he had in 2016 when he barely won electoral college victory. I think it's a big problem, George. It's a huge problem, and each tribe consumes totally different kinds of information.
And one of the things we're seeing, Chris Christie, as this division takes hold in the country, is your former governor now in the Northeast, Republican, but Charlie Baker in Massachusetts, Larry Hogan in Maryland, Republican governors of blue states have to figure out a way to govern their state without supporting the president of their party.
Yeah, and listen, I think it's really relatively straightforward. Baker and Hogan have done a great job of it. And I've talked to the president about this, who at times gets annoyed at Baker and Hogan. And I said, so let me tell you something. That's the practical nature of this. And I will tell you, George, when I, as a sitting governor of New Jersey, endorsed President Trump in late February of 2016, in the next poll, my poll numbers went down 15 points. That's the reality of being a Republican governor in a blue state getting involved in federal politics. And so, I think that what we need to understand as a party, if we want to be in these blue states and have Republican governors in these blue states, we got to give them a pass on the federal issues. If we don't, we're going to sink them.
Martha Raddatz?
I'll tell you, George, one of the things that is a concern is because this is so close tonight and may go through the rest of the week and the divided country. I've seen voters change to President Trump. That was one of the things that surprised me in Texas. People saying, I didn't vote for Trump before, I'm voting for him now. And again, they cite his record. But we also ask tonight and during the week, what happens if your candidate doesn't win? And we talked about this earlier in the evening, or last night really, about those signs in neighborhoods and people ripping down those signs.
했었는데 또 민주당이 전체 다 주는 걸 또 얘기해서 또 조정됐지 않습니까?
Together. So if he ends up being the winner and full of confidence, what happens to the country? What happens to the other half of that country? And if it is Joe Biden, that is a huge, huge challenge for him as well, because people are dug in on their sides, and that is evident tonight.
Thank you, Martha. Presidential historian Mark Updegrove put this election in context. Most people, when they look at how this was conducted over the last year and saw that everything that happened in this year of 2020, saying it seems like it's the most contentious, most divisive election probably since 1968.
There's no question about it, George. This is an incredibly divisive election. And I think that if Donald Trump ekes out a victory here, it will be reminiscent. John Carl talked about the sheer stamina that we've seen from Donald Trump in this campaign, despite getting COVID. And it's reminiscent of Harry Truman in 1948, when it was assumed that Thomas Dewey was going to win the election. And we know that famous picture of Truman with the newspaper over his head, Dewey defeats Truman, the erroneous headline. And somehow Truman eked it out because of his pure stamina. He did a whistle stop tour across the country, and just through sheer grit earned back the presidency. And that's what we might see here. But the division, it's what's different here. Even in 1968, you didn't see quite the contentiousness between the two candidates, Hubert Humphrey and Richard Nixon.
Okay, Mark Updegrove, thanks very much. Lindsay Davis?
I think what's interesting is if we look at what could have been, and so much of this has been talking about the racial reckoning. I've always called it the so-called racial reckoning, because in the end, what has it gotten us? I mean, if we just do like a quick history minute here, in this country's 244-year history, we've only had 10 black senators. Tonight, and two of them, by the way, were during Reconstruction, so that was 150 years ago. Tonight, you had at least 309 people of color on the ballot running for various positions in Congress, 7 of them black candidates who are running for the Senate, 5 of them in the South. Prior to tonight, and still at this moment as we stand, Georgia, we kind of have to put a pin in that because that'll go to the runoff. But at this point, kind of goose eggs straight across. And so while there's been so much that's been said, for those candidates who are running in the South, they were really leaning into race, which is kind of unusual in the South. Quite often when you're trying to convince these white voters to vote for you, it was like something they would stay away from, but they were telling them, the message was it's time to meet the moment. And yet we don't know that. I think there's still one potentially competitive race in Michigan, John James running for Senate there, and so we'll see what happens. But in the bigger picture, it looks like at this point anyway, as things stand, that the Senate would still stay in control of the Republicans. And what does that mean now for a COVID relief bill?
And David Muir, one of the few things we can say about the outcome of this election right now is that we came into this election divided by race, by region, by party. At least at 2:19 on Wednesday, November 4th, we are still divided by race, by region, by party.
And we will be. We will be for some time to come, no matter who ends up winning this election, George. And, you make the great point about this country, and I just think about what Americans are going through tonight right here with us at the early morning hours. I mean, we're asking a lot of Americans right now this great experiment of ours that is a democracy. And we saw a record turnout even in the midst of a once-in-a-century pandemic. But now we're asking America to be patient and sit with us for not just the rest of this morning and throughout the next day, but as we heard, and now the president's coming out, possibly through the end of this week. And you can't forget, President Trump, 27 rallies just this past week, had coronavirus, recovered, his voice raspy this morning.
There's the president's family right now. We're seeing his son Eric, his daughter Tiffany as well entering. Lara Trump as well, the wife of Eric Trump. She was quite a campaigner herself. Throughout this campaign, a spokesperson for the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much.
자, 지금 외신 영상이 하나 들어오고 있는 것 같습니다. 자, 조금 전에 바이든 후보가 입장을 밝혔었는데 트럼프 미 대통령이 현 상황에서의 입장을 공식적으로 밝히고 있습니다. 보도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다. 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 정말 가장 늦게 제가 이렇게 기자회견을 하고 있는 것 같습니다. 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 정말 많이 지지를 해주셨고 수백만 명의 미국인들이 저희를 위해서 투표를 해주셨습니다. 그리고 그들 중에서 일부는 그 저를 지지해주신 분들에게 반하고 있는데 저희는 참지 않을 것입니다. 제 부인과 저희 가족, 부통령 펜스, 또 펜스 여사님께도 감사의 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 지금 저희가 큰 축제를 앞두고 있습니다. 저희가 압승을 하고 있었는데 사실 결과를 봤을 때 저희가 밖에 나가서 크게 아름답고 선한 것을 축하할 준비가 되어 있었습니다. 정말 성공적이었다고 생각했었습니다. 지금 많은 시민들이 투표를 해서 저희를 지지해 주셨습니다. 저희가 기대하지 않았던 플로리다도 저희가 이겼습니다. 저희가 압승을 할 수 있었습니다. 저희가 오하이오라는 위대한 주에서도 압승을 할 수 있었고 텍사스에서도 저희가 이길 수 있었습니다. 텍사스에서 이겼는데요. 70만 표 이상의 차이가 났습니다. 이 표 중에서는 개표가 되지 않은 표들도 있었고 조지아도 저희가 승리를 확신할 수 있는 것 같습니다. 2.5% 117만 표 정도 격차가 있는데 70% 정도만 남았기 때문에 저희를 따라잡을 수 없을 것입니다. 노스캐롤라이나도 저희가 승리가 거의 확실시 되고 있습니다. 1.4% 7만 7천 표 정도 격차가 있었는데 지금 5% 정도밖에 남지 않았습니다. 따라잡을 수 없을 것입니다.
보시다시피 또 아리조나 같은 경우에는 사실 굉장히 중요했는데요. 누군가 아리조나에서 이겼다라고 선언했는데 뭐 가능은 하겠습니다만은 가능할 수도 있겠죠. 근데 아직 개표가 되지 않아서 저희가 가져올 수 있는 표도 많다라고 생각합니다. 트럼프 주라고 뭐 많은 분들이 어떻게 부르시는지 모르겠습니다만 그렇게 부르시는 분들도 있었잖아요. 오늘 TV를 보니까 다른 후보가 이걸 가져갈 수 있는 가능성은 거의 없다라고 생각합니다. 이 애리조나는 저희가 가져올 수 있다면 좋았겠습니다만 저희가 또 승리할 수 있는 가능성도 상당히 있다라고 생각합니다. 뒤집힌 것도 봤고요. 그리고 그 격차가 줄어든 것도 봤습니다. 그래서 계속해서 그 추세가 유지되기를 바랍니다. 펜실베니아 같은 경우 저희가 굉장히 앞서서 이기고 있지 않습니까?
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this.
저희는 전체
We're up 690,000
60만 표로 앞서고 있습니다. 펜실베니아에서요.
These aren't even close. It's not like
사실
it's close.
박빙이 아닙니다.
With 64% of the
64%의 개표가 진행된 상황에서 사실 막판에 따라잡기는 상당히 어려울 것입니다. 펜실베니아 지역의 주민들은 지금 현재 대통령을 좋아합니다. 그래서 계속해서 이걸 확장해 나아갈 것입니다. 미시건도 이기고 있죠. 미시건 수치를 보고 저는 놀랐습니다. 와, 정말 많은 표다. 30만 표로 앞서고 있지 않습니까? 그리고 65%에 달하는 개표가 진행되었습니다. 위스콘신도 저희가 이기고 있습니다. 물론 다 이길 필요가 없습니다. 텍사스를 더하게 되면 과거에는 저가 이전에는 더하지 않았죠. 텍사스 주지사하고도 잠시 전에 통화를 했습니다마는 텍사스 주지사께서 축하를 해주셨습니다. 텍사스를 가져갔다고 축하를 해주셨습니다. 아직까지 집계가 완료되지는 않았습니다마는 거의 완료가 되고 있고 저를 축하해 주었습니다. 이런 걸 본 적이 없습니다. 아무도 이런 선거를 본 적이 없죠. 그래서 저희는 미시건에서 10만 표를 앞서서 80% 개표 진행된 상황에서 이기고 있죠. 사실 저희가 정말 어마어마한 선거날 밤을 맞이하고 있습니다. 그리고 지금 이 오차 범위를 보시게 되면 정말 놀랍지 않습니까? 저희가 60%의 개표를 남겨놓고 있는데 또 16개의 표를 가져가고 있습니다. 선거가 끝났습니다. 그리고 선거 끝났는데 이제 발표가 나오고 있죠. 어떤 일이 일어났나요? 이길 수 없다라는 것을 깨닫고 그럼 법정에 가겠다라고 했죠. 제가 이런 얘기 했었죠. 제가 이미 예상을 했었습니다. 이미 승리하거나 승리하지 않을 경우에는 뭐 법정 소송을 하겠다라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희가 37만 7천 표로 또 이겼고 텍사스가 그리고 오하이오도 저희가 승리했습니다. 오하이오도 정말 큰 주입니다. 정말 좋아하는데요. 저희가 거의 50만 표로 이겼습니다. 노스캐롤라이나도 정말 대단한 주이죠. 저희가 이겼습니다. 선두를 보시면 거의 7만 6천 표 정도입니다. 거의 개표가 다 된 상황입니다. 그렇기 때문에 사기라고 할 수 있습니다. 미국 국민들에게 사기를 저희가 하는 모습이라고 할 수 있습니다. 창피하다고 할 수 있습니다. 왜냐하면 저희가 선거를 이기고 있었습니다. 솔직히 말씀드리면 선거에서 이겼다고 할 수 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 저의 목표는 이제 저희가 이 나라를 위해서 이 정통성을 저희가 세워야 될 것 같습니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희가 법을 적절한 방식으로 사용을 해야 될 것입니다. 저희가 미국 대법원에 갈 것입니다.
그리고 모든 투표를 멈춰야 될 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 그 중에서 새벽 4시에 갑자기 어떤 투표용지를 가지고 투표함에 넣기를 원하지 않습니다. 정말 슬픈 순간인 것 같습니다. 제게 있어서 정말 슬픈 순간입니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희는 이길 것입니다. 그리고 제가 생각했을 때는 저희는 이미 승리했습니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희를 지지해 주신 여러분들께 감사의 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 함께 일해 주신 여러분, 또 부통령님 잠깐 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to
대통령님
join you in
감사합니다.
thanking more than 60 million Americans
600만 미국
who have already
국민께
cast their vote for 4
감사드리고
more
싶습니다.
years for President Donald Trump.
대통령의 임기 연장을 위해서 저희한테 투표를 해주셨습니다.
And while the votes continue to be
지금
counted,
개표가
we're going to
계속
remain vigilant.
이루어지고
As the President
있습니다만
said,
대통령께서
the right to vote has been at the center of our democracy
기다릴
since the
것입니다.
founding of this nation, and
이
we're going to protect the
국가가
integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've
생기고 난
inspired,
이래 저희 헌법을 계속 지켜나갈 것입니다. 여러분들이 아시고 있는 또 말씀하신 그 주에서 이 국가 전역에 걸쳐서 어마어마한 운동이 일어나고 있는 것 같습니다. 저는 무엇보다도 저희가 승리를 위한 길을 향해 가고 있다라고 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 또 한 번 승리할 것입니다.
네, 지금까지 트럼프 미국 대통령이 개표 중간에 본인의 입장을 밝히는 말을 들었는데요. 전반적으로 들어보면 승리에 대한 자신감을 표를 했고요. 기대하지 않던 플로리다에서 승리를 거뒀다.
The only success that they may have down the road is in assessing which votes will ultimately end up counting. But the idea
Let me
that
just stop
somehow
you right there. It would be illegal now to stop the votes that are out there waiting to be counted from being counted.
Let's be clear. Votes are still being counted. Stepping in right now and saying, let's stop counting votes would be the equivalent of like a baseball game where you've just played the top of the 9th inning and the visiting team says, you know what, it's not fair that the home team gets a last bat here in the bottom of the 9th. We're calling the game. It's over. We're not playing the last half of the 9th inning. That's just not the way the rules work. So you can't just say we're not going to allow the rest of the votes to be counted. The question becomes, what happens once the counting process has basically ended, at least round one? There can be recounts, there can be challenges, but the notion that somehow the counting is going to stop simply isn't going to happen.
Kate Shaw?
I mean, litigation has been a major component of the campaign strategy for in recent weeks and months of the Trump campaign, and I think it's pretty clear based on the remarks that we just heard that if anything, is just going to kick into higher gear. But I do think it's important to make clear there is no basis in law for a claim that counting must stop simply because it sounds like the president likes how the numbers look in some states, although he also said he, of course, wanted counting to continue in Arizona, where he believes he can make up ground. But there's no legal significance to any of the claims, I don't think, about stopping counting, nor is there a route to actually seek that redress in court in a broad sense. But I do think he has very clearly signaled an intention to really double down on this litigation component of the campaign strategy.
Clearly, Terry Moretti says a major fraud has been perpetrated on the American people, and there's a sad group who are trying to disenfranchise his voters.
Well, this isn't law, George. This isn't politics. This is theater. And let's be blunt. It's the theater of authoritarianism. What is happening right now. Every American knows that when you cast a vote validly, it should be counted. The President of the United States, no matter what he says, is trying to stop the counting of valid votes, the ordinary, everyday counting of valid votes. There will be fights about some votes, but he's trying to stop the counting, except in Arizona, where he's behind. He wants his votes counted. We should be blunt about this. This is not law. This is not politics. This is an attempt to end the election illegitimately so that he can maintain power. And we should be blunt about that.
Cecilia Vega, it's also not a surprise. The president has been signaling this for months and months and months.
Literally just wrote down, not a surprise, is a point I wanted to tell you about because he has been ramping this up. It has been a steady drumbeat. We had been told by sources leading into today that behind the scenes, privately, the president had been talking about this conspiracy theory of fraud and a stolen election more and more and more. And we should say, when the president says this is a fraud, George, this is not a fraud. This is the American democratic system in action, working exactly as it should be working. I also want to point out that the president said that he's going to take this to the Supreme Court. We saw this coming too, because before the appointment of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, he had said that he wanted her appointed in this expeditious manner, the fastest we had ever seen a Supreme Court nominee approved this close to an election day, because he said that he knew this case over the election would come before the Supreme Court, and that gets right at the heart of the controversy over how quickly and close to the election that she was approved. This is exactly what Democrats had been fearful of and warning about heading into this election, George.
John Carl.
George, we should also be clear, though, that the president can say whatever he wants to say at his party in the East Room. He has no power to stop the counting of the votes. And the Supreme Court is not going to stop the counting of the votes. There is no basis in law for doing this. As we mentioned a short while ago, in the state of Pennsylvania, which is where it might all come down to, the president said he's up, and he's right, he's at about 690,000 votes. Well, there are almost 2 million mail-in absentee ballots that have not been counted yet in the state of Pennsylvania. Of the 500,000 that have been counted, about 78% of those have been going to Biden because Democrats are more likely to vote by mail than Republicans. So if you do a little bit of math, that lead of 690,000 could well go away when the ballots are counted. And there is nothing the president can do to stop that counting. Now, there is still counting that has to happen in Wisconsin and in Michigan. The president may win those states, or he may lose them. But the counting will happen, and we will have results. And the Supreme Court is not going to stop that, and the president doesn't have the power to stop that.
Sarah Fagan, one of the other questions is going to be, depending on how far the president decides to push this strategy, if indeed he does decide to push it beyond the speech tonight, is whether those Republicans in the Senate especially, who've defended him for the most part through thick and thin, will go along with this. There were some signals in recent days that Republicans in the Senate would not go along with any attempt to stop the vote.
I don't think Republicans are going to back him on this. I mean, it's one thing when you're in the throes of a hand-to-hand counting and all of a sudden there's a recount and 13,000 ballots appear. That's a different legal matter. What John Carl said is exactly right. Whatever he said just now, it was bizarre, first of all. It was politically stupid.
Yeah, don't hold back now. Keep going on the other side.
No, he was having a good night tonight, and frankly, a better night than most people thought he would have. And he just worked on his message for the next 3 days.
And Martha Raddatz, the other question is, what institutions will go along with this if indeed the president pushes it?
Yeah, and if he pushes it, and it's exactly right, he doesn't have the power to do this, but what we saw tonight is what Donald Trump, if Donald Trump loses, that's how he's going to lose. He's going to be a sore loser. He's going to help divide the country even further, and other institutions going along with him. We'll have to wait and see. In terms of voters, in terms of those who back him, I think this is even a step too far for many of them, calling this a fraud before it's even over. But if anyone had any doubt how Donald Trump, if he loses, will go out, it will be this way, that he will call it a fraud. He will say the election was stolen no matter what happens.
But Heidi Heitkamp people are listening tonight, even though it's 2:38 in the morning.
You know what, George? I think that you're missing one really important part, which is his backers, the people who form militias, the people who slow down buses on roads in Texas. They're hearing quite a different story. You're saying this is going to hurt him. He is calling on, when he says stand by and wait, that this is the moment. And so this is more than maybe not politically smart. It's more than not being, right as a matter of constitution or law. This is a dog whistle, and it's very, very dangerous.
Chris, you want to respond to that?
Listen, as a talk tonight now, not as a former governor, but as a former U.S. attorney. There's just no basis to make that argument tonight. There just isn't. All of these votes have to be counted that are in now. In Pennsylvania, the argument won't even start in Pennsylvania until tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, because the Pennsylvania Supreme Court extended for 3 days when you could accept ballots. Now, I understand there could be an argument on that based upon Pennsylvania law, but that argument's for later. Tonight, this was not the time to make this argument. And
it's not about law; it's about politics, right? He's preparing the battlefield.
Well, listen, it is. But it's got to be bigger than that, and I disagree with what he did tonight. And I think Sarah's right that there comes a point where you have to let the process play itself out before you judge it to have been flawed. And I think by prematurely doing this, if there is a flaw in it later, he has undercut his own credibility in calling attention to that flaw. So I think it's a bad strategic decision. It's a bad political decision. And it's not the kind of decision you would expect someone to make tonight who holds the position he holds.
이제 다들 아시니까 538명 중에 바이든 후보가 한 340석을 가져갈 것이고 그다음에 트럼프 대통령이 210개, 20개 정도를 가져갈 것이라는 것이 많은 예상이었죠. 근데 이미 지금 그 북부 핵심 위스콘신과 펜실베니아가 오픈되지 않은 상태에서 213개, 220개 초접전의 선거인단 규모 확보 경쟁을 벌이고
to Biden in the way that he was done on the Russia investigation. That's what he's doing.
Take a break. You get the last word.
I think the fact that he used the word disenfranchised is disrespectful. Because if anything, the voters that have been disenfranchised have been the Democratic voters who have, waited for decisions, have waited in line, the post office has been compromised. If anybody's stealing an election, if anybody's compromising an election, it's been his side. So I think it's deeply disrespectful for him to use those words. I do agree with Heidi that I think the signaling to the folks who are standing back and standing by to redeem him if this election is quote unquote stolen from him, I think that rhetoric needs to be completely squashed and brought down. There are a lot of people who are afraid of that. And I think really when I look at that red map, all of these red states that have voted for this guy, this is your guy. This is a guy who is not respecting the foundation of our very democracy. And I think it's a shame.
Have to take a break.
ABC News, straightforward.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before.
분명합니다.
자, 전문가들도 이 자리에 나와서 이번 여론조사 결과는 다르다. 왜냐하면 이전 여론조사 때 샤이 보수
$8.1 million. Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and right on ABC.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife?
And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC. Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. Number one in politics versus the competition. The number one daytime talk show. And number one in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's number one news.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most program across all of television.
The remaining states that still have not been projected by ABC News, starting with the state of Arizona. 82% of the expected vote is in right now. Joe Biden holding on to a 5-point lead. Tom Yamas, the vote is trickling in these early morning hours.
Yeah, you know, George, we've been talking about politics all night. I think we're going to be talking about physics now. It's just getting so late. They're counting the votes slower and slower. The headline out of Arizona, though, Joe Biden on top, a state that President Trump won 4 years ago by more than 100,000 votes. The roles have reversed now. The Democrat is on top by 100,000 votes. The story of the night is going to be Maricopa County. This is where most of the votes come out of the Arizona state. We're talking about Scottsdale that has rural communities, it has suburbs, it basically has all of America in one county, and it's very large. Phoenix by itself is the 6th largest city. You can see right now Joe Biden overperforming in this area, doing much better than Donald Trump. And down here in the Democratic stronghold of Pima, this is Tucson, you can see he's just doing well. Where he's at right now, Joe Biden's doing well. We still have 18% of the votes still out, and we just heard President Trump say they're still counting votes here. We're going to have to wait and see, but the trend so far has been good for Joe Biden in Arizona.
The next door neighbor, Nevada, 78% of the expected vote is in.
Yeah, you know, we've been watching this one. This one's been coming in a little bit slower. We're going to talk about Clark County. 3/4 of the vote is going to come from Las Vegas. It's a 10-point spread right now as we look at this, and you can see Joe Biden slightly performing better than Hillary Clinton. But when we look at Nevada, we really want to look at Reno and Washoe County because President Trump has to keep it close here, and where he's at right now, it's not great news for him. It's sort of where he was last year. It wasn't enough to win. He has to get a little closer in Reno. It doesn't look like that's happening, but again, we still have 20% of the vote out.
What's that big hole in the center of the state?
This is a whole. It's a county that we don't have any information yet. And
I'm not an area, but low in population.
Yeah. This is a rural. Look, like I said, you're gonna have about 70% of the vote out of Las Vegas. You're gonna have Reno, which is the second biggest city. In the middle, you have a lot of the rural vote, but this is the area where Donald Trump has to run up the vote. He has to offset his losses in Las Vegas and Reno.
Okay, let's quickly take a look at Georgia and North Carolina as well. Let's pick those up as well, see what's happening in those states right now. Georgia, 91% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump holding on to the lead.
Yeah, so, George, here's the story here. We were talking about a 300,000 vote spread, then it turned into a 200,000 vote spread. Now we're at about 100,000 vote spread. So Joe Biden is catching up little by little, but we heard TJ Holmes reporting earlier about some of these counties. Cobb County, 90% of the vote essentially in, and he's doing well. He's overperforming there. But some of these other counties like DeKalb County, we're still waiting on 20% of the vote. Joe Biden's doing really well. If he can expand his voter base in Atlanta and the metro area, he's going to win Georgia. But it is so close right now. In several counties, we're still waiting for the vote to come in. 95% in Gwinnett, but that extra 5%, those likely are going to be Democratic votes, most likely, because you can see the pace that they're going at here. And that's why Joe Biden needs those votes to come in. That's why we haven't called this state yet. It's just too close.
Quick look at North Carolina.
Yeah. Take you in there.
we've been holding, like George, I said, we're up against physics here. Let me bring this up for you. We've been at 95%, I think, for the last 2 hours or so. The spread, I haven't seen in a while, so let me see. Let me do some quick math. We're about 100,000 in the spread, a little under 100,000 in the spread, about 80,000 votes right there. This was a vote, this was a state that President Trump won by +3 points 4 years ago, so this is not a position he wants to be in right now. We've been looking at the cities, Wake County, Raleigh, Joe Biden overperforming there. In Charlotte, Mecklenburg, this is the biggest county right there, and you can see he's overperforming. But George, I was telling you this just a couple hours ago. Donald Trump's keeping up, and that's because people are coming out in the rural areas, some of these country towns out here. He's driven up the vote. They could be new voters. They could have been Trump voters the entire time, but he's keeping pace with the gains Democrats are making in the cities.
A lot of big states are out there. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now it could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
When I see you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe. Feel something when I see you.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Okay, we are back now from our ABC News election headquarters, and you see there we have the popular vote up there. 82% of the expected vote is in nationwide, 132 million total votes, plus that is approaching the total number that voted in 2016. The estimate is 160. That would shatter all records. Rick Klein, our political director, this helps underscore how much outstanding vote there still is left to be counted.
Yeah, we're talking about
But now you finally have a president who understands that
I'll be a president who will stand with our allies and friends and make it clear that the days of cozying up to dictators is over.
자, 북한과의 관계 설정 어떻게 하느냐 이 부분에 대해서 우리 국민들이 관심이 굉장히 높은데요. 만약 바이든이 될 경우에 바이든 같은 경우에는 오바마 정부 시절에 부통령을 하고 또 외교통이었다고 하고요. 선 비핵화 조치 후 대화를 강조했다고 하는데 바이든이 됐을 경우에는 아무래도 우리 입장에서는 북한과의 관계가 다시 안 좋아지는 것 아니냐라는 우려가 있기도 하고 반면에 트럼프가 다시 당선이 된다면은 다시 한번 북한과의 대화의 길이 열리는 것 아닌가라는 생각도 드는데 어떻게 보십니까?
바이든과 트럼프가 북한 문제에 접근하는 방식은 공교롭게도 트럼프 대통령과 바이든 후보가 가지고 있는 이전의 경력이 굉장히 많은 걸 설명해주고 있습니다.
네.
트럼프 대통령의 가장 대표적인 커리어 경력은 기업가이고요. 바이든은 20년 넘게 델라웨어주를 대표하는 상원의원으로서 상원 안에서 외교위원장을 오랫동안 하면서 굉장히 외교에 대한 경험이 많고요. 그래서 기본적으로 바이든의 외교 정책을 한마디로 정리하면은 프로세스, 과정 중심적인 접근이어서
네.
트럼프 대통령과 김정은의 만남에서 보여줬던 탑다운 방식이라든지 세부적인 사항은 결정하지 않고 최고 지도자들이 만나 담판을 벌인다든지 이런 접근에 대해서는 근본적으로 재고될 굉장히 다시 이제 리뷰될 가능성이 높아서 바이든 정부가 만약에 들어서게 되면은 북미 협상이 활성화되기에는 좀 시간이 걸릴 것이라는 게 많은 분들의 생각이고요. 트럼프 대통령의 경우는 아시다시피 예상치 못했던 3번의 김정은 위원장과의 만남을 포함해서 북한 문제에 대해 통 크게 접근을 하고 있습니다. 근데 제가 한 가지 우려하는 부분은 뭐 사실 여부가 어디까지 정확한지는 모르겠습니다만 볼튼 보좌관의 이제 그 저서에서도 회고록에서도 보여지듯이 트럼프 대통령이 북한 문제를 그렇게 진지하게 뭐 진정을 가지고 대한 것 같지는 않습니다. 사석에서 사진을 찍으러 싱가포르에 간다고 얘기했다라는 그런 보도도 있었고요. 그래서 저는 재선에 성공한 트럼프 대통령은 재선에 필요한 트럼프 대통령이 다루는 북한을 다루는 방식이랑 꽤 온도 차이가 있지 않을까. 그래서 저는 트럼프 대통령이 재선된 다음에 북한 문제가 다시 뭐 적극적인 담판의 어떤 창이 열린다든지 하는 것을 조금 좀 뭐랄까요, 이렇게 가능성을 좀 낮게 보고 있는 그런 편입니다. 그래서 뭐 일단 그 정도로 북한에 대한 문제가 있을 것 같고요. 한반도 문제에 대해서는 주요 현안 동맹 주한미군의 수를 감소하겠다든지 예를 들어서 또 주한미군 동맹군 비용을 대거 올리겠다든지 하는 지금 그 테이블 위에 올라 있는 문제들은 바이든 정부가 들었을 때는 사라지겠죠. 그리고 전통적으로 동맹을 중시하는 것이니까요. 그다음에 트럼프 대통령은 재선에 성공한 대통령으로서
Historic election night, breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Feel something when I see you.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC. Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And we are back 3 a.m. in the East, midnight in the West, and this is where things stand right now. Joe Biden has 221 electoral votes, winning 18 states. Donald Trump, 213 electoral votes. He's won 23 states so far tonight. One of the things we want to keep an eye on now is what's happening in the financial world as they digest these results that are coming in through the night. I want to go to our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis. Rebecca, track what's been happening over the last several hours.
Well, and George, stock futures, which are an indicator of where the market might trade when it opens tomorrow, had been bouncing around throughout the night. They were up a little bit. They were flat going into President Trump's speech. Now they are down more than 400 points. And what Wall Street was looking for tonight was this decisive victory, some sort of closure. And many veterans on Wall Street told me they weren't even necessarily concerned with who would be the winner, but that there was a decisive victory. But this closure that we clearly are not going to have for an extended period of time now, that is the uncertainty that weighs on the market. We've seen it weigh on the market for political reasons, because of the pandemic, because of the economy. And without having closure here, it's not just a matter of what may happen inside America as we wait for these results, but also what happens to businesses. Businesses make plans. They adapt to whomever is in office, and they make choices about how they're going to hire, where they're going to spend money. And what I've been hearing from a number of CEOs and founders of companies, including small businesses, is that without a sense of who is going to be in that office, they have to delay big decision making. And the longer they delay that decision making, especially in an economy like this one, where unemployment is 7.9%, 12.6 million Americans are out of work, 22.7 million Americans are on some form of unemployment benefits, and almost 8 million people have slipped into poverty in the last handful of months. These are really significant. That time delay, it becomes a more significant and pressing issue. Not to say that they're looking for an answer without having something out there, having something to hang their hat on, but Wall Street wants that decisive victory that they know that they can trust.
Yeah, we did 4 years ago. Once it became clear that President Trump would get elected, we saw for a moment the markets dive, and then they had recovered pretty much by the end of the day, or within days right now. But what you're saying now is that they're likely to be volatile until we have some sense of who the next president is going to be.
Absolutely. And your point is a very valid one. I was thinking a little bit deja vu 2016, because at this point in 2016, overnight, the futures market was selling off, but by the following day, stocks had rebounded and actually closed higher the day after Election Day. That said, this is a very different time, and the economy is facing very serious headwinds. While we've recovered a great deal from the losses imposed by the coronavirus and the pandemic, there's still still a long way to go. And George, when you look at where things stood when President Trump took office, 4.8% unemployment. Today, 7.9% unemployment. That is the highest unemployment rate a president facing re-election has had going into an election. And you have so many small businesses that are also really concerned right now. Over 100,000 of them have permanently closed as a result. And there is a question to be had about where the onus lies, where small businesses, I speak to small businesses on a regular basis, and for some, they look at their local government, and that's where they keep the responsibility. That's where they believe the responsibility lies. But for many, they also look to their national federal government and say, where is the leadership right now?
Rebecca Jarvis, thanks very much. Let's take a look at some of the sources of that uncertainty right now. Those three states that made up the blue wall for the Democrats before 2016, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. You still have about 19% of the vote to be counted in Wisconsin, 30 in Michigan, 26 in Pennsylvania. I want to bring in Nate Silver right now. Nate, I don't know where this came in your list of probabilities coming in tonight, but just give us a sense of what you're thinking now, what you're looking at, how you see this going.
So Joe Biden still has a few different routes to victory. If he were to win Georgia, which is going to be very close once all votes are counted in Atlanta, that would probably be enough for him. If he were to win Arizona, which the AP has called, we are being more careful. There are still quite a few votes there in Arizona. If he were to win Wisconsin and Michigan and then win Pennsylvania, I mean, so he has like three different paths basically that are plausible. And Trump has to kind of win every path or prevent him from winning any of those paths. So it's leaning Biden at this point. Ironically, we kind of wind up probably about where we were at the start of the night, where if you were putting odds on it, you might say Trump has a 1 in 10 chance or something. But, you know, every different state has a different story.
After everything we've gone through tonight, we're still at about where we started. And I guess that makes sense because we're still waiting for Arizona. So far, every state that's been projected has gone the way it went in 2016.
Yeah, although again, Arizona, you do have Biden ahead right now, and you have seen some interesting shifts. Florida became more Republican actually than in 2016. Trump won it by a bigger margin, as he said correctly, this year. So it is a little bit of a realignment in some ways. It's another very close election, but you do see subtle shifts. If Georgia turns out to be the decisive state, which it could as any of the states, then I think would tell us that like the map is changing a little bit, but not necessarily ways that are purely favorable for Democrats.
At 538 right now, you've got Arizona, not deep blue, you haven't projected, you've got a sort of light. You've also got Wisconsin in the same position right now. What's that based on?
So Wisconsin is based on the fact that Minnesota was called for Biden. Minnesota, Wisconsin, pretty similar. You have Minnesota with a 7-point lead roughly for Joe Biden. Wisconsin, it seems like the votes that have not been counted yet are very blue votes, right? It'll be close, but that's our model, doing the work ourselves and projecting Wisconsin. But, you know, again, none of these are sure things. By the way, North Carolina is also not a sure thing. North Carolina, you are allowed to have ballots come in after Election Day, so Trump has a narrow lead there, but there could be more votes counted later on. So all these states are uncalled for a reason. We're making inferences here to try to give you some sense of what the numbers say, plus what my impressions are from reading experts in each state. But, you know, look, I mean, we tell people all the time, strange things happen. You would rather be Joe Biden, you would rather have been Joe Biden at the start of the night, but for totally different reasons now. Now it's about, like, making sure these votes are counted.
The three states you still have gray, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, all for somewhat different reasons. You say Georgia because that big vote in near Atlanta, in the collar counties of Atlanta, is still out. Any other factors in play there?
I mean, it should be really close. The New York Times has projections in Georgia, expects it to eventually be within 0.5 percentage points or so. It could be a recount potentially there. Michigan and Pennsylvania I've grayed out just because we know very little about them yet. They are at the earliest stage of their process. Wisconsin is a bit further along. It might get there by 10 a.m. in the morning or the wee hours of the morning. Milwaukee might report fairly soon. Michigan and Pennsylvania are going to have to wait the longest, and the mail vote there in Pennsylvania is very blue. Biden may be further behind Pennsylvania, but it's a very, very blue, like 40-something points by party registration mail vote in Pennsylvania. So that will shift things when that comes in. But Pennsylvania has warned people it's going to be probably the last state here to decide.
Nate Silver, thanks very much. We're going to take another quick break.
ABC News,
best to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families. Living large, but...
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from?
Buckle up. Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Oh, look at this blue sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise, network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen a red Focus.
The steering wheel's getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Coverage of election night continues.
And welcome back to our coverage of the 2020 election. This could go on for some time. Big states still out there, including the state of Georgia. Let's take a look at that right now. Right now, we're seeing 91% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump still holding on to a lead there over Joe Biden, but so many votes still outstanding around Atlanta, Tom.
Yeah, George, still sort of a stalemate here. We can see President Trump is on top by 2 percentage points. When you do the quick math, it's about 110,000 votes at this hour. We've been talking all night about Atlanta and the ring counties. If you're still watching us, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote to come out here. That's what will decide this state right now. We have the vote in Upper Georgia, Northern Georgia, Southern Georgia, the Piedmont region. President Trump winning in all the areas he won in 2016. But from the get-go, Democrats thought that their gains were going to be at the Atlanta Metro County for 2 reasons. First of all, you have growing Latino populations, growing African-American communities, but you also have people who've moved to Georgia for the jobs because there are more jobs in the Atlanta metro region. We've had reporting from TJ Holmes, who's been in Georgia, about some counties that have stopped counting votes or processing ballots. So it's going to be a while. We still have 9% left to go, George. But if you do the quick math, Joe Biden can catch up. And that's one of the reasons why we can't call Georgia.
Thank you, Tom. Let's bring in Leah Wright-Rigueur, professor of American history at Harvard. And Leah, one of the things we have talked about tonight is Georgia is one of those states in the Southeast that has really been transforming itself. So more along the model as what Virginia now is. It's heading in that direction.
Absolutely. So we've seen a demographic shift in Georgia that's happened over the last, couple of years, and in some ways even a couple of decades, where it's become much more racially diverse, much more class diverse, and a different kind of essentially political voting audience. So, when we see the kind of returns in the really tight race that's happening now, we have a lot to think about. We have to think about the people who are moving into the state, the people who are operating in the states, the racial mix of the state. And it's starting to look like it's a possibility that it could be another 1992 moment, as George, I'm sure that you would know really well. The other thing that we have a lot to thank for, and this really came up in the 2018 midterm elections, is the work of figures like Stacey Abrams and her New Georgia Voter Project, which has dramatically expanded the roles of Georgia voters in the state, and really brought in unlikely voters, non-voters, first-time voters, and really transformed the makeup of who is a Georgia voter. And that actually matters, and that's why the race is so tight right now.
Enough to make the state a battleground. Is it enough to change it blue? We do not know that yet. TJ Holmes in Atlanta, what more can you tell us about where the votes are and when they will be counted?
Well, we got an update for Gwinnett County, which is the second most populous county here. It told us that they would not have their results in, would not be reporting them tonight. The Deputy Secretary of State actually told us, hey, if they have them in, it would shock us. Well, apparently they did shock everybody, and that's why we saw a change in the numbers in the race tightening. Gwinnett did report their numbers, 95+%, as you saw Tom Yamas explain, and when that came in, that's when the race tightened. Gwinnett County is one of those counties that Hillary Clinton did pull off last time around, and she was the first Democrat to do so since Jimmy Carter. So that did tighten up. They only have about 4,000 to 5,000 ballots left that they say they are going to go through in the morning. So they've told us they have stopped, and they'll do those last few in the morning. So that's what happened there. And still, Fulton County, the most populous county here, again, that stronghold where Hillary Clinton got 297,000 votes last time around. Well, that county is saying they are not going to have their results now until the morning. So that is the one we're going to wait on and see if that thing, the possibility is there, because Hillary Clinton did win Fulton County by 180,000 roughly votes last time around. So there is a chance of that tightening, and that's why we're going to be looking at that so closely. And about the changing demographics, George, this state was 70% white voters back in 2004. By 2016, that was down to 60%. So that's the changing demographics, and that's why it's so important for folks to see what happens in this Atlanta metro area.
TJ Holmes, thanks very much. We have another projection in the Senate. It comes from the state of Montana, and the governor there, Steve Daines, is going to be elected to the Senate in the state of Montana. Another Republican hold there in the state, John Carl. The path for the Democrats is getting narrower to take control of the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, this was one that was going to be a reach for them in Montana. But I think that now that they have hung on in Iowa, that it looks good in North Carolina. They didn't pull off that one. That they're not going to win anything outright in Georgia. It does not look like the Democrats will have a majority in the Senate, at least not tonight.
Definitely not tonight. Of course, North Carolina is still holding out there as well, and Maine we're taking some time on as well, waiting for Arizona and Nevada to come in right now. Christy, I know you've been talking to Tom Tillis in North Carolina earlier in the night. Any update there?
I was communicating with him probably about an hour ago. He thinks he won. I mean, just doesn't think that the votes are there to overcome the lead that he has. And so I think Tillis, has not announced publicly one, but they feel very confident in the Tillis campaign that there's not the votes there to catch up.
And Mark Updeveau, presidential historian, let's talk a little bit more about where things stand in this unusual election. We've talked about how this is unprecedented. Some call it the most consequential election of our lives. I happen to believe that could be true as well. We've had elections during pandemics before. We've never had elections where a pandemic like this, an economic crisis like this, a racial crisis like this, and a president like this.
You're absolutely right, George. The one thing is we can go back to the Great Depression. This is in some ways like the Great Depression. We had an incumbent President Hoover during the depths of the Depression lose to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and you saw Roosevelt unite the country during a time of enormous crisis. Our greatest presidents do that. They unite the country. They bring us together. Abraham Lincoln was another one. I think one of the sad moments tonight was hearing our president say that indeed it's a sad moment in American history tonight. And I think that it's a sad moment in the history of the presidency for a president, an incumbent president, to question the integrity of our election based on no evidence whatsoever. I think one of the headlines of this election, George, is going to be the triumph of American democracy. We saw 20% more voters show up at the polls in 2020 than we did in 2016. That shows the health of our democracy. That's what Donald Trump should have been talking about tonight.
Hey, John, Carl, one of the things that could be a victim of all this, a consequence of all this, it looks like we're going to have stalemate now for quite some time. Uncertainty in the presidential election, uncertainty in how the Senate is going to play out. There's a majority, the Democratic majority is going to be returned in the House, but this is all happening when millions and millions of Americans, and Lindsay was talking about this earlier, are looking for relief from the pandemic, economic relief.
A major economic relief bill that has been stalled in the Congress, and now it's going to, it's faced a deadlock Congress. You thought that something would happen after the election, but you're right. We, on all likelihood, won't know whether or not Democrats or Republicans will be in control in the next Congress and the Senate until January. And obviously the presidential race is going to be
at least a few days.
Well, at least a few days.
Okay.
At least a few days.
Have to take another break. We'll be right back.
Stand down. I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Oh, look at this clear sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise, network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
Back now at ABC Election Headquarters in New York. It's 3:20 in the East. Let's recap where things stand right now. At this hour, Joe Biden has won 18 states, 221 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 23 states, 213 electoral votes right now. You see the big states that are out there yet to be projected. Nevada and Arizona in the West, Alaska in the Northwest, Hawaii in the Deep West, those key states in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in the Southeast, North Carolina and Georgia, and the state of Maine as well. So there are a lot of votes left to count right now in this presidential election. Let's also show you where the popular vote stands right now as we are heading towards 3:30. And there you have it right there. Close race right now, a little more than 66 million votes for Joe Biden, 64,700,000 for Donald Trump, 50 to 49% right now. Much
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families.
Living large.
But
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented. Josh, did you kill your wife? I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC. Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show, and #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you will find them all here on Disney Plus.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, The War Among Us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Oh, look at this clear sky!
Hey, clear sky, guys! Made it through!
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning. Rebuilding Paradise. Network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Welcome to Disney+. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit. No limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on. Dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them. You'll find them all here. On Disney+.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And we are back now at ABC News election headquarters in New York. Here's where things stand at 3:30 in the morning on the East Coast. 221 electoral votes for Joe Biden. 18 states won. 213 electoral votes for Donald Trump. 23 states won, but some big states are still left out there. Let's take a look now at one of the key states in the Southwest, Arizona. Arizona with its 11 electoral votes. 82% of the expected vote is in. Joe Biden holding on to a 5-point lead. We're not seeing a lot of new vote there, but Whit Johnson, what more can we say about where the count is?
Well, George, we actually spoke with election officials from Maricopa County not too long ago, and they say that they're still actually counting votes. Both people who voted in person at the polls today, at last check, they still had upwards of 100,000 votes in that category to check. They were counting those actively, and we're going to continue counting those through the night. They also had this other separate category, about 250,000 ballots that were actually absentee ballots that people then came and dropped off in person today. Maricopa County said they weren't even planning to count those tonight. They were going to start counting those tomorrow morning, even though we're already in the morning hours, but a new group of people were going to come in and start counting those then. The question is, with those ballots that were still outstanding, could Trump make up the ground on Joe Biden? It's still unclear if he'd be able to do that. But I want to go back to just what this says about the state of Arizona and the shifting demographics. And you have the Latino population here, now 30% of Arizona residents. And then the new voters, the population boom. We spoke to two women who described themselves as independent voters who are voting for the very first time in this presidential election, despite the fact that they were old enough to vote in presidential elections prior. They felt the urgent need to cast their ballots for Joe Biden in this election because of President Trump's rhetoric and his handling of the pandemic. We know that COVID-19, the coronavirus pandemic, has been a major backdrop of this entire election. And here in Arizona, they had the huge spike in cases over the summer. It died down a little bit, but now they're seeing those cases tick upwards again, a rise in hospitalizations and positivity. So especially especially with the women voters who we talked to. The pandemic, healthcare, the economy, those three top issues were all inextricably linked together, and that's something that we've heard across the board. So Democrats feeling really confident tonight, hoping they can hold on to this win in this traditionally red state, George.
Okay, Whit Johnson, thanks very much. Let's look at Nevada as well. 79% of the expected vote is in right now, and Joe Biden is holding on to a 2-point lead there over Donald Trump. 79% of the expected vote. I want to bring in Amanda Renteria, our ABC News contributor, as well for her analysis on this. And what do you make of what you're seeing, Amanda, in both Nevada and Arizona? What it says about the states, what you expect to happen?
Yeah, so this is moving in the direction towards Biden. Biden has done a lot of work in the Latino community. And for a couple of now election cycles, you've seen really a solidifying of the Latino community on the Democratic side. You're also seeing a lot more of the Latino organizations led by Latina women, which we have learned in this cycle. There is a split between Latina women and Latino men, and that showed up differently in Florida. But in Nevada and Arizona, it looks like it's coming together for Biden. And the campaign is certainly excited about what they have been seeing. It also helps that Bernie really did bring out that vote in the primary for the younger youth Latino community, and we're seeing it now to fruition.
Talk a little bit more about those differences between the generational split in the Latino community, also split between the Southwest and the Southeast.
Yeah, so this has been a long understanding within the Latino community that when you come from Venezuela or Cuba and you've experienced some socialism, there has been a lot of different money put in, particularly the Eastern Seaboard, but specifically Florida over time, to really connect Democrats to socialism. That happened again in the primary cycle, and we're seeing those numbers come up as you look through the Florida numbers. You really can see the difference, and particularly early immigrants, you are seeing the change there. And so that's really the big split between what we've seen in Nevada and what we've seen in Florida. And it looks like as we're going into the evening, we are seeing that real difference come through in Arizona and Nevada, and the numbers look very good for Biden there, but on the Eastern Seaboard, it's a little bit different.
And how about Texas?
So Texas is is another interesting area. There's quite a bit of diversity there, certainly Mexican American. The difference there is it's rural, and there hasn't been as much investment that you've seen in Arizona and Nevada.
Okay, Amanda Renteria, thanks very much. I want to bring up Wisconsin. Again, let's take a look at where things stand in Wisconsin right now as we're continuing to count the votes all across the country. See, 83% of the expected vote is in right now. Donald Trump holding a lead. Sarah Fagan, I know you've been paying close attention to where the votes are, where they're coming in. What's your analysis of where things stand there right now?
Look, there is a lot out in Milwaukee. And even though Donald Trump has a pretty decent lead here, this is going to narrow. It's going to get a lot closer. I don't know that Joe Biden gets there, but it's certainly going to tighten. One other thing that I found so interesting, I talked to somebody earlier on the ground who said, earlier in the evening, watch Dane County, Madison. If they go past 70% turnout, there's no chance that Donald Trump can win. They have 79% turnout. However, as we've seen all over the map, red County's coming in very, very strong.
So red is coming in strong, blue is coming in strong. Rahm Emanuel, that's one of the big stories of the night.
It is an amazing, I saw this election as one of the depth of Donald Trump's support versus the breadth of the coalition that Joe Biden built. And I don't think anybody, when you look at all the national polls, Joe Biden's going to win maybe by a point, and all those polls had it 8, 9, or 10. Donald Trump has made a prediction that there was X million of voters that did not vote in 2016. I'm going to get them to the polls. And right now, he's proven that. On the other hand, Biden is also proving that he's built, like when you look at Arizona, you look at some of these other states like Georgia, that he's built a coalition that is made up of a diverse group of voters from across the spectrum of America. And he's doing quite well. But is it well enough to overcome what Donald Trump's producing in the rural areas?
In fact, they seem like two very different Americas.
this.
They are, and I think we made a lot of assumptions that I'm questioning now. Like, for instance, we thought that people's frustration and fear of Donald Trump was going to be a significant enough motivator to get some people off the fence, particularly independents and Republican folks. We're just not seeing that show up. We also assumed that we were going to be able to have, as Ram said, this coalition of folks come together and really do the work. I think also overcoming the lack of infrastructure because of the pandemic. When we had the last big turnout, it was 2008, and everybody's still talking about the machine, the infrastructure that Barack Obama was able to build to reach people where they were. We weren't able to build that in significant fashion because of the pandemic, and also we just didn't, I don't think Joe Biden had that built fast enough for us to be able to do it. So I think these are where we're starting to see kind of the rooster come back home, because those are some assumptions that we made and we thought we were going to be able to overcome them, but I don't think that we are.
Christy, one assumption Donald Trump has made from the very beginning is that he is going to stick with his base through everything. They come first, they come last, they come all the time.
And, you know, based on what we're seeing today, he's expanded that base significantly. And, you know, George, this is a race that was posited as policy versus personality. Right, and I've heard Ram say a number of times, you know, Joe Biden had the right kind of compassionate type of personality. That was the right contrast. But I also heard a lot of Republican voters say to me, you know, they don't like the president, they don't agree with the president and the way he conducts himself, but they weren't comfortable with Biden's policies. And it may be, as we dig through all this, that's what we're going to find happen here as well.
And it's a close election, even though he didn't do what you called on him to do from the very beginning of his campaign, lay out a clear second-term agenda.
Yeah, I mean, you know, part of it, too, is I think that because there was this attempt by Biden to take policy out of it to some extent. Just talk about COVID, talk about him being a uniter and an American president. It may have had two effects. And the first and most important one was that he said enough to make Republicans worried about what he was really going to do. Why wasn't he talking about it? And was he really carrying the Sanders agenda with him? And if he was, that motivated a lot of Republicans to get out and vote for Trump. Now, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but I think those are things that are starting to pop into my mind as we go deeper in the night.
Lindsay, pick up on what Yvette was talking about as well. This did the Democrats have, there's a lot of votes still out there, the right strategies as they built this coalition? Did they build the kind of excitement they needed to build?
You know, I think that one thing that you can't underestimate, President Trump has a lot of stamina, and all the rallies that he did, and you know, we've heard from the Trump campaign about the millions of doors that they personally knocked on despite the pandemic, and all the states where they had thousands of people coming out and getting on the local news and that kind of traction. I think that we'll see in the end if that ends up being something that's really tipping the scales. But I think that another major difference too is President Trump said that this election is a choice between a Trump boom and a Biden lockdown. And you're seeing in areas at the beginning of the night, Adrian Bankert was talking about how in Ohio this is really about jobs there. In Houston and many other cities across the country, we heard from people who are saying that they've, as a result of the coronavirus, lost their job, lost income, they've been furloughed. And so I do think that even though Biden, former Vice President Biden, has said, you know, we can't rebuild the economy until we gain control over this virus, I think that there was a lot of fear. It comes back to the debate of the lives over livelihood, and a lot of people economy and trust President Trump.
Lindsay Davis, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
This is what being live is all about.
I can see pushing through.
This is ABC News Live.
Neighborhoods are underwater.
24/7 streaming news source, ABC News. Imagine breaking news, live events as they happen, streaming live, non-stop, straight to you. Imagine
instant, incredible access to the most compelling live video. That's a grenade. Original, on the edge, breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, all the most innovative storytellers, all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want, free. And imagine the most celebrated, epic live events and moments, all playing out right before your eyes.
See those flames behind me?
Go
We're
there
trying to
now.
put this fire out right now.
With ABC News Live. Think of it as your live streaming adrenaline rush.
Just look at all of the smoke here.
Real, raw,
Welcome to
live.
the Columbus Zoo.
No matter where the next step takes us, we're taking it.
That's frightening.
And go deeper inside the groundbreaking exclusives from the campaign trail only ABC News gets. Behind the scenes, exclusive access.
Take you inside for an extraordinary tour here at ABC News Live. This is it.
It's time to go there, be there, experience it, live on the scene. Maybe that's why, in just 1 year, ABC News Live is already America's #1 live streaming news. And imagine this, it's free. Wow! Watch ABC News Live right now and anytime, streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America.
You're watching live coverage of election night on ABC.
And welcome back to ABC News Election Headquarters here in New York, coming up on 4 a.m. in the East. And that's what we've been looking at all night. 221 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 18 states won. 213 for Donald Trump, 23 states won. One state yet to be projected, the state of Maine, way up there in the Northeast. Stephanie Ramos is there. We've got 70% of the expected vote in. Joe Biden holding a healthy lead. Of course, that's the state where you've got the ranked voting and a key Senate race.
Exactly, George. And Maine is really interesting because it's one of those states that splits the electoral college vote. So Maine and Nebraska are the only two states in the country that split the electoral votes. In Maine, they give 2 out of the 4 electoral votes to the statewide winner, but allocate 1 electoral vote to the popular vote winner in the 2 congressional districts here in Maine. So let's go back to the last presidential election 4 years ago. Maine did the same thing for the very first time, giving Hillary Clinton 3 of the electoral votes and 1 to President Trump. But right now, as you mentioned, Joe Biden has 1 electoral vote here, still waiting to see results when it comes to the other 3. But keep in mind that Republicans have not won the state of Maine in a presidential election since the 80s. So it's likely that Joe Biden will win the state of Maine here tonight.
Yeah, let's go to Heidi Heitkamp. You, of course, served with Susan Collins in the Senate. She was always in a perilous position up there in Maine, held on as the only remaining moderate in the Northeast.
Well, what's really interesting about all these Senate races is they're following the 16 trend, which is as goes your state for president, so goes the Senate race. And so Susan's always been able to be a moderate and independent, even though she caucuses with Republicans. And she's always, people have appreciated that about her. Tonight is a tough night because we have nationalized the Senate. If things end up where I think they might end up tonight, there will only be 2 states in the entire country that have a split delegation, Montana and Wisconsin.
One more sign of just how partisanized the country has become.
We're getting to the point where Senate races are national. You know, when I won in 12, no one thought I could win, but I knew I could because Kenton Byron had. And now you take a look at whether it's possible in a state where 35% of the people in North Dakota voted for Donald Trump. That's a headwind you can't survive. And the polarization that we're seeing means we take out moderates. And that means that it gets tougher and tougher to govern, just as Matt has talked about.
Well, Matt, I want to talk to Matt Dowd about that a little bit more. It's tougher and tougher to govern. We've seen this extreme polarization. At the same time, we see Americans say, at least, that they're hungering for someone who will bring us together.
Well, I'm reflecting on this night as I did on 2016, and we still have an unknown thing, but we do have some idea. There's anger on both sides, directed at different things, but there's a tremendous amount of anger in the country right now. And there's anger, obviously, by people that want to remove Donald Trump and take him out and are upset with everything he's done and the type of person he is. And then there's anger of his supporters that are upset about what's going on in their lives, how they've been diminished or what's happened to them. And I don't know, George, most Americans are like, let's get this job done, let's do us. But the vehicles by which they're using those things or trying to accomplish them are doing the exact opposite of what they say they want. And so I think we're in a generation, I think this election is going to set us on a generation of how do we resolve that anger on both sides, and how do we figure out a way to have a level of empathy for both tribes in this situation? Otherwise, George, we fundamentally have a broken democracy if we can't resolve that.
That's a great point. Mark Updegrove, let me bring you in on this. Does history offer any clues as to how that healing, that unity might be brought about in the wake of this election?
I think it's primarily rhetorical, George, and I think the standard, as almost all presidential things are, is set by Abraham Lincoln. In the wake of the Civil War, which is the most divided we've ever been in our country, when Abraham Lincoln was giving his second inaugural address, he said, "With malice toward none, with charity for all," and he extended his hand out to the vanquished South. If we're going to have our next president, whether it be Donald Trump or Joe Biden, unite this country, it has to be done principally rhetorically, by saying the right things and by extending a hand out to the other side, inviting them back into the fold.
Martha Raddatz?
George, just to go on Mark's point there, how you bring the country together when each side not only mistrusts the other side, they basically think the other side is the devil. And I have asked a lot of voters across the country, again, what would happen if you as a Trump supporter, if Biden wins, or you as a Biden supporter, if Trump wins. The Trump supporters will tell me they think the others will come around. They'll see that Donald Trump is right. You can also talk to the Trump voters and ask them what it is after 4 years, and we've gone down that list during the evening: COVID, impeachment, the border wall that Mexico didn't pay for. There is absolutely no sense in arguing with any of them. Basically, it comes down to this. It's very simple. They say he tells it like it is, and they like that. I have heard that answer again and again and again everywhere we go. Remember the Atlantic article about suckers and losers, that anonymous sources said that the president had called veterans who lost their lives in wars and those who went to Vietnam suckers and losers. Donald Trump was very angry about that article, immediately responded to it. I talked to a veteran in Colorado who'd seen a lot of combat. He said, "Look, I don't believe anonymous sources. I just don't believe he really said that." Said, "Look, what if somebody," and I'm not saying this is a person who actually said it, but what if General John Kelly came out and said in front of you, "I'm the one who said that. I heard the president say that." And that veteran said, "I don't know whether I'd believe it or not." That's what you're seeing across the country.
That is what we are dealing with right now. We have to take one more break. Coming up at 4 a.m. in the East. We'll be right back.
ABC News, straightforward. Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird.
Please stop. You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast.
바이든 표 산사태 같다더니 실제로는 엎치락뒤치락, 혼전, AI 폴리 예측도 크게 틀려, 여론조사 신빙성, 또 도마의 구글 선 트럼프 은밀, 지지층 꾸준히 검색 상위 올랐지만 정작 여론조사선 포착 못해 2020 미국의 선택 개표, 예측 불허, 승자 안개 속 바이든 쪽으로 산사태처럼 표가 쏟아질까? 바이든 후보가 승리할 확률이 96%다. 뉴욕타임스와 CNN 등 미국 주류 언론들은 여론조사를 바탕으로 조 바이든 민주당 후보가 승리할 것이라는 예상을 해왔다. 그리고 그중 일부는 바이든 후보가 몰표를 얻어 당선될 것이라는 과감한 예상을 하기도 했다. 이런 여론조사 결과를 학습한 인공지능 또한 바이든 후보가 선거인단 대부분을 가져가는 압승을 거둘 것이라고 예측했다. 물론 아직 최종 결론을 예단할 수는 없다. 그러나 초경합주에서 도널드 트럼프 대통령이 앞서 나가고 있는 지금 상황에서는 적어도 바이든 후보에게 몰표가 갈 것이라는 예상은 잘못 짚어도 한참 잘못 짚은 게 됐다. 대놓고 트럼프 대통령을 지지한다고 활동하는 프라우드 트럼프뿐만 아니라 숨어 있었던 샤이 트럼프도 상당했음을 짐작하게 할 수 있는 대목이다. 4일 매일경제신문이 올해 들어 진행된 미국 대선 관련 여론조사 323건을 집계해보니 트럼프 대통령의 우세를 점친 여론조사는 4건에 불과했다. 10월 27일 라스무센 리포트, 10월 25일 라스무센 리포트, 9월 15일 라스무
Podcast worth listening to. Start Here, free on Apple Podcasts.
Assets are documented.
ABC News, straightforward.
Razorcrest, stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Oh, look at this new sky. Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them. You'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Tonight, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families. Living large, but...
Holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million. Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Tonight on ABC.
This morning, the real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night, breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics live on ABC's Good Morning America. Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, and the #1 show on all of television. #1 in late night versus the competition. #1 in politics versus the competition. The #1 talk show. And #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News, straightforward.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
4 a.m. Wednesday, November 4th, and this election is not over by any means. That's what we know right now. 221 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 18 states won. 213 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 23 states won. Right now, some big states are still outstanding. Let's start with the state of Arizona there in the Southwest. We've had about 82% of the expected vote in now for the last hour. They're still counting there. Joe Biden has a 5-point lead. Tom, what more do we know?
All right, well, let's look at Maricopa County at this hour. This is, of course, the biggest county in the state of Arizona. This is where Phoenix is, Scottsdale, Mesa. It's got a little bit of everything. A county you really want to look at to see how the rest of the state's going to do, partly because so much of the vote is going to come from here, 60%. At 4 o'clock in the morning right now on the East Coast, we can tell you that Joe Biden is overperforming from where Hillary Clinton was, 81% of that vote in, but still 20% of Maricopa is out, and that's one of the reasons why we can't project this state just yet. We look at one of the Democratic strongholds here, Pima County. This is Tucson, 60 to 38. Again, overperforming there. The trend so far, and it's been holding for the last 2 to 3 hours, George, I know you would know better than me, is that Democrats are in a good position in Arizona, but it's just with 20% out, you just can't project it yet.
That's right. Whit Johnson, the vote is just trickling in, that remaining vote.
And George, we're getting a little bit more clarity on the outstanding ballots that exist. We just talked to Maricopa County officials again, and we keep going back to them because, as we mentioned, Maricopa County makes up at least 60% of the vote here in Arizona. They said that within the next 10 minutes, but I'm talking to my producer here, it still hasn't come up yet, they were trying to do the final dump of results, and this is the in-person votes from today. They were counting those throughout the night. They thought they were going to finish that up so we could get those results at any moment. But there are still several 100,000 outstanding ballots, and they gave us some clarity on that. We talked about the near 250,000 absentee ballots that people dropped off in person. Some of those were actually dropped off over the weekend. If you remember, the early voting period stopped on October 30th. Some people dropped off their ballots over the weekend, and then you have a separate category of people who walked into the polling locations today and dropped off their ballots as well. When we went around and talked to voters, we saw some people doing that. So that still amounts to several 100,000 outstanding ballots. So what we're seeing from the Republicans, Governor Ducey, Martha McSally, the Republican Senate candidate, they are telling people to pump the brakes. They want to make sure every vote is counted. Democrats, on the other hand, are feverishly doing the math. One of the reasons I got into journalism, I was told there wouldn't be a lot of math involved. So I can't tell you if President Trump can make up this ground, but Democrats remain extremely confident that they're going to hold on to the win tonight, George.
And as you said, we're waiting for one more dump of votes coming, we hope, shortly. We have to take another break. We'll be right back.
그 자기 원래 바이든 거였지만
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July.
지난 72년간 민주 단 한 차례 승리. 2016년엔 트럼프 3.5%포인트 차 승리. 미국 대선에서 조 바이든 민주당 후보가 주요 경합주인 애리조나에서 승리를 거뒀다고 AP통신과 폭스뉴스가 4일 보도했다. 이들 매체는 바이든 후보가 애리조나에서 도널드 트럼프 대통령을 이겨 2주에 할당된 선거인단 11명을 확보했다고 전했다. 애리조나는 지난 72년간 민주당 후보가 승리한 적이 단 한 차례밖에 없을 정도로 전통적인 공화당 강세 지역이다. 2016년 대선에서도 트럼프가 힐러리 클린턴 당시 후보를 3.5%포인트 차로 이겼다. 하지만 올해 대선에서는 어느 한 후보의 승리도 장담할 수 없는 핵심 경합주 중 한 곳으로 분류돼 개표 상황에 큰 관심이 쏠렸다. 바이든 캠프는 애리조나 교회 유권자들이 공화당을 멀리하는 등 최근 주민들의 지지 성향이 변하고 있다고 보고 대선 기간에 이 지역을 집중적으로 공략했다. 주민 과반이 바이든에게 표를 던지면서 이번 대선에서 애리조나는 지난 2016년 대선 결과가 뒤집힌 첫 번째 주가 됐다. AP는 애리조나에서 바이든의 승리는 트럼프 대통령의 재선 가능성에 큰 타격을 줬다고 평가했다. 미국 대선에선 주별로 배정된 538명의 선거인단 중 과반인 270명을 확보한 후보가 대통령에 당선된다. 뉴욕타임스 집계에 따르면 현재까지 바이든 후보가 227명을 확보해 213명을 확보한 트럼프 대통령을 앞서고 있다. 하지만 펜실베이니아 등 일부 핵심 경합주에서 우편 투표 개표가 지연되며 당선인 윤곽이 나오지 않은 상태다.
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented. Josh, did you kill your wife? I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
Where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
Hello? This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers. That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff.
Lock the door. We're fine.
Be afraid. Be afraid. Be afraid.
ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. No bull, no spin. Now imagine getting your news like that. Just give it to me straight. ABC News, straightforward.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, free on Apple Podcasts.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details on
러스트벨트가 승패 분수령 2016년 힐러리 역전패 경험 언론 우편 투표 마감 봐야 미국 대통령 선거 다음 날인 4일 도널드 트럼프 대통령이 워싱턴 백악관에서 우리가 이겼다며 승리를 주장하고 있다. 트럼프 대통령은 국민에 대한 사기 선거라며 역대 최고 기록을 돌파한 우편 투표에 대한 불만을 표출했다. 같은 날 조 바이든 민주당 대선 후보는 자택 소재지인 델라웨어주 일밍턴에서 지지자들을 향해 승리로 가고 있다며 인내심을 가지라는 입장을 밝히고 있다. 두 후보는 개표 도중 서로 자신이 승리했다며 신경전을 벌였다. 알링턴, 윌밍턴, 아프피언합뉴스 미국 대통령 선거가 3일 끝났지만 우편 투표 유효시한 연장 등으로 개표가 늦어지면서 누가 내년 1월 20일 취임식의 주인공인지 확정되지 않은 채 접전이 이어지고 있다. 도널드 트럼프 대통령이 개표 중간에 승리를 선언하고 조 바이든 민주당 대선 후보도 승리를 장담하면서 혼란이 빚어지고 있다. 관련 기사의 3, 4, 5, 6면 4일 오전 3시 현재 조 바이든 민주당 대선 후보는 전국 득표에서 6,673만 6,070표를 얻어 6,508만 3,919표를 얻은 도널드 트럼프 대통령에게 165만 2,151표 앞서 있다. 하지만 미 대선은 승자가 주별 선거인단을 모두 가져가는 승자 독식 방식이다. 전체 538명의 선거인단 가운데 270명을 확보하면 승리하는데 트럼프 대통령과 바이든 후보는 각각 213명과 236명을 확보한 상태다. 미 언론은 우편 투표 유효시한이 각각 오는 6일과 12일인 펜실베이니아와 노스캐롤라이나 등의 개표가
on ABC's Good Morning America.
And we're back here at ABC News Election Headquarters, still waiting for key votes to be counted in key states. I want to bring in Lan Hee Chen. He's the Director of Domestic Policy Studies at the Public Policy Program at Stanford University, also the former policy director for Mitt Romney for President. Lan Hee, just give me your read of the night so far.
Well, I think the president has outperformed a lot of the expectations for him. I am interested to see what happens in these upper Midwestern states. The demographic story, George, is also going to be interesting. I mean, are we really going to be telling a story about the Hispanic vote shifting, or is this a case of not understanding or not thinking carefully enough about the texture in the Latino community? In other words, the Latino community in Miami-Dade County, pretty different from the one in Maricopa County, Arizona. Are we seeing a real shift here in the Latino vote? Or is it something that's really quite limited to certain segments of it? I think that will be an interesting story we'll pursue in the weeks to come.
How about the story of your director of the Public Policy Program? Whoever wins, whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump tonight, it looks like the Democrats are going to retain the House. The Senate is going to be very close. Either way, Republicans appear to have the edge right now. How is the next president of the United States going to govern this country?
Well, either way, the Senate plays a really interesting role. If the Senate remains Republican, which appears as though will happen, it's either going to be a bulwark against Joe Biden going too far to the left on policy. So something like the coronavirus relief legislation we might see in January. The fact that there's a Republican Senate there makes it maybe a $2 trillion package instead of a $3 trillion package. Some of the things he may have wanted to do on energy get constrained by that Republican-controlled Senate. If if Donald Trump takes over, he's still got to deal with the Democratic House. But the question is, how does the Republican Senate now factor in? Does the Republican Senate then try to work as the broker between the Democratic House and President Trump? Might we see action on something like prescription drug pricing, which a lot of people have said would be a bipartisan priority? So these are the things I'm going to be watching for. But the Senate is going to play a very key role in the policymaking process going forward.
Okay, Lanhee Chen, thanks very much. I want to bring in Nate Silver right now. Nate, I come to you about once an hour for this, just to basically tell all of us what you're looking at right now, how you see the map changing, what you think the key factors are that are going to decide this race.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of more state by state, right? So it's about kind of learning which ballots are outstanding where. It's not about making projections as much. I think the one that is most confusing, so this is probably out of date, right? You might want to kind of reset that. But here's if Trump wins Wisconsin, for example, but Biden wins Michigan. Just kind of running through different scenarios when you brought this map up. Wisconsin's one where we might get the most news right now. Milwaukee County is expected to announce its absentee ballots soon. Kenosha County has some absentees. The city of Green Bay has to report. So that margin will close in Wisconsin, but will it close enough for Biden to overtake Trump? I mean, we're trying to get as much information as we can. It's not clear how many votes are outstanding exactly.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. It looks to the naked eye, but we've been warning people about this all night, that those margins in Pennsylvania, that margin in Wisconsin is actually quite large and would be difficult to make up.
So Wisconsin's a different category in that it claims it's going to be able to have a count by some point early in the morning or maybe early in the afternoon today, Wednesday. Whereas Michigan and Pennsylvania have said it's going to take a few days, and so people should not, I think, bucket those all together. Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, which hasn't been called yet, these are states that we might know relatively soon. Michigan and Pennsylvania might take longer. North Carolina, we're waiting for late return ballots, so that by definition will take a longer period of time. Georgia, we're waiting on a couple of key counties. Georgia's not traditionally a terribly fast counting state, so, we have 7 different stories here in 7 different uncalled states or whatever it is.
But with Wisconsin perhaps being that close, I mean, maybe it's too early to make this conclusion, but did we have another significant polling error in the state of Wisconsin? I don't remember the exact average by the end of the campaign, but I thought that Joe Biden's margin was in the 8 to 10 point range.
No, Joe Biden had a pretty big lead, especially in the high quality polls of Wisconsin, by around 8.5 points. He was up double digits in some polls. So even if he wins by 1, I think polls will have to ask what is going on in the state of Wisconsin. Oddly, in Minnesota, it looks like the polls will be fairly close, and so that's a weird thing. But Wisconsin, giving headaches to Democrats again, although they do have Democratic areas left to report.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
언제까지 봐야 되는 거예요?
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented. Josh, did you kill your wife? I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC. This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop. When I see you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe. When I see you. Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Yes, morning mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
Where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
And we are back now at ABC News Election Headquarters here in New York, still waiting for some key votes, expecting some vote, we hope, within the next hour or two from those two key states right there, Arizona and Wisconsin. Right now, Joe Biden has the lead in Arizona. Donald Trump has the lead in Wisconsin. As we said, we're waiting votes from both those states right now. While we're waiting, let me bring Mike Muse, for the host of the SiriusXM Mike Muse Show on SiriusXM. I know you've been active in this campaign, working with the Biden campaign aimed at black males. What's your read of what's been happening so far tonight, and did Vice President Biden underperform with that key voting group? Mike, I think we don't have Mike right now. Sorry about that. Let's bring back Wisconsin. Let's bring back Deb Roberts there up in Wisconsin. Deb, what more are we hearing about what vote we can expecting in this next hour? I know that they were hopeful. We were close to getting some votes from Milwaukee.
Yeah, they are hopeful, George, but I tell you, it's very slow going because they've had a crush of these mail-in and absentee ballots, something that they're not accustomed to doing. I mean, this state usually has about 6%. This time they had about 60%. So we do hear that Milwaukee County is getting these votes together. Milwaukee, the city, still hasn't quite officially yet, but we do hear that Dane County, you heard about that, the very liberal town, those votes are coming in. So we're talking probably about 400,000 votes between the two of them that should be coming in maybe within the next hour. But I also want to point out, George, though, because the president has sort of hinted at, fraud or maybe something that might be a little bit unsavory here. But these election officials are bending over backwards to try to do this right, to dot the I's and cross the T's. The commissioners are issuing statements talking about how careful they are being. In fact, in Milwaukee County, once they get all of these votes tabulated, and it should be happening very soon, the election commissioner will be driven just a few blocks away with a police escort with 12 flash drives to take the votes to the county so that they can one by one start to unload them. So they are taking the utmost care to make sure they handle these votes very, very well, and they want to make sure that they do it, in the way that no one can criticize them for. So I think that they are taking probably great offense to the idea that these votes could somehow be corrupted. They are going out of the way to make sure that they are taking painstaking time. They're still working tonight, and just like the rest of us. So hopefully we'll start to see some movement pretty soon, and we may get an idea, maybe not necessarily within the next hour, but certainly within the next few hours, of where Wisconsin is coming down. The Democratic chair in the state is feeling confident, but it might be hard for Biden to make up these votes. But, again, Wisconsin is always a surprise, and we'll see what happens, hopefully, by the early morning hours.
Republicans say they are confident as well. I do think we have Mike Muse now. Mike, thanks for joining us from SiriusXM Radio. I know you work with the Biden campaign on working with black males across the country. Some indications that maybe that group underperformed for the vice president. What are you seeing tonight?
Yeah, I think that President Trump had a really good effect on identifying with the black male vote. He was able to make some inroads. The Platinum program that he created had a strong conversation. A lot of black men were very curious about entrepreneurship. They were curious about the economics. They were curious about the job market. I think what the Democrats have to recognize is that black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party. That is a fact. But they also have to recognize is that the black male vote is up for grabs at this point. And it is possible, not only in this election 2020, but they have to be mindful they want to go into 2022 and 2024. If they want to solidify that black male vote, they have to do more and better outreach towards that outcome.
Mike Muse, thanks very much. Let me bring in Barbara Comstock as well, former Republican member of Congress from Northern Virginia. Your state has gone to Joe Biden, but Donald Trump is hanging in there, winning everything else he won back in 2016 as we're waiting for Arizona.
Yes, but I think some of the things that we haven't heard as much about tonight is, well, first of all, obviously, Mitch McConnell is a big winner here. I think looking like he's going to be able to hold the Senate, obviously very narrowly, but he is outspent, and Chuck Schumer has been coming at him, and he has been the adult in the room dealing with very difficult dynamics with both with the administration and the president and within his own caucus, and he is, my sort of number one star here. And then secondly, I think Republican women, looks like we're going to pick up 12 to 14 new Republican women who are going to be mostly in the House, but a new senator also, and Joni Ernst hung in there. So we have some new female faces, some new Latina faces also. Donna Shalala was beaten by Maria Salazar down in Florida, who ran in 2018 and didn't win, and now came back. I think we have two Latino Republican men who also won. So there is, interestingly, while the president has been, sort of hemorrhaging with suburban women in areas like, where I live, there is a new coalition and somewhat of a realignment, and I'm happy to see it includes more diversity for the party. And then I should add, thirdly, and I also serve on the Republican State Leadership Committee, Republicans did very well tonight holding state legislatures in Texas, where there had been over $50 million spent against them. Also in North Carolina, where we also picked up a lieutenant governor spot, first African-American lieutenant governor, Republican. Also in Florida, so there were, and I believe New Hampshire. So there were some really great pickups there, and that will impact redistricting and going forward. So I think there's a lot of good wins here. Obviously, we're a very divided country, 50-50 after all the hundreds of millions spent. We're still sort of where we were 4 years ago, somewhat surprised, but a very divisive environment. But at least for the Republican Party, I'm happy to see more diversity here tonight, and a farm team in the state legislature.
Barbara Comstock, thanks very much. Right now, you keep looking, John Carl, at all those states coming in, and Donald Trump is still ahead as the vote ticks down right now. And we're going to be looking very closely inside those states to say, is there really enough vote left for Joe Biden to come back?
Yeah, it's deja vu from 4 years ago, except the vote is going to take longer due to the circumstances of an election that took place during a pandemic with so much more mail-in vote, which is simply going to take time. But you have the same dynamic. We were very late 4 years ago on election night looking at results in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, and that's what we're doing again. And I think again, we've got to be patient. It takes time to count these votes, but there's a lot of ground that Joe Biden needs to make up to win those states.
Nate Silver, do you still believe that Joe Biden has more paths than Donald Trump?
He has more paths. The question is which paths are more promising. We're going to probably get results from Milwaukee City absentee ballots any moment now, and that will tell us quite a bit. Right now, Joe Biden votes behind where Hillary Clinton was in Milwaukee County overall in 2016. If he were to pick up those votes with these absentees, then we basically have a tie in Wisconsin. Again, I would also, though, segregate Wisconsin and say this is a state where we're going to know a lot relatively soon. For Michigan and Pennsylvania, where there still is a lot of outstanding vote remaining.
How about you, Ron? Which paths do you think are the most promising now for the vice president and for the president?
Well, looking at these numbers, and again, I got to take Michigan and Pennsylvania aside. I think you got Nevada and Arizona. I think Georgia is going to be so close that it's going to go to a recount in that area. And then obviously I've talked to different people or texted with different elected officials from different states. But I think actually Michigan, if that's correct about Georgia, Michigan is going to play a more dominant role in this scenario. But I actually think to this question, I think if we started where Joe Biden had a lot of paths, the president had a narrow path, the president a few more paths, and Joe Biden's paths have narrowed down to just a few choices here.
Chris Christie, despite the president's speech, people inside the White House increasingly confident.
Yes. Yeah, listen, I've had two very prominent
White House campaign people say to me it's over. I mean, they believe that the margins are too great in Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin, and they don't believe they're going to lose Georgia, and they think they have a shot to win Michigan. So
it just makes it incredible that the president did what he did to undermine faith in this election. I mean, he could have come out and said, this is a great day for American democracy. We are on the verge of shattering the modern day record for voter turnout. There's a lot of vote to be counted. He could have echoed Biden's words, I believe I'm going to win. But to go out there and say that people were being disenfranchised, say he's going to go to the Supreme Court to stop a vote count on an election which, as we said hours ago, he's got a good chance of winning.
Got to take a break. We'll be right back.
This is what being live is all about.
I can see pushing through.
This is ABC News Live.
Neighborhoods are underwater.
24/7 streaming news source, ABC News.
There goes.
Imagine breaking news, live events as they happen, streaming live, non-stop, straight to you. Imagine instant, incredible access to the most compelling live video.
That's a grenade.
Original, on the edge, breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, all the most innovative storytellers, all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want, free. And imagine the most celebrated, epic live events and moments, all playing out right before your eyes.
See those flames behind me?
Go
We're
there
trying to
now.
put this fire out right now.
ABC News Live. Think of it as your live streaming adrenaline rush.
Just look at all of the smoke here.
Real, raw,
Welcome to the
live.
Columbus Zoo.
No matter where the next step takes us, we're taking it.
That's frightening.
And go deeper inside the groundbreaking exclusives from the campaign trail only ABC News gets. Behind the scenes, exclusive access.
Take you inside for an extraordinary tour here at ABC News Live. This is it.
It's time to go there, be there, experience it, live on the scene. Maybe that's why, in just 1 year, ABC News Live is already America's #1 live streaming news. And imagine this, it's free.
Wow.
Watch ABC News Live right now and anytime, streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
That's the other big news in these numbers. They aren't large shifts, but they are palpable shifts. That Donald Trump is the one who is diversifying the Republican Party, which is bigger than people understood it to be, because it's not the Republican Party anymore. It's the Trump Party.
Is that true, Sarah Fagan?
I think it's unquestionably the Trump Party, and I think it's going to stay the Trump Party. One of the things we haven't talked about tonight is how few independent votes there were. I know they didn't get a lot of coverage, but they were on ballots, and these third-party candidates got almost no votes. And that also contributed to both of these candidates doing better in many of these jurisdictions. We talk a lot about the shy Trump voter, and I often have thought that it was about 3%. It looks like it was closer to 6% tonight.
Huge difference. Sarah Fagan, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
Live
from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
Welcome back, 4:30 in the East. We are waiting for votes to come in Wisconsin and Arizona. Still waiting on Nevada as well. We know it's going to take longer in Michigan and Pennsylvania, Georgia and North Carolina. Right now, divided between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, 221 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 213 for Donald Trump. Chris, let's pick up on the conversation we were just having. Donald Trump's Republican Party right now. What does he do in the aftermath if he is able to pull out this win tonight?
Well, that's going to be the huge choice of the second term if he has one. And I think he continues to do a lot of things he had done already. You'll see him appointing more judges, continuing to push. Probably will look to expand the circuit courts if he wins the second term. Lots of people are talking about wanting to do that. He'll probably do that and allow himself to appoint a lot more judges, especially if the Senate majority holds. I think you'll see him look to get a COVID package that's much more to his liking than the ones that were being proposed by Nancy Pelosi. And he's going to have to also decide from a tonal perspective, and I think what we saw tonight indicates that at least at the moment he's going to continue on the same path from tone. The question will be for him, what can he accomplish, assuming a Democratic House, if he continues that way? And that's going to be his monumental decision. What legacy does he want? Or does he move away from it like many second-term presidents do and move completely to foreign policy and try to accomplish something there?
Yvette, Joe Biden still has passed to the presidency tonight. There's no question about that. He's also 77 years old and was in some ways a transition figure for the Democratic Party. So there will be a generational struggle inside the Democratic Party, whether Joe Biden wins or loses.
That's very true. And I think the party took a gamble, in saying we need our standard bearer this cycle to be someone who was established, who was older, who was someone that could bring the entire country together. And the question is, was that the right choice? I don't know. I think in appointing Kamala Harris as his vice president, there was at least some expectation that the shift would happen. I don't know whether people believe that was soon enough or not. I think one question I want to get back to, if I can really quickly, is this gender gap, this issue that we're seeing with women coming back into the Democratic Party in higher numbers than we saw in 2016, but men shifting more strongly into the Trump category. And I think that's where he's picking up more brown and black voters, are among men and not among women. That gets into a question about how he's holding up the patriarchy, toxic masculinity, and whether there are men who identify more with that than the genteel, unifying message that Joe Biden put forward. And we'll be asking that question, I think, in the days.
We just got another state in Hawaii. Hawaii is going to go to Joe Biden. It's 4 electoral votes right there. Again, that's not a surprise. Hawaii is a strong Democratic state. So Joe Biden has now won 19 states, 225 electoral votes, but Hawaii doesn't change the math or the map right now. Rahm Emanuel, pick up on this conversation and the future of the Democratic Party.
Well, I think that it depends what happens. I mean, there's going to be that we still don't know that, and I don't want to project going forward, and because I do think we're going to have a long time vote counting. I think if Joe Biden wins, I think this is going to prove something, because you're going to have had Jeremy Corbyn go down in England, and you're going to have a different candidate here, and that means there's a different definition of the Democratic Party, which is a party that to win, you're going to have to continue to expand not only its base, but expand into voters that don't traditionally vote Democrat. That's what that's going to show, and the character that Joe Biden's the right way. If he doesn't win, we're going to have to do a lot of soul searching about what the road is. And while this is Trump's party, I don't know if anybody can ever repeat Trump's magic. I'm
3일 끝난 미국 대통령 선거의 개표가 우편 투표 유효시한 연장 등으로 지연되고 있다. 여기에 도널드 트럼프 대통령과 조 바이든 민주당 대선 후보가 개표 중간에 각각 승리를 장담하면서 혼란이 커지고 있다. AP통신, 뉴욕타임스, 폭스뉴스 등 미국 주요 매체들의 보도를 종합하면 4일 오전 3시 30분 현재 바이든 후보가 전체 선거인단 538명 중 238명, 트럼프 대통령이 213명을 확보했다고 보도했다. 미 대선에서 승리하려면 총 선거인단의 과반인 270명 이상을 확보해야 한다. 이 매체들이 이때까지 집계해 발표한 개표 예측 결과에 따르면 바이든 후보는 캘리포니아, 뉴욕, 일리노이, 뉴저지, 버지니아, 워싱턴, 매사추세츠, 메릴랜드, 미네소타, 콜로라도, 코네티컷, 오리건, 뉴멕시코, 로드아일랜드, 뉴햄프셔, 하와이, 버몬트, 델라웨어, 워싱턴 DC에서 승리한 것으로 나타났다. 여기에 경합주로 꼽히던 애리조나에서 바이든 후보가 승리하면서 11명의 선거인단을 추가로 확보했다. 반면 트럼프 대통령은 텍사스, 플로리다, 오하이오, 인디애나, 테네시, 미주리, 사우스캐롤라이나, 엘라베마, 켄터키, 루이지애나, 오클라호마, 미시시피, 아칸소, 캔자스, 유타, 아이오와, 웨스트버지니아, 아이다호, 네브래스카, 노스다코타, 사우스다코타, 와이오밍, 몬테나에서 승리한 것으로 나타났다. 다만 아직 개표 중으로 승리 예측 보도를 내놓지 않은 펜실베이니아, 조지아, 미시간 등 경합주에서는 트럼프 대통령이 우세를 보이는 주가 많은 것으로 나타났다. 특히 핵심 경합주인 펜실베이니아의 경우 현재는 트럼프 대통령이 바이든 후보를 앞서는 것으로 나타나지만 우편 투표 결과가 반영되면 결과가 달라질 수도 있다는 관측도 있다. 이 때문에 지금 상황에서 최종 승리자를 예측하기는 어렵다는 것이 중론이다. 최종 결과에 대해서는 우편 투표 유효 시한이 각각 오는 6일과 12일인 펜실베이니아와 노스캐롤라이나 등의 개표가 모두 끝나야 당선자를 확정할 수 있을 것이라는 의견이 많다. 아직 승자가 확정되지는 않은 주들에서 트럼프 대통령이 우세를 지켜낼 경우 재선에 성공할 수 있을 것으로 보이지만 바이든이 이후에 도착하는 우편 투표에서 승기를 잡을 가능성도 충분히 있다. 폭스뉴스는 이 같은 이유를 들어 트럼프 대통령의 펜실베이니아, 미시간, 위스콘신, 네바다, 노스캐롤라이나, 조지아 등에서는 승자를 확정하기에 이르다는 의견을 밝혔다.
I'm not sure there's anybody in the wings. And the question is, we're going to have to, in my view, have another generation of people come up. But there will be, like we've seen before, it will continue, about which part of the party do you need? Somebody that, quote-unquote, excites the base, or somebody that reaches out and creates a bigger span for the party to win?
We just heard it from Yvette, one of the leaders of the progressive movement. If Biden loses, it's going to be because he wasn't progressive enough. This Democratic Party is going to move farther to the left. And Trump's party is Trump's party. The Republican Party that I grew up in is different. It's not ever going to be the same again. Do we ultimately have an independent candidate in this country? Not this year, not in 4 years, but, 8 years, an independent party that's viable, where Rahm Emanuel and others come together, and the country just looks different politically.
And Terry Moran, the rules are the rules, and the rules of our election are that it's determined by the Electoral College, not the popular vote. But right now, Joe Biden is leading in the popular vote. For the sake of argument, if Donald Trump is to prevail tonight, and then Democrats win 7 out of the last 8 popular votes, but don't hold the presidency for 16 of those years. What does that say about the country? And do you think the country will fully accept it?
That, of course, is the question, George. You're absolutely right. I mean, that is the Constitution at work. The Constitution works on the basis of Electoral College. There are a lot of complaints about it. Very difficult to change. We are a continental nation, and communities that are not in the population areas will want to be represented. But set aside the Electoral College and talk about losing the presidency by winning the popular vote. It will call into question the legitimacy of the democracy for a lot of people. They'll just say that this is baloney. This doesn't work. We keep getting all the votes that in a normal majoritarian race you should win the presidency with. And this system, which dates from a slaveholding constitutional founding, doesn't work for us. It's very difficult to change, but I think it'll deepen cynicism, deepen distrust. It is what it is. It is how the system works. But you can't say that young people coming up, people who worked hard to do whatever they could to get their guy across the line, got him across the line, and then see again that because of the system they don't win, that's going to cast doubt on it for them.
Matthew Dowd, want to weigh in on this? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to surprise you. I wanted you. We were just talking about the fact that Democrats look like they're going to win the popular vote again tonight. But if Donald Trump prevails, it would have meant that even though Democrats win 7 out of the last 8 popular votes, they don't have the presidency for 16 of those years.
Well, it's George. This is a huge problem, and not only is the delta on the popular vote versus electoral college like it was in 2016, where Hillary Clinton won by 3 million votes. Joe Biden is likely to win by 7 or 8 million votes this year, which was my speculation. He'll win by 7 or 8 million votes, and he could possibly lose the electoral college, winning the popular vote by 7 or 8 million votes. And I agree with what was said. There's going to be serious questions if that happens in the aftermath of this. Not only we're divided on everything else, we're going to be divided on something that's been in our Constitution for 230 years.
Okay, got to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
ABC News, straightforward.
Stand down. I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind.
이렇게 그 선거인단표를 입니다. 렉싱턴은 교외 지역입니다. 지금까지는 바이든이 아직 많이 앞서가고 있는데 계속 이 현상이 유지될지.
네, 현지 방송사의 이 개표 현황을 보셨습니다. 자, 이번에 민주당 바이든 후보의 정치적 근거지인 델라웨어로 가보겠습니다. 오늘 선거 마감 시간 이후에 여기서 지지자들을 상대로 연설을 할 계획인데요. 델라웨어주 월밍턴에 나가 있는 금채랑 특파원 연결하겠습니다. 자, 금 특파원, 현재 분위기 좀 어떻습니까?
네, 민주당 바이든 후보의 정치적 근거지인 이곳 델라웨어주는 우리 시간으로 1시간 뒤쯤인 오전 10시쯤에 선거가 모두 종료가 됩니다. 그러나 지금 제 뒤로 보이는 무대로 바이든 후보가 연설할 장소가 마련되어 있는 상태고요. 삼엄한 경비와 보안 속에 바이든 후보의 연설을 위한 모든 준비가 마쳐졌다. 이렇게 바이든 후보 캠프 측은 밝히고 있습니다. 지난 8월 민주당 전당대회 이후에 바이든 후보가 대선 후보로 결정된 뒤에도 바이든 후보는 이곳에서 연설을 했습니다. 당시 바이든 후보는 어둠이 아닌 빛의 동맹이 되겠다고 했는데 오늘 만약 여기서 연설하게 될 경우 어떤 발언을 내놓을지 주목됩니다. 아직 이곳 투표가 종료되지 않았기 때문에 이곳에 바이든 후보 지지자들의 모습은 아직 보이지 않고 있습니다. 사전에 초대된 사람들만 입장을 할 수 있기 때문에 투표가 종료되면 이곳 주차장을 통해서 입장할 것으로 예상이 됩니다.
자, 바이든 후보 오늘도 바쁜 일정을 보냈다는데 어떤 행보를 보였습니까?
네, 바이든 후보는 이른 아침부터 장남인 보 바이든의 묘지를 참배하는 것에서 일정을 시작했습니다. 장남인 보 바이든은 델라웨어주 법무장관을 역임했고요. 암투병 끝에 사망을 하면서 바이든 후보에게 유언을 남겼는데 아버지의 꿈을 잘 압니다. 꼭 그 꿈을 이루길 바랍니다. 이런 유언을 남겼다고 합니다. 그런 바이든 후보 장남의 유언을 되새기는 자리가 됐다고 할 수 있겠는데요. 바이든 후보는 이후에 격전지에 있는 펜실베니아주로 향해서 어제도 방문을 했던 고향 스크랜튼을 방문했고 이어서 최대 도시 가운데 하나인 필라델피아로 향해서 그곳 현지 미디어와 인터뷰를 했습니다. 아직 어떤 내용으로 인터뷰를 했는지는 알려지지 않고 있습니다. 현재 부통령 후보인 카멜라 해리스 상원 의원이 디트로이트에서 유세를 마치고 이곳 델라웨어 윌밍턴으로 내려오고 있는 중인데요. 바이든 후보는 현재 자택에서 휴식을 취하고 있다가 카멜라 후보와 함께 개표 상황을 지켜본 뒤에 이곳 연설 무대를 찾을 예정으로 알려졌습니다. 지금까지 델라웨어주 윌밍턴에서 KBS 뉴스 금차량입니다.
방금 들은 소식입니다. 군이 강원도 동부 지역 전방에서 침투 정황을 발견하고 대대적인 수색 작전을 벌이고 있습니다. 합참은 미상인원의 움직임이 군 감시 장비에 포착이 돼서 경계태세를 강화하는 진돗개를 발령하고 수색과 정찰 작전을 벌이고 있다고 밝혔습니다. 자세한 소식은 들어오는 대로 또 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이번엔 전문가와 함께 이번 미 대선의 판세와 향후 전망 분석해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우정엽 세종연구소 미국 연구센터장 그리고 박원기 기자 나와 있습니다. 자, 두 분 감사합니다. 자, 박 기자.
네.
앞서 다 현지를 연결했을 때는 현지 방송에서는 이제 초반 개표가 진행이 되고 있고요. 제가 이제 남부 지역하고 동부 세 개 지역이 굉장히 중요한 지역인데 이제 플로리다는 좀 빨리 발표가 될 것 같고 펜실베니아 좀 늦게 될 것 같다라는 그 특파원의 보도를 봤습니다. 전체적인 윤곽은 언제쯤 나올 수 있을까요?
예, 대체적으로 현지 시간 기준으로 말씀드리면은 3일 밤 늦게 혹은 4일 새벽 나올 수 있을 가능성이 높습니다. 하지만 가장 변수가 되는 게 우편 투표 급증인데요. 지금 1억 명이 넘게 참여한 걸로 나오는데 이거를 일일이 또 개표를 하는데 시간이 오래 걸려서 개표 제한 가능성이 있고요. 거기다가 지금 양당 선거 특성상 지금 박빙 승부까지 가게 되면은 윤곽이 나오는 게 좀 짧은 시간 안에 윤곽이 나오는 게 좀 어려울 수 있다는 분석이 나오고 있고요. 그 일부 지역 우리나라 시간 8시부터 미국 동부 중에 이제 켄터키나 인디애나주 같은 경우에는 개표가 이미 시작된 곳도 있습니다. 예, 켄터키주 같은 경우에는 선거인단이 8명이고요. 그 다음에 인디애나주는 11명인데 전체 538명 선거인단 중에서 19명을 뽑는 주에서 개표가 시작되고 있습니다. 둘 다 전통적인 공화당 강세 지역으로 분류가 되고 있습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 자, 우 박사님, 그 전반적인 이제 상황들을 좀 특파원을 현지 취재를 보셨는데 현재 상황 어떻게 판단하시는지요?
여론조사상으로는 이제 바이든 후보가 전국 지지율에서도 앞서가고 있고 주요 경합주들에서도 앞서가고 있는 것으로 나오고 있습니다. 특히 이제 4년 전에 힐러리 클린턴 후보가 당시 도널드 트럼프 후보에게 패할 때는 이 전국 지지율에서는 앞섰지만 주요 경합지에서 패배를 하면서 트럼프 대통령이 이제 그 경합지들을 가져가면서 선거인단에서 승리를 거뒀는데요. 지금 현재까지의 여론조사를 보면 바이든 후보가 이길 확률이 여전히 높긴 합니다. 다만 이제 트럼프 후보가 이제 곧 발표될 플로리다 주에서 이제 어느 정도 이기느냐. 왜냐하면 한 플로리다 주와 같은 경합주에서 어느 정도 이기느냐가 다른 주의 어떤 투표 결과도 어느 정도 예측을 해볼 수가 있기 때문에 만약에 플로리다를 트럼프 대통령이 가져가고 그 이후에 나오는 남부의 주요 경합주들을 트럼프 대통령이 가져가게 된다면 오늘의 개표 상황을 꽤 오래 지켜봐야 할 상황이 될 것 같습니다. 후보가 마지막까지 유세를 펼쳤던 이제 펜실베니아에 있어서도 트럼프 대통령도 마지막까지 이제 공을 들였는데 그 이유는 두 후보가 모두 270표를 얻지 못하는 상황에서 펜실베니아가 가지고 있는 20표가 최종 결과를 결정지을 수 있기 때문이었습니다.
알겠습니다. 우리가 이제 경합주 얘기를 할 때 이제 북부의 세 개 주 러스트벨트하고 이제 남부의 선벨트라는 거 일조력이 많은 곳들을 얘기를 하는데 그동안에 지난번 4년 전 대선에서는 러스트벨트를 거의 1% 차이로 트럼프 대통령이 이기면서 대통령이 되지 않았습니까? 이번에 판세는 어떻게 볼 수 있을까요?
이번에 판세는 이제 그 경합지들 러스트벨트와 선벨트 지역에 있는데 선벨트는 비교적 트럼프 대통령의 선전을 하고 있다. 그래서
많이 따라붙었더라고요.
두 후보 간의 차이가 매우 작은 차이를 보여주고 있고요. 러스트벨트 경합지인 이제 위스콘신, 미시건, 펜실베니아 중에서 위스콘신과 미시건은 비교적 여유 있는 차이를 이제 바이든 후보가 보이고 있는데 펜실베니아 지역은 2016년과 마찬가지로 지금 1~2% 정도의 우세만 보이고 있습니다.
Always, until these votes are counted, which is what the vice president said, count all the votes.
And it just shows the power of data and graphics and everything like that. No matter how many times you say it, when you see it up there, it's hard to take in.
Right. I mean, and the other thing, remember, I mean, I was just a minute ago talking about Michigan and Georgia, and all of a sudden you got Wisconsin. If that goes there, you know, the math gets different on how you calculate this. So the campaign right now sees a lot of promise. What the remaining vote that's out. You got Green Bay, you got the Kenosha area, and Milwaukee. They think that just starts to move their way.
Chris Christie.
Yeah, the Trump campaign feels like they were expecting what was coming from the mail-in vote from Milwaukee County, and they still think that what's left in Kenosha and Brown County will be enough to have Trump win Wisconsin.
So they're still holding on.
Yeah.
I guess, and I want to go into the legal team now. And Dan Abrams, I'll start with you. And if you don't have this at hand, just tell me and look it up, and in the meantime we can go back to it. But I think we're getting into the territory now where we just have to contemplate what would trigger a recount in a state like Wisconsin or Georgia.
Yeah, well, in Georgia, there's not an automatic recount. In Georgia, you actually have to request a recount, which I'd expect is probably going to happen, just based on what we know today. In Wisconsin, I believe there is an automatic recount at 0.5%. That is certainly the case in Pennsylvania, but let me just double check.
Yeah, Chris Christie has just looked at that.
And there's no automatic recount in Wisconsin.
Okay.
But you have the right to request a recount if it's within 1%.
Okay.
And so we're close to that right now.
We're certainly there right now.
And in Georgia, it's a half point.
Georgia, it's a half point. So
yeah, to request. In Georgia, Georgia also there's no automatic recount. Right.
No automatic recounts. And of course, recounts, Dan, is when we get into the situation, but perhaps now in multiple states that we face in the year 2000 in Florida.
Right. And the first thing you have to do before you start talking about the legal side of it is you have to count the votes and recount the votes, right? That's when the fights really start. Is that, getting a recount typically isn't that hard. The question becomes, how long does it take? When does it stop? Etc. And that is exactly, as you point out, what happened in Florida, because the question there became, how much recounting do you do? Because there was an automatic recount in Florida. But then there became questions about particular votes, undercounting votes, overcounting votes. Those became the questions in Florida, so it almost became like a round two of the recount. And I think that's what the risk is here from the legal perspective, is that you get to that point as well. I think Terry wanted
Terry, I want to bring you in because the clock starts ticking. Actually, it's ticking right now. The Electoral College is slated to meet, I think, on December 14th. And that means the states have to be prepared to send their electors, usually it's called that safe harbor period, a week before. We could start bumping up against that if you have extensive recounts and legal challenges.
That's right. There's been talk since Bush versus Gore that structure, which was from a 19th century federal law, is just too short for the recounting that you'd have to do in the states that we're talking about in a country this size, especially if we're going to do several of them. But that December 8th date is that safe harbor date. The governors of states have to certify a slate of electors to Congress, and then Congress, if they're in by that deadline, must accept those electors as legitimate. They might have some wiggle room, but basically that's what the law says. The Supreme Court used that date in 2000 to stop the counting of votes in Florida. Now, you can go past that deadline, and it just means that Congress will then decide whether or not the slate of electors you send is good or not. So tick, 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 the clock is ticking. But one thing that is worth remembering if we're going to get into these recounts and litigation. Bush versus Gore was an outlier in our law in many ways. There's a long history of law around election contests, and if you look at it, you will see that overwhelmingly courts at the federal and state and Supreme Court level have basically followed the same principle. Keep counting all votes cast in good faith under the law, and if you can discern the intent of the voter, keep counting. Bush versus Gore said stop the count, and awarded victory to one side. And that is an outlier.
Well, and it also said, don't follow any precedent here. Don't follow what we did.
Well, that weird line in there where they said, because of the weird circumstances here, this case can never be precedent. Well, Justice Brett Kavanaugh just referred to it last week as good law, and it's been reused hundreds of times in lower courts.
Hey, George, can I just add one thing?
Sure.
Which is, I think as a legal matter, it also becomes important who's ahead at the end of the recount. Which I think is a very important point to make here. You can argue that, well, wait a second, there may be additional votes to count, etc. But from a perception point of view, when you go to court, you don't want to be the one who's fighting to try to catch up. You want to be the one who's starting from the point where you're ahead, so you can constantly be fighting against additional recounts. And so where we land at the end of whatever the first recount is in terms of the numbers will become very important, even if it's razor thin close.
And it is razor thin close right now. John Carl, I guess that's appropriate to the year 2020.
It's unbelievable. It's totally appropriate to the year 2020. And here we are at the end of this election night, looking at a race that is as close as it can possibly be, coming down to possibly recounts in multiple states. And in the case of Pennsylvania and Michigan, we may be several days out from knowing
any kind of a decision
and any kind of result to have a recount from.
We're still awaiting results from more results coming in from Wisconsin, also results coming in from Arizona. Nate Silver, before we go to the next break, are you getting any new information in that gives you a sense of where Wisconsin is going right now?
I mean, I think Joe Biden is in pretty decent shape. The outstanding votes in Brown County, my understanding is they're in Green Bay, which is a fairly purple to blue city, maybe not a lot of vote out in the suburbs or the rural area parts of that county. So look, this may wind up in the recount margin. There are some different reports about how many ballots were cast in Milwaukee County, but you know, there are not many votes left now, and I think they may have come in just far enough for Joe Biden for him to be ahead there.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. Rick Klein, remind me, because I'm having a blank at this point. I know Pennsylvania has a state legislature Republican, governor Democrat. Split in Wisconsin as well?
It is split, and it's another one of those states where the split actually contributed to the delay that we're seeing right now, because Democrats, including the governor there, wanted to have the numbers roll in like this, because Democrats I was talking to up to about 20 minutes ago were acknowledging it's a very narrow path. The numbers coming through, and again, it's because of the early votes and the Democrats pushing that direction, and the relative blueness of this part of the state that makes it just an overwhelming number of late votes that are being counted very late right now that are trending for Joe Biden.
Rick Klein, thanks very much. We do have to take one more break. We will be back in a minute.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day, where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times. That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
What you're seeing right now, this is part of the eye wall. This procession of migrants goes back 2 miles.
There is going to be catastrophic damage.
This fire has made a run. You can see those flames shooting up into the sky.
We are on the jam-packed red carpet.
All right, guys.
So this is the 4th weekend of protest.
Watch ABC News on location for Facebook Watch. ABC News, America's #1 news source. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward. And download the app now and sign up to get important breaking news alerts wherever you are. Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details on ABC's Good Morning America.
And we are back here at ABC News headquarters in New York, coming up on 5 a.m. We just saw this move in Wisconsin over the last 20 minutes when a big dump of votes came in from Milwaukee. We're looking ahead to Michigan as well. You're going to see something similar perhaps in Detroit, because there's an awful lot of vote outstanding.
Yeah, George, I wanted to make this point real quick because this is Detroit. This is where the most votes are going to come in the state of Michigan. You can see right now Donald Trump has a 200,000 vote advantage right now over Joe Biden. But in Wayne County, in Detroit, there's There's only 43% of the vote in. There's still a lot of vote to count there, especially around the counties, also around Detroit. Joe Biden can hopefully run up the score there if he wants to win Michigan. It's still unclear. There's still a lot of time. They have to count those votes. But right here, you can see 43%. A lot of votes still out.
Just about 5 a.m. here in the East, 225 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 213 for Donald Trump. I'm actually going to go home and take a shower now before Good Morning America. I know many of you are going to be doing the same thing, but our coverage is going to continue here on ABC News. We're going to be joined by Mona Kozar Abdi and Kenneth Moulton. They're going to be anchoring our coverage straight through to GMA. I'll see you in a couple of hours.
Right now, live from ABC News, your voice, your vote, Election Night 2020. The breaking news at this hour.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Unexpected moments and the details just coming in from the presidential race.
We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
Okay?
To the fight for the Senate.
Mitch McConnell in the state of Kentucky has been reelected to the Senate.
Grateful to live in a democratic republic where the people choose our representatives.
And the issues on the ballot, what matters most, what the voters are saying, group by group, state by state, coast to coast.
Going forward, we need to keep the economy steadfast.
Vote because you have a family, because you have a values, and because you want something for the future.
Our powerhouse political team with the key takeaways on this historic night, what we've learned and what's to come in the days and the weeks ahead.
Votes are still being counted. Stepping in right now and saying, let's stop counting votes. That's just not the way the rules work.
It's your voice, your vote. Our all-night, all-morning coverage continues right now on ABC's America This Morning.
Good morning, everyone. The race for the White House is still too close to call, but President Trump is already challenging the results.
Overnight, the president called the election a fraud and falsely claimed he won. But we're still awaiting results in several states, including the crucial Midwest battlegrounds of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Former Vice President Joe Biden is currently ahead with 225 electoral votes compared to 213 for the president, and Biden also has a slight lead in the popular vote.
Overnight, Biden said he was optimistic about winning, but the president is questioning the integrity of the election and threatening to take his grievances to the Supreme Court.
ABC's Andrew Fajii starts us off.
Overnight, President Trump declaring victory in the presidential election, even as votes are still being counted.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Earlier, President Trump tweeting a big win. Then, they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Twitter then flagging that tweet as misleading. An optimistic Joe Biden speaking to supporters.
We believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while.
The presidential election coming down to the major battleground states that may not be decided for days.
Also, the state of Florida, its 29 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump.
President Trump winning in the delegate-rich state of Florida, his home state, bolstered by higher support in populous counties like Miami-Dade. Trump's bet on rural America paying off as his suburban supporters gave him a boost in North Carolina and Ohio.
The Biden people thought they were going to have to beat 2016 Donald Trump. And what they're now realizing tonight is he has grown his base. He has found voters that didn't vote in 2016 that are now voting for him in 2020.
A record voter turnout. In Montana, long lines in Great Falls, people waiting to register and vote even after the polls have been closed for 2 hours. And as the votes are still being counted this morning, all eyes on Pennsylvania.
I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. At the end of the day, I think if the president wins Pennsylvania, he's going to be reelected. And if he doesn't, he won't.
But election officials in the state are warning ballot counting is going slower than expected, according to ABC's Eva Pilgrim in Philadelphia.
Originally, they thought that we would have the majority of those mail-in ballots counted by Friday, but we just heard a little bit earlier tonight from the Philadelphia City Commissioners, and they were saying that they originally thought that they were going to be able to do about 32,000 ballots an hour. That's just not happening. They're saying right now they're doing about 10,000 per hour.
Also, a delay in counting ballots in Georgia after a pipe burst at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta. And in the closely watched Senate races, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell winning his seat in Kentucky.
And Kentucky, I'm humbled and grateful that you've rehired me to keep fighting for your families and serving our Commonwealth for the next 6 years.
In South Carolina, Lindsey Graham holding on to his seat after the red state emerged as a late toss-up.
This victory is an answer to a lot of prayers. People like what I'm doing, and I'm going to keep doing it.
Graham's Democratic challenger, Jamie Harrison, spending the most amount of money for a Senate candidate, a whopping $107 million. Graham facing criticism after becoming a strong ally of the president in the Senate after saying this about Trump in 2016.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
Democrats keeping the House of Representatives. Republicans ousted an incumbent Democrat, but also lost 2 seats in North Carolina.
It's not just about the quantity. It's about the quality of leadership that they provide for our country.
In the meantime, a surprising no-show for the election. A smaller number of young people heading to the polls than expected. The same percentage of people ages 18 to 49 voted this year compared to 2016. As America awaits a winner, the anxiety still running high. Philadelphia, a ghost town overnight after police closed off roads in a protected zone. And besides the president just speaking to the American people, the Trump campaign also sent out an email to supporters saying the, quote, fake news media and their Democrat partners will refuse to call the race. The Biden campaign releasing a statement calling the president's statement about shutting down ballot counting, quote, outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. Kenneth, Mona.
All right, Andrea, for GE there, thank you.
With neither side able to claim victory this morning, the nation is waking up to a fresh day of uncertainty.
Joining us now is ABC News contributor Amanda Renteria, former national political director for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, and former Republican Virginia Congresswoman Barbara Comstock. Barbara, let me start with you. Some surprises there for Republicans this morning.
Oh, certainly. The polls, not only were the public polls wrong, Republican internal polls were wrong. We were a lot more worried about whether we were going to lose House seats, and now it looks like we gained them and gained some really good women that I worked with. So I was very happy to see those races go through. And then we also were very concerned about what was going to happen on the state legislative level. And again, in Texas and Florida and Georgia, North Carolina, we've done very well in the state house, which goes to redistricting for the next 10 years. So those were pleasant surprises. And obviously we're still a 50-50 country. And so we are seeing, it's going to be very tight here, but I'm part of a group called the National Council Protect Voter Integrity. Dan Coates kind of is heading it up, and I hope we will count every vote, including every vote in Arizona, which of course has already been called, but let's count all these votes. Let's make sure we get this right in all the states, because particularly when we're a 50-50 country, I think everybody has to have that confidence, whether this is who you wanted to have win or not, whether, whoever you wanted to have in different races, we need to get these votes all counted and keep calm while we're doing it.
And Amanda, I want to bring you in. You are the political director for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And after her loss in 2016, a lot of people said that she neglected the upper Midwest. Now, Joe Biden spent time on Monday in Cleveland. He had a hometown advantage, being a native of Scranton. But we're finding ourselves in a similar position where it's coming down to 3 upper Midwest states. How do you think we're back in this position?
I think elections are very tight, and I think there was a hope that there would be more infrastructure in places like Georgia, in Texas, in Florida. And the reality is these were the key states from the very beginning for the Biden campaign. I actually think they were very disciplined. It's only in the last 2 weeks that they started to travel to other places and started to see some of these polls. But the truth is they've been very focused on Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, all of those Midwestern states, and they picked up Arizona. And so, listen, I think we've always known the blue wall has to hold. We were surprised by that in 2016. This campaign has not been surprised by that. And so we'll see how these votes go.
And Barbara, going back to you, you just said count all the votes. But as you know, that's not what President Trump said. He said essentially stop counting the votes, and that essentially that he has won this election. Your thoughts?
Well, I think we heard people like, Governor Chris Christie and other Republicans tonight say, no, we've got to do this. And I think you're going to hear that from most, from our Republican leadership. And I think calmer heads will prevail on that. I don't think you want to stoke that paranoia. But, I think the fact that we are in this situation again, it's once again, I certainly was surprised in 2016. I was on the ballot then. The president did not do well with suburban women and in areas like mine, and we've certainly seen a lot of losses, particularly in 2018 now, and we really didn't gain back many of those seats. But I think there are some fundamentally changing party realignments here, and I think the Democratic Party went too far to the left. I think the losers tonight are also, AOC and that crowd that kind of pushed the party to the left, that I think alienated that blue wall, it alienated the Midwest. And, while, certainly seniors were concerned with COVID, I think some of the far left policies that sort of became, seemed to be acceptable by this ticket hurt overall.
And on that note, I want to ask Amanda another question about the Senate race. It seems that Republicans right now are clinging to their majority. Democrats had record spending in certain states, for example, in the South Carolina race. Why do you think they're underperforming in a sense?
Yeah, you just don't have the infrastructure there. It's hard to ask for a major step function. 2018 was a big wave that came through. We're not seeing that same thing happen, at least not in South Carolina. We'll see what Georgia looks like. Listen, we've got a win in Arizona. Maine is still left to be determined. North Carolina. So there are some spaces, but it is hard in one election cycle to make that big leap, especially during the pandemic. And so I think everybody's going to be looking at this data and what does it mean for the Democratic Party going forward? What does the coalition look like, particularly if a Georgia comes online? So there's still yet to be determined, and I'm certain we're all going to be looking at this data and strategize differently as the years go by.
We will be watching it closely. Amanda Renteria and Barbara Comstock, thank you so much.
In the U.S., stay with us.
Times like these, the news-making events happen here. ABC News.
President Trump meeting face-to-face with one of the world's most leaders, Kim Jong-un.
The president.
You trust him? I do trust him, yeah. I think he trusts him.
Ivanka Trump.
I have to ask you about your emails. Your father had taken Hillary Clinton to task for this.
There just is no equivalency.
So the idea of lock her up doesn't apply to you?
No.
Comey.
How strange is it for you to sit here and compare the president to a mob boss?
Very strange. Michelle Obama.
What do you wish you could tell your pre-White House self?
Melania Trump.
Do you think there's still people there that he can't trust?
Yes.
Still working out?
Yes.
Michael Cohen.
So he's still lying?
Yes.
It's a big statement.
And now, in a year with so much on the line, we're right there.
Good evening tonight from Washington. A very busy news night.
America's #1 news source, ABC News. Straightforward.
We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. No bull, no spin. Now imagine getting your news like that. Just give it to me straight. ABC News. Straightforward.
Another week in America, a country facing a new test now.
The Wuhan airport, almost no one here.
A lost flight out of Rome.
This is the nursing home just outside Seattle.
Dozens of people were just rushed off this cruise ship.
This is ground zero.
It is shut down.
Another ambulance just pulled out.
Now they're headed to the hospital.
Time is of the essence.
You can see the ship behind me.
This is the first time tests have been done here.
Morning, afternoon, evening, late night, 24/7. ABC News, there for you.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, free on Apple Podcasts.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details on ABC's Good Morning America.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the morning after Election Day. As you just saw there, the American flag flying over the Brooklyn Bridge here in New York.
But this morning, it's not just Americans who are waking up to a morning of uncertainty. The rest of the world is as well.
But the UK's foreign minister said the British government has confidence in the U.S. election system. ABC's Ian Pannell joins us now live from London. Ian, good morning. Have to ask you, what's the reaction from the world?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, I can tell you the world is watching, the world is waiting and collectively holding its breath. This election matters more, I think, than any US presidential election in at least a generation, because whoever sits in the White House will dictate policy, will dictate whether or not America takes part in those international institutions. To give you an example, this won't get many headlines, but today the United States officially withdrew from the Paris Climate Accords. We know President Trump said it was something that he wanted to do. Well, today it officially happens. And why does that matter? Well, Joe Biden, Vice President Biden, says that he will go back into the Paris Accords if he becomes president. And of course, we know that President Trump wanted to withdraw. That's why it matters. It matters to climate change. It matters to trade. It matters to those international institutions. Let me show you some of the headlines from the British papers this morning. Hopefully you can see these. This is the Guardian newspaper, Battle for America's Soul. Of course, the papers went to bed far before any election results came out. The Times of London, America decides its fate, and a couple of the tabloids here, Trump defiant to the last, that's in the Express, and the Daily Mail more focused on Melania Trump, the First Lady. So is that hello or goodbye, Melania? Now, questions to European leaders and to politicians. What is your reaction to what's going on? Most are staying tight-lipped. But interestingly, the former Belgian Prime Minister has already tweeted, looking at the chaos in the United States right now, this is more of a reason for Europe to work together. Guys?
Ian, the world is watching indeed. Thank you so much for your time. And coming up, what to expect today as the votes continue to be counted. Make sure to stay with us.
Powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
The Americans here on the ground and the Iraqis, 18,000 tons.
한국 시간으로 4일 18시 40분께 다시 뒤집혀 바이든 49.3%, vs 트럼프 49.0%, 미국 대통령 선거의 승패가 한치 앞도 알 수 없는 안개 속으로 빠지고 있다. 도널드 트럼프 대통령이 앞서던 미국 북동부 위스콘신주에서 조 바이든 후보가 막판 저력을 발휘하며 역전에 성공했기 때문이다. 초접전 지역에서 아직 승부를 예측하기 어려운 승부를 이어가고 있다. CNN과 폭스뉴스 등 미 언론의 집계 위스콘신에서 바이든 후보는 선두를 내줬던 트럼프 대통령에게 역전하는 데 성공했다. 4일 미 동부시간 오전 5시 현재 위스콘신주에서는 바이든 후보가 157만 8,433표, 트럼프 대통령이 156만 8,760표를 얻고 있다. 개표율은 89%이며 두 후보의 격차는 불과 1만 표에 불과하다. 이 지역에는 10명의 선거인단이 걸려있다. 때문에 전문가들의 전망도 엇갈리는 상황이다. 한때 초경합주에서 줄곧 트럼프 대통령이 우위를 점하면서 승부가 어느 정도 결정된 게 아니냐는 분석이 많았지만 개표 막바지로 흐를수록 더욱 혼전 양상을 보이고 있다. 러스트벨트의 초접전주로 분류됐던 위스콘신에서 역전 현상이 벌어지면서 다른 지역도 판세를 분석하기 어려워서다. 우편 투표 논란의 중심에 서 있는 펜실베이니아 주는 개표율 77%에 불과해 판세를 알 수 없다. 특히 이곳에서는 사전투표를 3일 대선 당일에 집계하기 시작했다. 67개 카운티 가운데 19곳에서만 사전투표 개표 결과를 공개한 상황이다. 사전투표에선 바이든 후보가 78.4%, 트럼프 대통령이 20.7%를 받았다. 승자를 예측하기엔 아직 이르다는 평가가 나오는 이유다. 미국 동남부의 조지아주와 노스캐롤라이나 주 또한 90% 이상 개표된 상황에서도 승부를 예측하기 어렵다. 줄곧 트럼프 대통령이 우위를 점하고 있기는 하지만 표 차이가 갈수록 좁혀지고 있어서다. 특히 조지아주의 경우 애틀랜타 인근의 풀톤, 디케이브 카운티에서 바이든 후보에게 70에서 80%의 표를 몰아주고 있지만 개표율이 80%에 불과해 갈수록 표차는 줄어들 것으로 보인다. 조지아에선 개표장에서 파이프가 고장이나 심야 개표 작업이 중단됐으며 4일 아침에 재개될 예정이다. 노스캐롤라이나 주에서도 바이든 후보에게 몰표를 주고 있는 오렌지 카운티와 더럼 카운티에서도 상대적으로 개표가 늦어 역전 가능성을 열어놓은 상황이다. 현재까지는 명확히 어떤 후보가 유리하다는 분석이 어려운 상황이다. 뉴욕타임스는 바이든 후보가 227명, 트럼프 대통령이 213명을 확보했다고 봤다. 워싱턴 포스트와 CNN은 바이든 후보가 220명, 트럼프 대통령이 213명을 확보했다고 계산했다.
어머나. 야. 무빙기던데요?
Matata. Ismail? David.
Over ground zero from Hurricane Michael.
You can see just home after home.
David, nice to meet you. This was your view.
My favorite view.
Thank you very much.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
Welcome back on this morning after Election Day. As Americans anxiously awaited election results, protesters gathered in the streets of the nation's capital. More than 1,000 people descended on Black Lives Matter Plaza just a block away from the White House.
Let's bring in ABC News political director Rick Klein now. Rick, I'm curious, what's your take, sir?
What a wild night that ends, or it actually doesn't even end, a wild election year. I mean, we stand here on the morning after the election knowing that there are several states that are just too close to call. The margin's so tight, we could be heading to multiple recounts. We have the President of the United States baselessly saying he's already won. We've got Joe Biden saying, calm down, wait to count the votes. And we sit here knowing that the results in states including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, all just too close to call right now. Some of those states could be headed to recounts. We could be talking about multiple legal challenges. Just in the last couple of minutes, we saw Joe Biden surge to a lead in Wisconsin as a new batch of votes were counted. We're still waiting on complete votes out of Michigan, Georgia, among other states. So it has just been a crazy series of twists and turns, an election night like none other. And again, one that's not actually ending with election night itself.
And Rick, regardless of who wins this election, what does it tell us about the state of this country that it is this close?
Yeah, these are bitter divisions. And I think you see it. We see it in our exit polls. You see it in interviews with voters. People feel like it's not just the presidency, but American democracy itself, the state and the fate of the country on the line in this election. And to see the close margins in so many states tells you that you're talking about neighbors, families that are so deeply split. We know that there are a couple of states that have flipped, but they're just at the absolute razor's edge. And there was some talk that tonight would be a very clean, decisive victory, one candidate or the other, and you'd be able to walk away with something approaching unity. That is not in the prescription, not with the president now saying that there's some kind of illegitimacy to a potential loss in some critical states, not with the potential for these legal challenges.
이번 대선의 승패, 이제 북부 러스트벨트 세계 경합주에 달려있다고 해도 과언이 아닌데요. 계속해서 이번에는 그중에서 최고 승부처로 떠오른 펜실베이니아를 연결합니다. 한보경 특파원, 이제 관심은 온통 러스트벨트에 쏠리는 분위기입니다. 두 후보 역시 신경전을 벌이면서 촉각을 기울이고 있는 곳이 바로 북부 세계 경합주 아니겠습니까?
네, 맞습니다. 선거인단 46명 달려있는 미시간, 위스콘신, 펜실베니아 이렇게 세 개 주입니다. 이 북부 러스트벨트 누가 미국 대통령 될지 판가름 날 걸로 보입니다. 바이든 후보는 4시간가량 전에 이뤄진 입장 발표에서 이 세 곳 꼭 집어서 이길 거라고 말하면서 개표 결과 끝까지 지켜보겠다고 했습니다. 사실 이겨야만 승리의 가능성 큽니다. 특히 선거인단 20명 달려있는 펜실베니아 반드시 잡아야 하는 상황입니다. 트럼프 대통령이 남부 선벨트 중 최고 격전지인 플로리다 노스캐롤라이나도 이길 가능성 큰 상황이라 바이든 후보는 북부 경합주 세 곳 모두 이겨야 안정적으로 승리 기대해 볼 수 있습니다. 트럼프 대통령 역시 플로리다 거머쥐었지만 경합주 애리조나를 바이든 후보가 가져갈 가능성이 큰 상황이라 펜실베니아 이겨야만 최종 승산이 있습니다.
네, 앞서 전해졌던 개표 상황을 일단 보면 트럼프 대통령이 세 개 지역에서 우세한 상황이었는데 그 사이 변화가 좀 있는지도 궁금합니다.
네, 현재 그대로입니다. 펜실베니아 현재 75% 정도 개표됐는데 트럼프 대통령이 10%포인트 넘게 바이든 후보를 앞서고 있습니다. 그리고 여론조사에서 바이든 후보가 비교적 안정적 우위 보였던 위스콘신과 미시간에서도 현재까지는 트럼프 대통령이 우세합니다. 80% 넘게 개표된 위스콘신은 트럼프 대통령이 3%포인트가량 앞서고 있고요. 75%가량 개표한 미시간도 바이든 후보를 5%포인트 정도 앞서서 나가고 있습니다. 이렇게 트럼프 대통령이 앞서고는 있지만 현재 현장 투표분이 먼저 개표되고 있고 바이든 후보 지지층이 많이 참여한 우편투표 개표가 늦어지고 있다는 점에서 최종 승패 예단 어렵습니다. 실제로 개표 진행될수록 바이든 후보의 득표율이 올라가고 있는 상황입니다. 특히 펜실베니아는 오는 6일 도착분까지 우편투표 인정하고 있어서 트럼프 대통령 이 우편투표에 대해 강한 불만 드러내고 있습니다. 소송도 불사하겠다는 입장 밝혔습니다. 만약 이렇게 되면 당선자 확정 계속 미뤄지게 되는 극심한 정치적 혼란으로 이어질 수 있습니다. 지금까지 펜실베니아 필라델피아에서 KBS 뉴스 한보경입니다.
아, 방금 때 박종 언제나?
잠깐만요. 네.
Just we are headed for more divisions and actually probably a pretty dangerous period for the country.
And when it comes to the president, I think a lot of people are surprised this morning that it appears that he grew his base. We knew that to possibly have a winning path, that the president would have to grow that base over the past 4 years or so, and now we see after this morning, after the election day, that the president grew in key areas of Florida, North Carolina, Texas. Biden doing well in urban areas, but Trump also turning out first-time Republican voters.
Yeah, one of the legitimate surprises of this election, it was the fact that it wasn't just Joe Biden bringing people out, Democrats who were energized to vote against Donald Trump. We knew the Trump base would be excited, but there were a lot of first-time voters in lots of places, and almost man for man, woman for woman, person for person, you saw the Trump forces match Biden, and that's what kept this close, because we knew about the energy against him. And there weren't a lot of people that voted for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago that turned to Donald Trump, but there were a lot of people that may have quietly supported Donald Trump that stayed on the sidelines. And the Trump campaign.
도널드 트럼프 대통령이 3일 치러진 대선에서 예상을 뒤집고 강하게 선전하면서 당장 최종 결과를 가름하기 힘든 혼전 양상으로 빠져들고 있다. 조 바이든 민주당 후보가 여유있게 앞서가는 것으로 나왔던 대다수의 여론조사와 달리 트럼프 대통령이 주요 경합주 10곳 중 8곳에서 승리하거나 우세한 것으로 나오고 있는 것. 민주당 지지자들 사이에서 4년 전에 악몽이 재현되는 게 아니냐는 불안감이 커지고 있다. 예상보다 강했던 레드미라주 개표 초반에는 바이든 후보가 여유있게 앞서는 것처럼 보였다. 핵심 경합주인 노스캐롤라이나주와 오하이오주 등은 개표가 절반 가까이 진행된 시점에 바이든 후보가 6에서 8%포인트 격차로 리드하고 있었다. 이를 지켜보던 선거 관계자들 사이에서 바이든이 압승하면
여기까지 해야 되겠다. 못해 먹겠네.